American Novels. Profound in its revelation and interpretation of human nature, it ranks, said one great critic, among the 15 best novels of the world. NBC's University of the Air brings you Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, another in our series of books that live, American Novels. The grass plot before the prison on a certain summer morning of the late 17th century was occupied by a large number of the Puritan inhabitants of Boston, all with their eyes intently fastened on the iron-clamped oaken door. But let us bend an ear to a few of the gossips in the multitude.
Good wives, I'll tell you a piece of my mind. It would be greatly for the public good if we women should have the handling of such a transgressor as this Hester Prynne.
Aye, Mary. The magistrates are merciful overmuch. At the very least, they should have put the brand of a hot iron on Hester Prynne's forehead.
The woman has brought shame on us all and ought to die.
Hush now, gossips. The lock is turning in the prison door.
See how she repels the town beadle's hold on her and walks of her own accord.
She carries a babe in her arms.
But the infant does not hide the red letter on her breast.
Look how elaborately she has embroidered it with swirls of gold thread.
Make way, good people. Make way in the king's name. Open the passage, and I promise ye Mistress Prynne shall be set on yon scaffold, where man, woman, and child may have a sight of her brave apparel from this time till an hour past meridian. A blessing on the righteous colony of Massachusetts, where iniquity is dragged out into the sunshine. Come along, Madam Hester, and show your scarlet letter in the marketplace. Make way, make way, make way.
I pray you, good sir, who is this woman? And wherefore is she here set up to public shame?
You must be a stranger, else you would have heard of Mistress Hester Prynne.
You say truly I am a stranger. Would you please to tell me, therefore, of Hester Prynne's offenses?
Aye. She was the wife of a certain learned man, English by birth, who was minded to cross over and cast his lot with us of the Massachusetts.
Oh?
To this purpose he sent his wife before him, remaining himself to look after some necessary matters. Marry, good sir, in some 2 years or less, no tidings have come of Master Prynne, and his young wife being left to her own misguidance. Well, look you, the babe in her arms.
Ah, aha. And who may be the father of yonder babe?
That matter remaineth a riddle. Madam Hester absolutely refuseth to speak.
The learned man should come himself to look into the mystery.
Our magistrates have not put in force the extremity of the law against her, which is death, but in their great mercy have doomed Mistress Prynne for the remainder of her natural life to wear a mark of shame, the scarlet letter A upon her bosom.
A wise sentence. She will be a living sermon against sin. But it irks me that the partner of her iniquity should not stand on the scaffold by her side. But he will be known. He will be known.
The Reverend Wilson has risen on the balcony above the scaffold. See, he's going to speak.
Hearken to me, Hester Prynne. I have striven with my younger brother in the service of God, under whose preaching you have been privileged to sit, that he should try to persuade you to divulge the name of him who tempted you to this grievous fall. Good Master Dimsdale, the responsibility of this woman's soul lies greatly with you. Will you not change your mind and exhort her to repentance and confession?
Hester Prynne, thou hearest what Reverend Wilson says, and seest the accountability under which I labor. If thou feelest it to be for thy soul's peace, I charge thee to speak out the name of thy fellow sinner and sufferer. Be not silent for any mistaken pity for him. Take heed how thou deniest to him who perchance hath not the courage to grasp it for himself, the bitter but wholesome cup that is now presented to thy lips.
Woman, speak out the name, that and thy repentance may avail to take the scarlet letter off thy breast.
Never. It is too deeply branded. You cannot take it off.
Speak, woman, speak and give your child a father.
I will not speak. My child must seek a heavenly father. She shall never know an earthly one.
It is said that after she returned to prison, Hester Prynne's calm manner gave way to one that was overwrought.
Aye, a sort of physician was called in.
Aye, some elderly stranger who appeared only this morning.
I saw thee in the marketplace today.
I knew thou didst. Drink this potion.
If death be in this cup, I bid thee think again ere I drink it.
Dost thou know me so little, Hester Prynne? If I imagined the scheme of vengeance, what could I do better than to let thee live? Drink. Hester, I ask not how thou hast fallen into the pit. It was my folly and thy weakness. What had I, a man already in decay? What had I to do with beauty and youth like thine? From the moment when we came down the old church steps together, a married pair, I might have beheld that scarlet letter blazing at the end of our path.
Thou knowest I was frank with thee. I felt no love, nor feigned any.
True, it was my folly. Between us, the scale hangs fairly balanced. But Hester, the man lives who has wronged us both. Who is he?
That thou shalt never know.
Never, sayest thou? Believe me, Hester, I shall seek this man as I've sought truth in books and gold and alchemy. Sooner or later, he will be mine.
Thy words interpret thee as a terror.
One thing I would enjoin upon thee. Thou hast kept the secret of thy paramour. Keep likewise mine. Breathe not to any human soul that thou didst ever call me husband. Should thou fail me in this, beware. Dost thou understand?
I will keep the secret.
And now, Mistress Prynne, Roger Chillingworth, as I shall henceforth be known in Boston, leaves you alone.
Look, there goes Hester Prynne across the street with the child, Pearl. How old is the child now?
3 years.
See how the woman keeps her dressed. Like a bird of royal plumage.
Oh, 'tis a shame a woman of her kind should be so gifted with the meter.
Aye, yet fortunate for her, since it is the only way she supports herself and the child.
Oh, look, she's going into Governor Bellingham's mansion.
I understand he ordered a pair of embroidered gloves from her for an important occasion of state.
Is the worshipful Governor Bellingham within?
He hath the Reverend Dimsdale with him, and also the physician, Mr. Chillingworth.
I will enter and wait.
Very well.
This is very nice of you, Mr. Montgomery. I appreciate it very much. Ah, what have we here? Whose child? Oh.
Good morrow, thy worship.
It is well thou hast come, Hester Prynne. The council has been discussing whether we should trust an immortal soul, such as yon child, to the guidance of one who has stumbled and fallen. Were it not better for thy little one that she be taken out of thy charge, and clad soberly, and disciplined strictly, and instructed in the truths of heaven and earth?
God gave her into my keeping, I will not give her up. Reverend Dimsdale, thou wast my pastor and hadst charge of my soul, and knowest me better than these men. Speak for me.
There is truth in what she says. God gave her the child, and an instinctive knowledge of its nature and requirements, which no other mortal can possess. And moreover, this child was meant for a blessing, the one of her life. It was meant also for a retribution, a pang, a sting, an ever-recurring agony in the midst of a troubled joy. For Hester Prynne's sake, then, and no less for the child, let us leave them, as Providence hath seen fit to place them.
What say you, Mr. Chillingworth? Has he not pleaded well for the poor woman?
Aye, well, and with a strange earnestness.
Oh, have you heard the blessed news?
Aye, the Reverend Dimsdale, who has so long been in poor health that we fear for his life, has finally consented to take the advice of the physician, Mr. Chillingworth.
And now the learned Mr. Chillingworth is lodged in the same house with the minister.
It was Mr. Chillingworth's own idea.
Aye, and an inspired one.
Tell me where, my kind doctor, did you gather those herbs with such a dark and flabby leaf?
Even in the graveyard, just below the window there.
Ah?
I found them on a grave which bore no tombstone. It may be they grew out of the dead man's heart and typify some hideous secret that was buried with him, and which he had done better to confess during his lifetime.
I conceive that the hearts holding such miserable secrets will yield them up at that last day with a joy unutterable.
Then why not reveal them here?
They mostly do. Many a poor soul hath given its confidence to me. And what a relief I have witnessed in them afterward.
Yet some men bury their secrets.
True, there are such men. But it may be they keep silent because they retain a zeal for God's glory and man's welfare, so that they shrink from displaying themselves black, because henceforth no good can be achieved by them.
These men deceive themselves. They fear to take up the shame which rightfully belongs to them.
I want to ask your judgment frankly concerning the condition of my health, good sir.
First, let me ask, as your friend, hath all the operation of this disease been fairly laid open to me?
How else can it be?
You would tell me then that I know all. Be it so. But, again, a bodily disease may, after all, be but a symptom of some ailment in the spiritual part. Would you that your physician heal the bodily evil? How may be this, unless you first lay open to him the wound in your soul?
No, not to thee, nor to any earthly physician. If it be the soul's disease, then do I commit myself to the one physician of the soul. But who art thou that meddlest in this matter, that dares thrust himself between a sufferer and his God?
See now how passion takes hold upon this man. As with one passion, so with another. In the hot passion of his heart, he hath done a wild thing ere now, this pious Master Dimsdale.
Tell me, hast thou been aware that Hester Prynne is not looked upon by the townspeople in the same light as 7 years ago, when she first covered herself with ignominy?
And for good reason. Her charity is boundless. In all seasons of calamity, she takes a needed place.
Aye. Even tonight she is sitting by the deathbed of Governor Winthrop. Perchance she'll stay long past midnight, if she can be of use.
Come, child. It grows late. We're getting off.
Hester Prynne.
Yes, it is Hester Prynne. I and my little Pearl.
Ah.
But why art thou on the scaffold?
Come up hither, Hester. And little Pearl. Ye have both been here before, but I was not with you. Come up hither once again, and we will stand all three together. Give me thy hand, Pearl.
Minister,
Yes, child?
wilt thou stand here with Mother and me tomorrow noontide?
Nay, not so, my little Pearl. I shall indeed stand with thy mother and me one other day, but not tomorrow,
What other day?
at the great judgment day. But the daylight of this world will not see our meeting.
Worthy sir.
Why, Master Chillingworth.
Pious Master Dimmesdale, can this be you? Well, well, indeed. We men of study dream in our waking moments and walk in our sleep. Come, good sir, I pray you, let me lead you home.
How did you know I was here?
Verily, I knew nothing of the matter. I had been at the deathbed of the governor. Oh, come with me, I beseech you, else you will be poorly fit to do the Sabbath duty tomorrow.
Mother, who's that old man yonder pulling up weeds? I have seen him before.
It does not concern me, Pearl. Run down to the margin of the sea and play with the shells until I call thee.
Yes, Mother. I'll make a crown for myself out of the seaweed.
I would speak a word with thee that concerns us much.
Aha! Mistress Hester. I hear good tidings of you on all hands, mistress. Aye. What see you in my face that you look at it so earnestly?
Something that would make me weep if there were any tears bitter enough. But let it pass. It is of a miserable man that I would speak.
And what of the Reverend Dimmesdale?
7 years ago in prison, you extorted a promise of secrecy from me concerning your real identity.
Aye.
As the life and fame of yonder man were in your hands, there seemed no choice to me. Since that day, no man is so near to him as you. And now, since you know his secret, you cause him to die a living death daily. And still he knows you not. In permitting this, I have acted a false part to the only man to whom it was left me to be true.
What evil have I done this man, that he now breathes and creeps about on earth is owing all to me?
Better had he died at once.
Yea, woman, you say truly. Better had he died at once. Never did mortal suffer what this man has. And all in the sight of his worst enemy.
Hast thou not tortured him enough? Has he not paid thee all?
No, he has but increased the debt.
Then I must reveal your secret. He must discern thee in thy true character. There is no good for him, no good for me, no good for thee in this dark maze.
Woman, thou hadst great elements. I pity thee for the good that has been wasted in thy nature.
And I thee for the hatred that has transformed a wise and just man to a fiend.
Wilt thou yet purge it out of thee and be once more a human? I said there could be no good event for any of us in this maze of evil. That is not so. There might be good for thee who has it at thy will to pardon. Wilt thou reject that priceless benefit?
Peace, Hester, peace. It is not granted me to pardon. I have no such power as thou tellest me of. Let the black flower blossom as it may. Now go thy ways and deal as thou wilt with me.
Be it sin or no, I hate the man. I have come many days to this spot in the forest, Arthur Dimmesdale, hoping thy walks might bring me here.
Hester, hast thou found peace?
Hast thou?
None. Nothing but despair.
The people reverence thee.
Which brings only more misery, because of its hypocrisy. Had I one friend, or were it my worst enemy, to whom I could daily betake myself and be known as the vilest of all sinners, methinks my soul might keep itself alive thereby.
Such a friend thou hast in me. Thou hast long had such an enemy, and dwellest with him under the same roof.
What sayest thou?
Oh, Arthur, that old man, Roger Chillingworth, he was my husband.
Thy husband? I might have known it. I did know it. Oh, why did I not understand?
Oh, forgive me, forgive me.
I forgive you. May God forgive us both. But, Hester, does Chillingworth know your purpose of revealing his identity to me?
Yes.
Then how am I to live longer, breathing the same air with this deadly enemy? Oh, be thou strong for me, Hester. Advise me what to do.
Is the world so narrow? Does the universe lie within the compass of yonder town? Whither leads yonder forest? Then there is the broad pathway of the sea.
The sea?
Yes. A ship now is in harbor that within 3 days' time will sail to Bristol.
Yes.
It will be a simple matter to secure passage with all the secrecy necessary, although art crushed under 7 years' weight of misery. But thou shalt leave it all behind thee. There is happiness to be enjoyed. Preach, write, act, do anything save lie down and die.
Oh, Hester. Hester, no. Thou tellest of running a race to a man whose knees are tottering beneath him. There is no strength nor courage left me to venture in the wide world alone.
Thou shalt not go alone.
All the people left their work today, Mother? Why have all these people come into the marketplace?
They wait to see the inaugural procession pass. There will be the new governor and magistrates and the ministers and all the great people. There will be music and marching soldiers.
Will the minister be here? And will he hold out both his hands to me and kiss me as he did in the forest yesterday?
He will be here, child. But he will not greet thee today, nor must thou greet him.
Oh, look, Mother. Here comes the man who lives on the ship. That's the man you talked to yesterday afternoon.
Good morrow, Mistress Prynne.
Good morrow, Captain.
I must make the steward get ready one more berth than you bargained for, I learn.
What mean you? Have you another passenger?
Why, know you not another is minded to try my cabin fare with you? Aye, you must have known it, for he tells me he is of your party and a close friend of the gentleman you spoke of will bring him abroad. His name, I believe, is Chillingworth.
Master Dimmesdale's election sermon was the greatest triumph of his life.
Such eloquence. Oh, look. There goes the holy man in the procession now. He seems hardly alive at this moment. See how he clutches at his heart.
Look you. Reverend Dimmesdale leaves the procession line.
He walks toward the scaffold against which stands Hester Prynne.
He is ever one to be kind to the most unfortunate.
Hester, come hither. Come, my little pearl.
Madman, hold. Wave back that woman. Cast off this child. I can yet save you. Would you bring infamy on your sacred profession?
Methinks thou art too late, tempter. With God's help, I shall escape thee now. Hester Prynne, come hither. and twine thy strength about me. Support me up on yonder scaffold. So, you come with us, Roger Chillingworth.
Hadst thou sought the whole world over, there was no one place where thou couldst have escaped me, save on this very scaffold.
Then thanks to him who led me here. Hester, is this not better than we dreamed of in the forest?
I know not.
Let me now do the will which he hath made plain before my sight. For Hester, I am a dying man. So let me make haste to take my shame upon me. People of New England, ye that have loved and deemed me holy, behold me here, the one sinner of the world. At last I stand upon the spot where 7 years ago I should have stood. Here, with this woman whose arm supports me now. Lo, the scarlet letter which Hester wears. You have shuddered whenever you saw it. But I tell you that with all its mysterious horror, it is but a shadow of what I bear on my own breast. For behold the dreadful witness of it.
The minister's hairs are burned from his breast.
Look you! A scarlet letter cut into his flesh.
Thou hast escaped me.
Oh, may God forgive thee, for thou too hast deeply sinned. Hester, farewell.
Shall we not meet again? Shall we not spend our immortal lives together?
Hush, Hester. We have sinned. That answer lies with a God who has the power to forgive all. His will be done. Farewell. Farewell.
Arthur.
Hester Prynne? Yes, she came back to us again.
Though she left the town for a good many years.
When Master Chillingworth died the year after the minister, he bequeathed a goodly sum to little Pearl.
And when Hester returned, Pearl was not with her.
But it is rumored she made a happy and wealthy marriage in England.
And though Hester Prynne refused to take off her scarlet letter, she has become a reverenced person in the town. No one will ever know the help she gives to others in distress. The letter on her bosom is now accepted to stand for angel.
Aye, for angel.
The Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne is one of the best of America's novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Next week, American Novels will present that universal favorite of young and old, Tom Sawyer by Samuel Clemens. And let us remind you again that these and countless other fine books are to be had in your local public library. Many American novels in the 1947 summer series are included in the useful handbook of the world's great novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Scarlet Letter was adapted for radio by Agnes Eckert. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Hester Prynne was played by Geraldine Kay, Arthur Dimsdale by Larry Alexander, and Roger Chillingworth by Arthur Peterson. The two gossips were played by Hilda Graham and Helen Baymiller. Others were Nanine Bilski, George Kluge, Burr Lee, Charles Mountain, and Duke Watson. This is Hugh Downs. This program came to you from Chicago and has been a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
If you would analyze the meaning of the word man, the greatest example I could give, one of the greatest examples I could give would be Rick. He's a man, and he's all man, every bit of it.
All of us were sore at him at one time or another. Rickenbacker used that method of getting us mad enough at him that we were going to live to spite him.
Rick would withhold his fire until he could practically see the whites of the fellow's eyes, and he never missed.
From my point of view, he could properly be considered the dean of the air transport industry.
Who stands today as a captain of industry, and who in the past has received America's highest award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Captain Eddie is a man who has been near death many times, a man who fought against all odds to retain life. He is a man who has fought this country's battles and won, an ace of aces in the First World War, and later, a stubborn visionary who had enough faith in the air age to build one of the country's major air services. This is Eddie Rickenbacker, a tough, wiry fighter, loved by some, feared by others, but respected by all. A tough man who believes in perseverance and hard work. His good friend Arthur Godfrey puts it this way.
If you would analyze the meaning of the word man, the greatest example I could give, one of the greatest examples I could give would be Rick. He's a man, and he's all man, every bit of it. He's a man like Kurt LeMay's a man, like J. Edgar Hoover's a man. They're human, they're warm, they're big-hearted. Rick is full of the love of his country. He's unafraid to die for his country. He's the old school, you know. He has no time whatever for this sloppy business of missing education and not working. You know, every time I see him, I saw him here about a month ago, and I said, doggone it, Rick, you look better now than you did 5 years ago. What are you doing? He says, working. Work is what does it, see?
Eddie started this work at an early age. In fact, he was only 12 years old back in 1901 when he took his first job at $3.50 a week in a glass factory in Columbus, Ohio. His father, William, had just died, leaving his mother, Elizabeth, and 7 other children. Eddie was well able to take care of himself. He'd smoked cigarettes by the time he was in the first grade, and he got into so many fights that he seemed to be trying to cultivate 2 permanent black eyes. But when the time came, he felt his responsibility and rose to it. In the next 3 years, he tried his hand at a variety of jobs. He was a foundry worker, a monument polisher, and a railroad roustabout. But then came 1905, and young Eddie found his great love, the internal combustion engine. Soon, Eddie became a crack mechanic, but this wasn't enough. He wanted to get behind the wheel, and it wasn't long before he achieved this goal.
Well, I think my first contact with Ed was at Sioux City, Iowa in 1913.
Tommy Milton drove against Eddie many times after that as they pursued their hard and dangerous life across the continent.
Some promoters had scraped up a prairie and made a track out of it, and Ed was there with what was the predecessor of the Duesenberg car. It was a 3-day meet, but the feature event was, I think 150, maybe 200 miles, which Rick won in a very spectacular drive. I recall a race at Columbus, Ohio, which incidentally I believe was Rick's hometown. And I think Rick was driving one of the Maxwell cars, which had been built by Ray Haroon. And he was leading the race, but the thing got away from him. He went through the outer fence. As I recall, Rick was not at all seriously injured in the mishap, however. Rick was much inclined to go out in front, and as long as his car stayed under him, he stayed out in front. That isn't necessarily the best way to win races. It's a lot of fun, though.
Rickenbacker became a headliner, but he never came in better than 10th in the 500-mile race at Indianapolis. But he did set a new world speed record with the Blitzen Benz at Daytona Beach. But war threatened to step into this racing career, and Eddie had an idea. He wanted to organize the country's top racing drivers into a special flying unit that would be prepared to go overseas if the United States entered the war then raging in Europe. The government turned down his suggestion, but this didn't stop Eddie. He wanted to fly, and he would make it, one way or another. He started from the ground up.
Over there, send the word, over there.
7 weeks after the U.S. declared war, Eddie was sworn in as a sergeant and went overseas as a driver attached to General Pershing's staff. And later he was assigned to drive Billy Mitchell around France. Eddie pestered the famous airman for a chance to fly, and the badgering finally paid off, even though he had to lie about his age. He was almost 27, 2 years over the limit for pilots, but he made it. On completion of his flying school, he was transferred to Issoudun Field as engineering officer.
We had not been in Issoudun but a few days, and under these very bad conditions, when we found that everyone in command had a German name.
Reed Chambers, another immortal of the 94th Pursuit Squadron, tells what it was like at group headquarters.
Carl Spatz, at that time he spelled it S-P-A-A-T-Z. Of course, we later found out that he was a Pennsylvania Dutchman. And as you all know, he became one of our great generals in World War II. He was officer in charge of flying. Herman Spiegel was officer in charge of transportation. Captain Wiedenbach was adjutant, and Tittle was sergeant major. Wiedenbach and Tittle had both served in the German army, although they were naturalized American citizens, and spoke with a very decided German accent. In view of the fact that we were being treated as enlisted men, and there were no airplanes to fly, no flying fields to fly them off of it, we were, of course, very low in morale. And it wasn't too long until we made up our minds that the officers in charge of Issoudun were a bunch of dirty German saboteurs. We found that a guy in charge of engineering was named Rickenbacker. When he arrived, none of the gang would even speak to him. But I went up and said hello, and we immediately started teaming up. With that, my own crowd ostracized me. So that none of the people that I had learned to fly with in the United States would talk to Rickenbacker, and they wouldn't talk to me because I would talk to Rickenbacker.
Those were rough days for Eddie. First he was grounded, and then ostracized by his fellow flyers. But the time finally came when he was to take his first patrol over enemy territory with Douglas Campbell, another Green Airman.
About the end of March 1918, when our squadron had just been formed and equipped and was at a place called Villeneuve near Epernay in the Champagne district of France, Major Raoul Lufberry, who had made a great name for himself as an ace in the Lafayette Escadrille and had been and had transferred to the United States Air Service and was one of the flight commanders of our squadron, asked Rick and myself to accompany him on a patrol over the lines near Reims. We were, of course, delighted and excited because it was our first try at it. So we took off in our Newport 28s, and he led us over the lines, up and down, for perhaps an hour and a half, an hour and 3/4, which was the extent of our fuel supply in those aircraft. But it seemed most of the time a little dull. We encountered some anti-aircraft fire shortly after we got near the lines, which was a surprise, but one which we learned to get used to. But aside from that, it was a cold, gray day with a high ceiling, and there didn't seem to be any particular activity going on, either on the ground or in the air. But when we came back and landed at our airdrome, Lufberry asked us to report what we'd seen. So we reported the anti-aircraft bursts that had been near us, and that was all. Lufberry laughed and said, well, I thought you fellows probably wouldn't see much your first flight over. As a matter of fact, a flight of French Spads passed fairly close underneath us. There was another flight of French Spads off to the side at one time, and just before we started back to our landing field, there were 3 or 4 German Albatross and a German observation plane just on the other side of the lines, not very far away from us. But I knew that green pilots don't see much the first time up, so I was reluctant to attack them and get you fellas into trouble.
That's the way it went on that first flight, but it was just a start for Eddie. About a month later, on April 29th, 1918, he shot down his first German plane, an Albatross single-seater. He did this by driving his Newport out of the sun until he was less than 150 yards from his quarry before opening fire. This is the way he fought. But there were other airmen with Eddie, airmen such as Leroy Prynne, now dance director at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, who had fun and made merry even while flying.
I had 18 official planes to my credit, all American, of course. In fact, I was probably the only man in the 94th Squadron that had such a credit, and my title was Crash Ace. Of course, people ask me why, and I always tell them, well, we couldn't all be heroes in the 94th. Rickenbacker was setting such a terrific pace. The Germans had to shoot somebody down, and so I was elected. Unfortunately, being short, I wasn't too good a pilot, and I got called on the carpet by Rickenbacker, and he thought maybe it would be good for me to be assigned to General Mitchell as an aide-de-camp, which later turned out to be decorations officer. And I asked him what would be this particular reason. He said he thought it would be good for 2 reasons. He thought I'd be a good man, the general staff, and show him out, and also... And his face got a little red, and he blared up. He said he wanted to build up the Air Force a little bit. Seemed like I was taking them down faster than the Germans were. In fact, he said I was the only German ace in the American Air Force. Well, my official job was to get in a truck and come back with a load of nurses. I seemed to be able to manage and round them up all the time, and down in this gullies we'd go where a table would be set up, and we'd manage to have music and a dance, etc. And, of course, invariably they were broken up because pretty near every night we had a visit from the Germans. And you know how tough it was to have the lights go out with nothing but a lot of nurses around. That was murder.
With Eddie, it was a serious business. He hunted with coldness and logic. Not a fancy pilot, but a fighter. On the ground, he checked his engine himself, and for fear of jamming his guns in combat, he examined every bullet himself before he loaded his machine gun belt. Colonel Fred Ordway, now of Washington, describes Eddie's approach to his job.
Eddie Rickenbacker, as I've always said, was much older and more matured. He was a disciplinarian, an excellent fighter, very careful and calculating. He did not believe in taking unnecessary chances. He was quite the opposite of Frank Luke, who would not hesitate to dive into a formation of enemy aircraft when he was outnumbered 5 or 6 or 7 to 1. That didn't worry Frank Luke in the least. Eddie Rickenbacker was much more careful and calculating and didn't believe in taking unnecessary risks. He was very strict in regard to the manner in which the pilots conducted themselves and around the airfield and, of course, in combat. And he was also very careful in protecting younger pilots on their first trips over the lines. He would be inclined to fly above them, and if they were attacked and in a dangerous position, he would dive in on the enemy aircraft and either shoot it down or chase it away.
This has been Eddie's way of doing things throughout his life.
Rick, of course, is a hard taskmaster because he doesn't drive anybody, he leads them, but he sets a terrific example. Real leaders are that way. They set the example, and lead the way, and show the way, and you just naturally fall in behind them. And he has nothing but contempt for anybody who's lazy.
Yes, Eddie was a hard taskmaster in those days, but he was no longer ostracized by his fellow pilots who had begun to love him, even though they had described him as a tough hombre. He was now a flamboyant figure in his breeches and fancy non-regulation British boots, probably the shiniest in the American Expeditionary Force. And on September 24th, 1918, he was commissioned a captain and put in command of the squadron. Eddie started out rather dramatically in his new post. Before breakfast on his first day of command, he attacked 7 German planes single-handedly and shot down 2. This feat later won for him the Congressional Medal of Honor. The 94th Squadron at this time was caught in the final big effort of the war. There were no leads and virtually no rest for the pilots. Reed Chambers, who flew with Eddie throughout this period, knows from first-hand knowledge just how Rickenbacker achieved such success.
Rick and I got permission to fly voluntary patrols together. And after our regular formations, we would take off and go out on hunting expeditions. Remember that the planes we were flying then had a top speed, even downhill, of about 130 miles an hour. He had lots of racing experience around 100 miles an hour during hubcap to hubcap. I could fly Rick. I'd get on his tail and stay there. I could shoot more holes in a towed target than he could. But when the target started shooting back at me, that was a horse of a different color. Rick, I would start shooting at an enemy plane too far away, and as a result, missed many shots. Rick would withhold his fire until he could practically see the whites of the fellow's eyes, and he never missed. He was a terrific judge of distance. He only made one mistake, and one day he did pull up a little too close and clipped a German albatross with his tail skid and pulled the German's wing off. He got him by actually colliding with him without getting hurt himself. Rick and I, when we were going out alone, would always have a little private briefing and decide where we were going to go hunting and what clouds we were going to look over and under. And we developed a favorite expression, which we used always as we would part to get into our respective airplanes. And that was, well, baby, I'll be slapping you in the face with a spade. And it sort of became funny to us, because sometimes we weren't sure which was going to slap who in the face with a spade.
On October 30th, 1918, just before sundown, Eddie landed his plane after shooting down a Fokker and a balloon. Those were his last victories in the war. And when the armistice was signed on November 11th, the score was official. 26 planes shot down in 7 months. The end of the war for that colorful figure in his tight breeches, a man who had kept 2 Spad pursuit planes, each bearing the number 1 in the famed hat in the ring insignia, who had landed one, gulped coffee, and took off in another, flying as much as 7 hours a day. But the war was over. No longer would Eddie and his fellow pilots make up such squadron ballads as this one. When the final taps had sounded, and we lay aside life's cares. And we fly our last old spad on heaven's golden stairs. And the angels bid us welcome, and the harps begin to play. 'Tis then we'll hear St. Peter as he greets us with a yell, "Front seats for you of 94, for you've done your hitch in hell." Eddie and his friends were a rough, tough, rollicking bunch of flyers, but real pioneers in the air. They lived hard and furious, but Reed Chambers knew another side of Eddie.
Rick was always religious. He and I lived together practically all the time we were on the front. And every night, Rick would kneel by the side of his bed and put his head in his arms, and while he made no sound, I still am convinced that he was praying. In fact, his religion, for my money, is far better than that of most of the creeds that I know of. If everybody lived like Rick does, it would be a far better world.
Captain Eddie came home to a hero's welcome, big reception, endless speeches. But when these had ended, Eddie embarked on the first phase of his business career.
Maybe folks would argue with me about this, but I think the greatest single contribution he has made to America is the example that he sets, even today, as a businessman, as a rugged individualist, as a man who likes to try to make things stand on their own feet and pay their own way, and a man who stands for less and less government interference in private industry, as a champion of real economics in industry. That's the kind of a thing he's doing.
But Eddie's first really big business venture was not going to be a success. He wanted to build the great American car, and he and 3 Detroit automobile men formed the Rickenbacker Motor Company. It was organized in 1922 with $5 million capital. This dream child was unveiled in New York, and at first was a big success. The Rickenbacker looked like a sure winner, and it was difficult to keep up with the demand for the car. It had many engineering firsts, including 4-wheel brakes. But this innovation proved to be a detriment, at least at that time. The car was criticized, and the brakes were described as dangerous because they brought the car to a stop too suddenly. Finally, this criticism, coupled with the 1925 slump, brought to a close Eddie's dream of a great American car, and it left him with $250,000 debt, which he swore he'd pay off, and he did later. More and more he turned to the aircraft industry, and while working for General Motors, was connected with the Fokker Aircraft Corporation and Eastern Airlines, then owned by the big corporation. Another company owned by General Motors at that time was Eastern Airlines. Alfred P. Sloan, former president of General Motors and later chairman of the board.
At that time, in 1934, Eddie had charge of what was then the General Motors Eastern Airlines division. Finally, the time was reached when the corporation decided to remain in manufacturing and dispose of its interest in airplane operation. This necessitated the sale of our Eastern Airlines division. Eddie was much interested and extremely anxious to work out something whereby he could take over our interest in airplane operation. I am reminded of how he telephoned me shortly before Christmas in 1938. It so happened that his opportunity to purchase the property expired the next day. While he had promises of financial support, he had nothing tangible to offer. He was, of course, worried and upset, as he naturally would be. He decided to call me at 11 o'clock on a Saturday night and asked if he could come in for a few minutes. Of course, I told him he certainly could. He comments on the fact that on his arrival he found me in pajamas, a robe, and slippers. He never was able to quite figure out whether he had wakened me, got me out of bed, or how it happened. Anyhow, we had a discussion on the subject. I told him further I did not know just what the status was, as it was being handled by the financial people in General Motors. But I promised him I would look into the matter immediately, and if a commitment had not been made, I would assure him a real opportunity to see what he might do, and further not to worry about it.
Eddie rounded up $3.5 million in 30 hectic days.
I can't talk from the standpoint of his colorful exploits as an automobile racer or a flyer in World War I because I didn't know him at that time. But I can speak from very definite knowledge of that phase of his life with which I've had the closest contact, namely his business career.
Hugh Knowlton of the investment firm of Kuhn Loeb tells why the financial world had confidence in Eddie, even though his Rickenbacker car of the 20s had been a failure.
20 years ago, in the spring of 1938, my firm had an important part in the purchase of Eastern Airlines from General Motors. At that time, this airline was a mere fledgling. It was doing a total business, at a rate under $5 million a year. Eddie Rickenbacker's confidence in the future of this enterprise was terrific. It was unflagging and it was contagious. But even so, it required a real element of faith, because no one had yet demonstrated the ability to make an airline profitable. That Eddie Rickenbacker's talents were equal to this challenge is certainly most dramatically shown by this fact. Eastern Airlines has operated profitably every year since that time. This is an outstanding record in the industry, and today this little acorn, this little acorn of 1938 has grown into a tremendous oak, now operating at an annual rate not of $5 million, as in 1937, but $265 million, a growth of 5,200%, all under the leadership of Eddie Rickenbacker.
This time there was no doubt Eddie had become a successful businessman, a captain of industry. Along the way, he had bought the Indianapolis Speedway at a cost of $700,000. But now, once again, his great love was the airplane and air transportation. Alfred P. Sloan again had a conversation with Eddie, and again Captain Eddie suggested something based on what he had seen in Europe.
He had been in England, through the Middle East, and Russia on confidential missions for the government. On his return, he came in to see me, and we had lunch together and discussed aviation technique from its various angles. At that time, he was enthusiastic about the potentiality of jet turbine power for airplanes, as was being developed in England, Russia, and Germany. He felt that a great corporation like General Motors should be involved in this development, both for the sake of our national security and our general economy looking to the future. He also urged upon me the fact that our government and our military services were far behind the English, Germans, and the Russians in the development of this type of power. How fully subsequent events have proved Eddie's keen foresight. But Eddie's contribution to the advancement of our society has been far broader than his initial interest in the automobile industry and later service as an airplane executive. He has distinguished himself as an American at the highest level of patriotism and service to the welfare of his country, both in war and in peace.
We will return to Biography and Sound, Captain Eddie the Iron Eagle, after a pause for station identification. Captain Eddie was continually on the watch for new developments in the aircraft industry.
From my point of view, he could properly be considered the dean of the air transport industry.
Lawrence Rockefeller, a director of Eastern Airlines and a friend of Eddie's, sums it up this way.
Someone who brought the discipline of business method and accounting, of economy, and far-sighted planning into the industry. He expects to get the cooperation and backing of his associates, and he takes a good deal of convincing to convince him that maybe he is wrong. If he is, naturally he recognizes it, but just vacillating opinions or casual guesses don't make much impression on him. You have to be factual, and you have to have a good deal of steam behind your facts if you're going to change his point of view. He is amazing, though, because he is such a great leader, and yet he does have this ability to go down into the organization and listen and get facts. But still, as leader, he makes the decisions.
Yes, Eddie Rickenbacker was now firmly established as the well-publicized president of Eastern Airlines and was in the news again and again. One veteran newspaperman who got to know him well was Jim Kilgallen of International News Service.
My association with him has gone back 35 or 40 years. Let's see. Yeah. I had known him back since the days when he was fooling with cars and was going to be a race driver back there in Indianapolis, where the famous Speedway is. He was always a straight, honest-to-gosh sort of a fellow, down to earth, feet on the ground, not a bit of pretense about him. He's one of these men who makes a million friends but doesn't hesitate to make an enemy. Rickenbacker has in the past often taken a stand on something which was unpopular, and he would draw criticism, but he's the type that never backed up. I don't know whether it's any good to rake it up now, but he didn't believe certain things and said so in speeches, and he would get subjected to a lot of criticism, but he didn't seem to mind it.
Eddie capitalized on his own popularity, making friends for Eastern. He also collected an assortment of enemies. Organized labor was openly against him for his wartime criticism. And labor didn't react in too friendly a fashion when Eddie reminded them that he had been a working stiff, too, and had been glad to get $1 a day. He put this criticism behind him and continued to fly Eastern's routes, minutely examining every phase of the operation. On one of these trips, he wound up in South America with Arthur Godfrey.
I think the most amusing incident we had was in Santiago in Chile. We were there just in time to witness a minor revolution. And they brought out the carabinieri, I think they call it. Carabinieri, the police who have little short Tommy guns. And by George, they put on a shooting match right there in the city square, right in front of the hotel where we were. And then it died down, and we thought it was over, and we had a dinner date, a high-level dinner we were supposed to go to right down one of the streets off the square. And we started down that street, Rick and I, and some of the other people who were on the trip with us. And as we walked down this street, a very narrow street with high stone walls on each side, a fusillade of bullets, a hail of them came down that street. And they were going ping, 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 and banging off the walls on either side of us. We turned around and started running, and I thought I was going fast, but here come Rick past me saying, "What's holding you up, boy?" And we, as he said, we went back to our hotel to previously prepared positions at the bar and thought it over.
That trip was exciting but fun. Another trip ended in tragedy. On the afternoon of February 26, 1941, Eddie boarded a plane in New York, bound for Mexico City with stops in Washington and Atlanta. The time came when the plane should have been over Atlanta Airport, ready to start an instrument landing in the fog. The pilots started to set the plane down. A split second later, a wing hit the treetops. The plane hit the ground 10 miles outside the city. Ralph McGill, editor of the Atlanta Constitution, was in the rescue party when it reached the scene of the crash.
As dawn broke, we found ourselves really almost on the wreck. And, of course, seen literally through a drifting curtain of fog, it was an awful sight, as those things always are. So there they lay, the DC-3, one of the most completely wrecked aircraft I've ever seen. The front of the airplane was almost mangled, as if it had been run through some great set of teeth, well past the cockpit and into the first row or two of seats. At any rate, we began to lift up these tangled and broken pieces of wreckage, and up near the front, I would say about a third of the way back in the cabin, or where the cabin normally would be, we found Captain Rickenbacker. We first thought we had found his body. Someone said, leaning down and feeling his pulse, he's dead. What we didn't know at the time was that one of the news agency men set out then, because Captain Rickenbacker was the most notable passenger aboard the plane. He set out and ran through the mud and the thickets about a mile or a little more to a telephone and flashed in the word that Captain Rickenbacker was dead. We were holding the presses in Atlanta, and we started out with an extra of this. Fortunately, the later word got in, and none of the papers got on the street, but the headline did say Rickenbacker dead. At any rate, to go back to the wreck, we finally got him moved out, and then by putting a hand up under his shirt, one could feel a very faint heartbeat. We didn't quite believe it at first.
It was a night of trial for Eddie. His skull was crushed, his left arm broken, his left eye was bloodied, both legs were broken, and his lungs were cut by jagged stubs of ribs. But through it all, Eddie managed to keep the other survivors from destroying themselves.
You could hear some groans, you could hear somebody calling for help every now and then, and people talking, praying, and that sort of thing. And he kept calling to them, don't light a match. Don't light a match. Don't use a lighter, a cigarette lighter. Because he knew if any flame should have come, the whole thing would have gone up and everyone would have been burned to death.
Eddie was taken to Piedmont Hospital in Atlanta, where he lay in a coma for many days.
I was there the day that he became conscious for the first time. He had, of course, been under an oxygen tent. And he began to stir around. The nurse notified the doctors, and they came in. And he opened up that one eye and looked around, spoke to people, and he said, I'm hungry. Well, of course, that delighted everyone. They'd been hoping for that because the only thing he'd had in the way of food was some intravenous feeding. And so Dr. McRae said, well, that's wonderful, Eddie. What would you like? Captain Rickenbacker reflected, and he said, well, I'll tell you, Doctor, I have an appetite right now for a ham sandwich and maybe a bottle of beer.
It was almost 4 months before Eddie got out of the hospital. Then, war again. December 7th, and the attack on Pearl Harbor. One day, General Hap Arnold, commander of the Army Air Forces, called Eddie and proposed a job. That is, if he felt well enough to do it. Eddie did. He was to make a flying tour to every Air Force combat unit and instill in the men the sense of conquest that is the core of combat psychology. Said General Arnold, tell Rick, I want him to put turpentine under their tails. I want to get those youngsters fighting mad. Eddie did just that. Then there was a trip to Russia, and a story told by Eddie to actor Adolphe Manjou.
They'd just gotten back from Moscow, and he gave me a Russian bill, autographed it as a souvenir, which I added to my short snorter, which everybody had at that time. And he told me a very interesting thing that had happened. The Russians, as is their custom, decided to try to get him drunk. And they were drinking vodka out of water glasses, like water. And Rickenbacker, not to show the white feather, he turned to his aide and said, "You stand behind me and hold me up, because I'm going to drink glass for glass with these fellas." And when it was over, he said they were on the floor, not me. He was being propped.
A tough man, Eddie. Finally, he was asked to make a tour of our Pacific bases. Eddie and Colonel Hans C. Adamson left for Honolulu with a stopover in Los Angeles so that he could see his mother and brother Dewey. It was October 1942. Eddie was to leave Hickam Field in a flying fortress bound for Australia with a stop at Canton Island, just a speck in the Pacific. That plane never made Canton Island. And with that, started a long ordeal for Captain Eddie. James Reynolds, who now lives in Oakland, California, was the radio operator on that ill-fated flying fortress.
As near as I remember, it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We knew that we were going to have to find land fairly soon, or we were going to have to set it down in the water. Well, you have roughly 25 ton of airplane. We had Bombay tanks that were empty. The wing tanks were nearly empty. And Bill Cherry made one of the finest landings I've ever seen or heard of since. He brought it in tail low, hit the crest of one wave, went into the air again, and then skidded it around to set the body of the plane, the fuselage of the plane, into the trough. When we crashed, after taking to the rafts, we counted up what food we had. We had 4 very anemic Southern California oranges and a package of fish line and hooks that come in a jungle kit on the back of a parachute. We split those oranges up and made them last as long as we could, more for the fluid than anything else. The rest of the time we lived on fish. We managed to catch 2 with the line that had been taken by one of the members. 2 jumped into the raft, being chased by larger fish. And we caught 1 shark. But they were so strong and rancid we couldn't get anywhere near it, even after drying it out. And we managed to catch a few fish that would hide underneath the raft from the larger fish. They were small, 2 inches long. And all of us, Rick included, ate them tail, feathers, and all.
Back here in the United States, Eddie's friends just couldn't believe he had died. Their reaction was much the same as this, expressed by Arthur Godfrey.
Oh, no, not Eddie. He'll be back. Yes, we knew he was all right somewhere. Because, this survival business is lots of luck, yes, but there's also a great deal in the preparation a man makes. The man was... Rick was mentally prepared, if you know what I mean.
And, of course, Eddie wasn't dead. Far from it. During those long hours on the cramped raft, Eddie was unyielding in his firm discipline and, as a result, kept a firm hand on the actions of the others.
Well, he's a shrewd person, very shrewd. He must have been to get where he is today. I don't believe the man is ruthless or would hurt anyone intentionally. But my best description of the man, if you hated his guts, you'd have to admire him for them. Rickenbacker didn't wander off as much on a tangent as the most of us did in our minds. His mind stayed, I would say, as clear, if not clearer, than the rest of us. One night, Colonel Adamson went over the side to try to end it all. He was the only one hurt in the actual crash, but Rick and myself and one of the others pulled him back in, and I've heard a man get a tongue lashing, and being an old friend of Rick's, Adamson took it. But I'd hate to get one like it myself.
Eddie's discipline throughout those long days and nights of desperation was probably resented by some of the other occupants of the rafts, but he continued to harass them.
I don't believe the man knows the word of fear. He might internally, but Rickenbacker never displayed a element of fear whatsoever. There's only one incident that I remember where Rick was really pushed out of shape, was when he caught one of them drinking more water than they should have at the time, because we were on rations, very strict rations. We had no water at all for the first 8 days, and for the remainder of the time, the most we had any one day was a jigger of water, about an ounce of water a day. He told him that the rest of our lives depended on that water. Our water came from catching rainwater in our underclothes, our socks, our pants, our shirts, and wringing them out into a bucket and then taking them into our mouth and mouthing them through the tubes inside of a Mae West life jacket. So we had very little water the whole period of time out there. And he really laid the law down to him that you ever catch him doing it again, why, it might lead to severe punishment if we were ever picked up. I think all of us were sore at him at one time or another. Rick was a man that kept at you to keep you going, if nothing else. And Lieutenant Whitaker, the co-pilot, said he was going to live just to spite him.
Finally, after 24 days of torture, 24 days of sun, of hunger and of thirst, came an answer to the long hours of prayer. Planes came out of the sky, passed over, then returned, passed over again and left. But they did return, landed, and thus achieved one of the most famous rescues of all time. It was the end of an ordeal. Captain Eddie Rickenbacker tells of the effects of those 24 long days on a raft.
I've often been asked, particularly in recent years, what effect that experience has had, if any, and what it left. Frankly, physically, it has never left anything detrimental or mentally detrimental. Spiritually, it has left a wonderful feeling of the unbelievable almost. Because when I got back, I found that the world at large seemed interested. That may sound egotistical, but the newspapers showed that there was tremendous interest in the fact that we'd been picked up and rescued, particularly me. And as I analyzed it, it brought to mind the fact that I was merely a symbol in the minds of millions of mothers and fathers, sweethearts and wives, who felt and got the satisfaction out of the fact that I was picked up, that their beloved ones also had a chance to be rescued and would come back. Unfortunately, all of them didn't, but it was a great feeling of hope.
Back to the living came Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, Colonel Adamson, Pilot William Cherry, co-pilot James Whitaker, Lieutenant John DeAngelis, the navigator, Private John Bartek, and radio operator James Reynolds. Staff Sergeant Alex Kosmachik would never return. In the years since that ordeal, Eddie may have become a quieter man, but he still has all of his cocky assurance, big grin, and unshakable faith in the future of the air transport industry in these fledgling years of the jet age.
As a flyer, of course, Rick doesn't fly anymore at the controls. He hasn't for some time. But those controls, those throttles are still in his hand when he sits in one of those airplanes, because he's watching his pilots and almost gloating sometimes. It's almost gloating in the progress that pilots have made, that airlines have made, in the safety, for instance, and in the economy and the convenience of airline flight.
Yes, Captain Eddie is still going strong, and he still flies endless miles along his system, still with the feel of the wild blue sky in his blood.
He's a great, throbbing example of the absolute idiocy of retiring a man just because he's 65 arbitrarily. Great heavenly days, this man will be, this Rickenbacker will go on until one day that brave old pump just quits.
Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, the Iron Eagle, a man still looking to the future as he answers this question put to him by movie star and fellow airman James Stewart.
Captain Eddie, I'm going to ask you a question. We're sort of making this the anniversary question, and we'd appreciate your comments on it. And here's the question. Against the background of Air Force history, what stands out most vividly in your mind, and what do you see as the greatest problem ahead?
Jimmy, it's very simple to me. Number one, the accomplishment of the men and women of America in achieving the greatest Air Force power, or air power that the world has ever known in the short span of 50 years, an accomplishment worthy of every man, woman, and child who has played a part in that development. Secondly, the problem of the future is for those of us of the living to impress on those who are to come and to leave behind a heritage and a tradition for them to follow so that they in turn may profit by the mistakes that we have made, by the penalties that we have paid, and the generations of the future may live in peace and happiness.
Captain Eddie, the Iron Eagle, another in the NBC series Biographies in Sound. Your guide was Walter O'Keefe. This program was written and produced by Don Cameron, supervised by James L. Holton for NBC News.
This is Dick Sinclair. Nowadays, you can hardly pick up a newspaper without reading something about the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, better known as NATO. But did you ever stop to think why NATO is so important, especially to the United States? Sure, we're a powerful nation, but we still depend on the free countries of Western Europe for a great deal. When it comes to exporting trade, for instance, Western Europe is our best customer, and that's where a lot of our vital raw materials come from, too. As far as the world's total manufacturing production is concerned, America accounts for 40% of it. But combined with Western Europe's 30%, the free world controls 70%. And that isn't all. With Western Europe as a partner, we can share mutual advancements in science and invention, and our seaports and air bases. Now, those are just a few reasons why NATO is so important to the United States. And most important of all, NATO is guarding your freedom.
Biographies in Sound has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination, the fear you can hear. This time, a contemporary tale concerning the ill-fated flight of the first American woman astronaut, the flight of the Diana I. A tale of 3 astronauts who reached Skylab only to be literally snatched into the void. But before Diana I ever left the ground, The aura of doom hovered around her as she stood poised on the launching pad.
This is Diana Control. We've been holding at T-minus 45 minutes while a faulty computer monitoring the loading of propellant has failed. This is a scrub. We will set back countdown to T-minus 13 hours. McDonald at Capcom. Gordon, do you read me?
I read you.
I'm sorry for the bad news. It's a scrub.
Roger.
Tell Luke I'm sorry, too. And, what do I say to the doctor?
Same thing. Same for all of us on the team.
Yeah, but it's tougher on her. I mean, the disappointment. First American woman into space and all.
Terry will manage it. Don't you worry about her. Over and out.
Roger. Only I do worry. Ships, whether they ride on air or water, just don't mix with women. Our mystery drama, Out of Sight, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Julia Mead. It might have been far better if the scrub on the Diana 1 had been a total. This was only another in the long series of delays that had plagued the spaceship and haunted not only the astronauts themselves, but the ground crew as well. Returning to the compound from the launching, the most concerned of all was the first of Our Lady astronauts.
I don't mind admitting it, but I really feel like as bursting into tears.
Who doesn't?
Well, the difference is you're a man, and I'm a woman.
No doubt of that. Although I must say I go for you a lot more as you are now than in the spacesuit.
Down, boy. Back off, Marine.
Hey, what are you getting so sore about, Navy? You got her.
And I mean to keep her.
Yes, sir, Captain. I mean, Commander. Hey, don't pass my digs.
Are we all having dinner together?
Yeah, sure thing, but I want to get me a shower and a shave first. We were up on that rocket so long I practically grew a beard on my knees. Well, I'll see you later.
Good old Luke. I'm glad he's the third member of the team.
Oh, no. The second. I'm the third wheel, Gordon. And you know why I wanted to burst into tears?
Like all of us. Disappointment?
No, a lot more than that. Oh, Gordon, maybe today was an omen. Maybe I should cut out right now. I've got the strongest hunch this flight is jinxed. And I'm the jinx.
Terry, where are you?
At the window, Gordon. I didn't mean to wake you.
It's okay. What's wrong, Terry?
Look, darling. The sky is filled with stars, glistening like fish in a net. Oh, hold me a minute.
Of course.
How many nights we've talked about this trip. Hope to make it together. All the long training and planning. And now it's here at last. Or almost here. I'm not going.
What?
I'm not going, Gordon.
Oh, but you've got to. You can't back out now.
Lieutenant Nettles is back up for me.
Oh, but she's not a doctor.
She's a woman. That's the important thing. I wasn't picked for this trip primarily because I'm a doctor.
But why would you cut out now?
Because I'm scared.
Oh, honey. Everybody gets buck fever. You know, I had it my first time.
This is more than buck fever.
Well, what is it then?
It's not me I'm scared for. It's you and Luke.
Why?
Because I'm a jinx.
No, you're not going to start in with the superstitions like Luke.
It's more than just superstition. Oh, darling, I can't tell you, but I've been lying awake and getting the strongest ESP waves.
You were dreaming.
But I wasn't. I was wide awake.
And for the love of Mike, don't do this to me.
But it's you I'm thinking of, darling. I want you safe. And I honestly, for some reason, I can't explain why. I think if I go up there with you...
Damn it, Terry, I never thought you'd do this to me.
And I never thought the first woman astronaut would be such a flop. Oh, I'm so ashamed. You better answer that.
Hello? Oh, yes, sir. Did you reach Luke Strong? Good. Yes, sir, we will. Within the hour. Oh, no, I can drive. Yes, sir, we'll go straight to the hospital unit. Thank you, sir. Good news for us, too.
What is it?
Weather forecasts are for quick changing conditions that would ground us for 2 to 3 weeks unless we get off tomorrow. They've restarted the countdown, and it's go. We lift off in 7 hours. I've committed you, Terry. If you don't go, it's a total scrub. Are you with me?
You know I'm always with you, for better or for worse. Not just as a wife. Ready, willing, and able, Skipper. Astronaut Teresa Weber reporting aboard.
Pilot to Capcom. You read me?
Yes, Commander, we read you.
Are we still on countdown?
Yeah, Gordy, T5 and counting. Any okay with you?
All systems are go here. Check, Luke?
Everything reads good to me.
Cabin pressure is holding at 6.1 pounds.
Roger. We are T40 and counting. Looks good all the way.
Good. Keep me posted.
Roger. Over and out.
How do you feel, Terry?
Now that I'm here, great.
Hang in, lovely. You've only begun to live. What do you say, Luke?
Well, let's get it all put together. Skylab, here we come.
That's the spirit. Let's check out the inertial guidance and the boosters again.
What do I do, Captain?
Just sit tight and get ready for the thrill of your life.
This is Diana Control. The D1 countdown is at T-minus 35 seconds and counting. All systems are reported in a go condition. Pilot, co-pilot, and Dr. Weber are ready. The Diana spacecraft umbilical is cut. We have transferred to internal power. We are counting down starting now. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starting. 5, 4. We have ignition. All engines are running. We have a liftoff.
The clock is operating. We are underway.
Roger. Read you loud and clear.
We're smoothing out some now.
Roger. Through Max Q.
Through Max Q and smoothing out real fine. The sky looks very dark outside. Cabin pressure is holding at 6.1, okay. Coming up on 2 minutes.
Roger. Reading you loud and clear. Pitch 25 degrees. Your flight path looks very good.
We're up on S4B stage burn, and I read it. Mark, 2 minutes.
Roger. You have 22 seconds to shut off.
Roger. Read that, Luke.
What do you reach your velocity?
25,668 feet per second.
Roger. We confirm. Coming up to burn off. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
There she blows.
Gentlemen, you are in orbit.
Hallelujah. We've achieved orbit.
Whee!
Skylab, here we come.
You are go for a dock.
Roger.
You'll be losing me now. I'll pass you on to Bermuda.
Roger.
I'll see you in a couple of hours. Have a happy. We'll give you a final okay on docking then.
Roger. My buddy thanks you, my wife thanks you, and I thank you. Over and out. Okay, Terry. What do you think of space flight now?
Oh, it's marvelous. Wonderful. A rocking chair. I don't know what was the matter with me.
Well, whatever it was, as long as it's gone, let's put it out of our minds. Now, this is going to be a milk run.
A what?
I'll tell you. A young man like me and a young woman like you wouldn't dig that talk. It's from World War II, but I've read about it. A milk run was like when you flew out to bomb and came back and knew old Hitler didn't have any more planes to bother you, and you were just as safe as if you were taking a ride in your grandmother's electric automobile.
A piece of cake.
Yeah. But the best piece of cake we got riding with little old Diana is the middle astronaut here.
Okay, Luke. Playtime's over. Let's run a full instrument check and give Terry a chance to start working on her medical reports. If I have to put up with wearing these electrodes like Frankenstein's monster, let's at least make it worthwhile. Can you boost your signal, Hawaii? Do you read me?
Anything wrong, Gordon?
No. We just passed out of range of Hawaii. We should be picking up on Houston and Mac any moment.
It's always kind of scary, though, isn't it?
What?
Anytime the tracking stations don't overlap and you lose contact.
Ah, you get used to it. It's only for a few moments at most.
Wouldn't it be...
Wouldn't it be what, Terry?
Oh, that's just silly imagination.
No, you got me going. I want to hear what.
Well, I was just thinking, wouldn't it be awful if we did lose touch completely with Earth?
Not possible. Too many backup systems. Different frequencies, emergency equipment.
Yeah, but just supposing as long as Terry brought it up, we did lose contact, what would happen then?
Well, we can still fly the ship.
Well, with no arrangement for splashdown, where would we fly to?
Well, we can always dock with Skylab and use their equipment. We don't need ground to make a dock.
Yeah, but if Skylab's equipment goes out...
come on now. It's just not possible, so forget it. I'm going to call in...
Diana 1, this is Skycom. Do you read me?
Roger. I sure do. Loud and clear.
Good. We'll have half an hour's clear contact. During that, we'll give you coordinates for the dock.
Roger.
Now, let's synchronize our time. I'm coming up on 10:32. That's 2232. Mark when I give you wow. Wow.
Roger. I read you. Dead on the button.
Hey, okay. Hear this, then. In order to achieve
Mac? Mac? You read me? Mac?
What is it?
Now, hold it. Let me try another frequency. Mac? Mac? Capcom, this is Pilot Weber. Do you read me? Damn, try another. Diana 1 to Capcom. Capcom, do you read me?
I can't raise a thing, Skipper. I've tracked over Bermuda, Africa. Everything's dead. Every frequency.
I can't understand it. All other systems are go. Yet we've lost contact with ground.
That means we're on our own?
Unless we turn up Australia, Hawaii, or Mac back at Houston.
And if we don't?
We head for Skylab. Is that so terrible? Certainly its radio must be working.
And if it isn't?
Now, that isn't anything I want to start thinking about right now.
Maybe we better, because...
Because what, Terry?
You don't know, Luke, about my dream.
For God's sake, this is no time for dreams. Hello? This is Diana 1 calling.
That isn't going to do any good, Gordon. This is what I dreamed, that we'd lose contact. I remember that humming sound. You'll never get through it, even if we make Skylab.
That would mean that...
Thanks to me, the first woman, the Jinx, we're lost. We're lost in space.
Can you imagine being condemned to wander in space till food and oxygen gave out? Or the orbiting vehicle you made your home plunged through the friction of the atmosphere to roast you to ashes in fire and flame? The very thought of it makes my blood run cold. But perhaps you will prove to be made of sterner stuff. For another full orbit, the Diana 1 circled the Earth. But it seemed that all communication was irretrievably gone. On all frequencies, on all tracking stations our astronauts tried to raise, they heard only that high, oscillating hum.
Now, we've got to face it. We're clear out of touch. There's only one thing left to do. Make the dock ourselves.
Well, we've used up a critical amount of fuel attitudinizing ourselves to try to pick up Capcom signals.
I know.
Do we go for a dock this time around or wait till next orbit?
Well, we've repositioned all the way around this time. We'll never be aligned more favorably. With a tweak burn, we ought to have precise apogee and gain on her enough to lock onto target with radar.
How soon will we see the lab?
25 to 20 miles we ought to have clear.
There she is. Ahead and just a little bit above us.
She's right, Gordy. Okay, we'll intercept. We're on our own. We're going to have to chase for a while, but we're locked on by radar and fitting. Right on the money. Tight as an oyster. No thanks to me.
What do you mean, Gordon?
What is it, Skip?
I don't know. You remember how we began to roll and swing over the Pacific?
I thought you were maneuvering for the lock.
I was trying to, but the ship just seemed to take over. We were rolling at 36 degrees a second.
You pulled her out.
It wasn't me. But don't you understand? I couldn't fly her at all. We were rolling so bad and yawing, I thought we were going to lose any control and go toppling end over end.
But we didn't, thanks to you.
Not me. It felt like, well, it was just like ground, or someone took over and was flying the ship. Someone else brought it into lock, not me.
So what's the difference? We came home. Shall I open up the hatch so we can get into Skylab?
Oh, we ought to secure everything here.
We're airtight. We can get that later. We've got to reach ground.
If we can't get in touch with Capcom...
Oh, I'm afraid you can't.
Huh?
You see, we have jammed it.
Oh.
How do you do? I am Dracon. I have been waiting for you.
Who's that?
I have said Dracon is my name.
Before I ask the other questions, where are you?
I am here.
Where's he hiding, Gordy? You know the setup here.
But, my dear Earthling, I am not hiding.
I ain't seen you yet.
Nor will you. I am not made like you, nor are you civilized enough to be able to imagine me.
Now, wait a minute.
Hold it, Luke. Mr. Dracon, if I have your name right.
The title is meaningless for me, and even the name is only an approximation in translation to your tongue. Call me then Dracon.
Very well. Dracon. Who are you?
I will try to simplify. I am not of your galaxy. I am of Centauri 7, a quintillion of light years from your solar system.
What's going on, Gordy?
It's the sort of thing I dreamed.
It would be easier if you had a presence, Dracon. We could talk more sensibly then.
No, I believe to the contrary. You could not conceive of me even if I could make some emanation before your eyes. No, the voice must be enough.
Well, then, what is it you want?
For you to come with me.
Supposing we refuse.
But there's no way you can. I am going to take you to Centauri 7.
A quintillion years away?
Time is a relative factor. We shall go by time warp.
But even so, I am a doctor. I must face physiological facts. I don't know what your physiology may be, but if we, Earthlings, as you call us, should pass a destination a quintillion years away, we wouldn't arrive as anything more than dust.
I have said that time is a relative factor. We must leave. Are you ready to go?
How?
The trip will be short and not unpleasant.
All those quintillions of miles?
The advantage of the fifth dimension, the time warp I mentioned.
But time is relative, as you said. Who's to say that your time won't destroy us?
How long will it take us?
In your time, you would indeed be infinitesimal dust, as the doctor maintains. In our time, a millimeter of a second, of which we have wasted quite enough. Shall we go? Here are your quarters. We have tried to construct them in appearance and solidity as those places you live on Earth. There are 2 bedrooms, one for the spouses and one for the drone. There will be food. You are welcome. We wish you to live as you live on your planet.
For how long?
We must control that. You are free to do as you will in these areas.
2 bedrooms, 2 baths, living room, dining area, fully equipped kitchen. That's upper class New York, maybe $600-700 a month. furnished up to $1,000. Well, except for one thing.
And that is?
Not a window. And outside of closets and the room is only one door out of here.
Which, unfortunately, we must keep locked.
Why?
We have our own security. I think occasionally you Earthlings must have caught a glimpse of our machines. We have been observing you for some time.
Why?
For reasons of our own. Our saucers have even landed on occasions, too, as you do in your flights to the moon, for example, to pick up informative material. We have even considered gathering some of you before this, but in the areas we landed, we did not consider the specimens quite satisfactory. We do very much consider you excellent representatives of your primitive culture. We have selected you as, what is a word you use? Guinea pigs.
You mean we're going to be locked up here like in a laboratory cage?
Yes, so we can study you. Now, I leave you to get adapted to your new surroundings. I have brought the Earthlings, O Ancient One.
You did not pluck them from the planet itself.
No, Ancient One. From the atmosphere, from one of their spaceships.
Why did you pick these?
One is a female. Our first opportunity to gather such a specimen without alerting the Earthlings.
So be it. What is your wish now, Raycon?
Permission to start the test.
As you wish.
Gordon, there's nothing in the big bedroom. It's just a box with some furniture. No openings anywhere. Any luck here?
The front door doesn't have a handle, let alone a lock. The only openings are that vent up there and one on the floor on the opposite side. Air vents, obviously. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to breathe. You find anything, Luke?
You think it's okay to talk?
No, but we might as well. I'm sure we're bugged and they hear everything we say. What did you find?
Nothing. You?
Neither of us.
Except 2 air vents in this room. If there was some way to... You hear a kind of hiss?
Yes. And... Oh, it's getting stifling in here.
They've turned on some kind of heat.
Damn. What are they trying to do?
I've got to get this suit off. I'm sorry, Terry.
It's okay, Luke. Just forget I'm a woman.
That'll be a day for the old prowler. Now, but let's strip down. Come on.
Nobody needs to have any hang-ups. I can tell you, as a doctor, we can stay in our thermals. It's safer if they try to roast us alive.
Where's that ever-loving heat coming from?
Probably the vent at floor level. Yes. Hey, come on. Let's all stuff our suits against it. Maybe we can keep it out.
Good thinking, Charlie Brown.
Man, I tell you, this is no way to go. You rotten sons of guns. Come on. Fight fair and give us a chance.
Stop it, Luke.
I don't mind dying. But I want a chance to fight back.
Luke, it isn't doing any good. Don't give them the satisfaction of... Gordon?
Yes, Terry, you're right. I don't know if we're just blocking it or... Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
He's testing to see if...
Oh, they've stopped it. They've stopped feeding the heat.
Thank God. I never could stand heat. I am scared witless of smothering to death or burning up in a fire.
Who isn't? You all right, Terry?
I'm okay, darling, but we've got to get out of here.
How?
I don't know. I'll leave that up to you fellows, but we've got to get away.
To where?
Anywhere but here. This is only the beginning.
The beginning of what?
The tests. Don't you see it? We're guinea pigs. And as a laboratory animal, you know what all guinea pigs have in common.
You're the doctor. You tell us what.
They're expendable. It's getting cooler. We passed the first one, but...
Oh, no.
What is it, Gordon?
The other vent. Can you hear it?
They're starting the Turkish bath treatment again.
It's just the opposite this time, I think. This is Operation Cold Freeze.
How can we get up to block that vent?
Luke, get on the other end of the table there and drag it over.
Roger, Skip.
Terry, bring the flight suits. That air is like dry ice.
Oh, I can take this better than heat. Here, Terry, I'll help. Now what, Skip?
Oh, this is my weak spot. I can't stand cold. Both, get on table. Terry?
Yes, darling.
You get up. Luke's shoulders. I help. Then I pass flight suits to you. Block out cold air. Here you go.
I'm okay. Hand me the suits.
I'm braced against the wall. Okay, Gordy.
It's all right. No need. They've shut off the freeze. Here are the suits.
I got them.
Come on down, baby. Well, you're something to have around. You imagine old Gordy or me getting on each other's shoulders?
Huh. I'm glad I'm of some use. Now it's the men's turn.
What do you mean?
This is only the beginning. How much more of this can we go through? One exposure or another is going to be too much for one or all of us. Let's try to get out of here.
How? Only one way. The door. What we need is a prize of some kind. Oh, wait a minute. The table. It has metal legs. Help me turn it over, Luke.
Sure.
Yeah. There's a flange at the top. And screws. Oh, no, if we just had something...
Would you believe? I just happen to have a nail file.
Oh, baby, you are the most. Come on, let's have at it. Have we got the flange far enough in between the jamb and the door this time?
This looks like it. Ready?
If we do get the door open, then what, darling?
Well, first, let's get it open. Then we'll know. You ready, Luke?
Roger.
You too, Terry. Give us all the weight you can.
I'm ready.
Then all together. Set? On the count of 3.
Three lost and desperate astronauts, far beyond the stars. Should they succeed in opening this door, what can they hope to find at best? Another world, and one apparently hostile to them. What infinitesimal chance do they have to return to landfall and splash down on old familiar Mother Earth? Is there any threat worse to sanity than the unknown? And yet, faced with the prospect of death by any factor of the known, which of us would not gamble and reach for the unknown as an alternative? Our 3 lost astronauts are no different as they struggle to open a door on what? What kind of a world lies beyond it?
She's open. But...
Nothing.
Well, there's nothing. Nothing outside, but...
What?
It may look like nothing, but it's solid. It might just as well be a wall.
For you, it is. For us on Centauri 7, it is our world, but not yours. Are you now satisfied?
But what do you intend to do with us?
We must finish our tests before we tell you that. Now you are weary. First, you must rest.
Terry, wake up.
What? Why, Luke.
Shh. Don't wake Gordy. I've got to talk to you.
What on earth?
Please. Come into my room.
Okay. Just a second till I find my shoes.
Come on.
I'm coming. What is it?
I've got to talk to you. Terry. We're all going to die here.
We don't know that.
Well, I do. And there's something I want before I do.
What are you?
You. I want you, Terry.
Luke, listen to me.
I'm not listening to anyone anymore, just myself. Now, Gordy stole you away from me, but just for once, I'm going to steal something away from him.
Gordy is your best friend.
That's for laughs. Everything I ever wanted in life, I had to fight him for. First space flight, the commandership of this one U, he always won.
Keep away from me.
Not this time, not this once.
You can't. I won't. I'll scream for Gordon.
You do, and you get this in your throat. If I can't have you, he never will again.
Oh, where did you get that knife?
From the table. 3 of them there. Okay, Terry. Come here. Get away from her, Luke. Gordy.
Look out, he has a knife.
So have I. All right, Luke. You wanted to use the knife? Come on. Try it on me.
That suits me just great. You bought yourself a real Donnybrook.
Stop it! Stop it, both of you.
Stay out of this, Terry.
I won't stay out of it. And for the information of both of you, I have a knife, too. Okay, Luke. Drop yours.
Let your lousy husband get me in the back, no thanks.
Hey, stay out of this, Terry. He's had this coming a long time.
Will you listen to me? Both of you? Don't you see this is just another test?
What?
Don't you remember? We're guinea pigs. They're testing every kind of reaction in us. Luke, please. I know how you feel about me. You love me.
That's right, Terry.
But not that way. As a friend, as you love Gordon.
Love?
Yes, love. You weren't made for hate or frustration or violence any more than Gordon is. It's them, Dracon or whoever they are. They're putting it all into your heads. They want to see how far they can provoke us, how much we can stand. They're the ones we have to fight. They're the ones we can't let win.
What am I doing with a knife? Oh, God, Terry. Gordy, forgive me. I didn't know what I was doing.
Neither did I. I woke up choking with this black hatred, and where did I get this?
They put them on the table. It's just as I said. Another of their tests. What's that smell?
It's coming from this lower vent. It smells like...
bitter almonds. That's cyanide. Get away from there.
They sealed up the door again. We've got to get out of here. The bed...
No, they're louvered doors. It'll seep through. We've got to get away entirely.
How? Even if we could get the door open again,
I thought of it when the heat was coming in before. I think the cover on that vent up there is loose. It's big enough to crawl through.
Get the other table, Luke. Drag it over.
I've got the table leg that we used on the door. Maybe I can pry it open with that.
Come on, Luke. The smell is getting heavier.
I'm with you.
Okay. Now give Terry a hand up. There you go. Now up on my shoulders.
I got the table leg.
All right. Now give it to her. Then support her while she levers it. Okay, Terry?
Yes. I think I can. It's quite loose. I'm sure I can. Look out!
Can you scramble in there?
If I can just...
get your hands under her left foot, Luke.
Roger.
I'll get mine under the other. Now, lift. All right, Terry?
Yes? There's a duct. I can't see where it goes.
Is it big enough for all of us to get through?
Yes, but how?
You're smaller than I am, Luke. I'll give you a leg up, and Terry can lift from above.
What about you?
I'll get a chair, and you can haul me up from there. Come on. Let's not waste any time. That smell is getting stronger. Terry?
What, Gordon?
Why are you stopping? Another turn?
No. It's a dead end.
Oh, no. Are you sure?
It's blocked in front and on both sides. Wait a minute.
What?
It's open above. Like a chimney.
How wide is it?
Just a moment. It's round. About maybe 3 feet in diameter.
Any light?
No. Just as dark in here.
It's no use. We'll have to go back.
Well, we can't go back. Not to that cyanide.
Maybe they stopped pumping it in. What else can we do?
We can try what mountain climbers do.
What?
Terry?
Yes, Gordon.
Can you stand up where you are?
Yes, I think if I... Yes, I'm standing with my head in the chimney.
All right. Now listen carefully. Remember when we climbed Old Baldy?
Yes, 1,000,000 years ago.
Now, hang in, baby. Don't you flake out on it.
I won't. You mean that guide that showed us how to chimney climb?
Yes. Now turn towards me and put your back against the wall. Now, can you get your feet up there on the other side?
Just about. Then I brace my back and then push up, right?
Right. And slide your feet up an inch or two and keep repeating.
Roger.
You'll have to go next, Luke. You get it?
I get the idea. But supposing that thing's 30 or 40 feet tall.
We go as far as we can, and we all fall and break our necks together.
Hold it!
What now?
It's getting wider, but I think it's another dead end.
Oh, not another chimney. I couldn't make it.
This one goes down. There's a draft, and... Oh, Lord.
What?
We only had a light.
I have only one match left. I've been saving it.
It's wider. You think you could come up here?
I'll try.
Watch it, darling. You're right at the edge. Where do you suppose this could go?
There's fresh air. Maybe outside. Let's see. Maybe we've gotten a break at last. That's only about a 30-degree pitch. Well, there goes the match.
Yeah, but where goes the tunnel?
I'll let you know any moment. If anything happens to me, you and Luke can try going back.
Oh, no, sir. Anyone tries the roller coaster, old Luke gets to go first.
No, Luke.
Here I go. Feet first. Too bad I forgot my parachute.
Luke. Luke, are you all right?
I didn't break anything.
Should we come ahead?
Might as well. But you sure ain't gonna like it when you get here.
Oh, all that for nothing. Right back where we started.
At least we don't have to bother about trying the lower vent. We know where it goes to. And at least there's none of that cyanide gas.
Yeah, but now what?
Now we have finished with our external examination. I am sorry to say that the continuation of our test program may be even more unpleasant.
Now, look. If you let Captain Strong and my wife go, you can...
Just a minute, old buddy. Same offer here, Dracon, or whatever your name is. Only I stay.
I'm afraid not satisfactory. The female is essential for more reasons than one.
Why?
First of all, your physiology is quite different from the male. We will want to study that. Secondly, you are a doctor. We can use your expertise to dissect your male companions so that we may study how to work on you.
No, absolutely not. I won't lift a finger to help you.
Suppose we were to offer to let your husband go.
I'll answer that.
No, let me. Darling, I'd gladly die for you. But I couldn't kill for you.
I wouldn't expect you to. I love you.
I love you. And we both love you, Luke.
One for all, and all for one.
I guess we bought it for good this time.
But wherever we go, we stick together.
Very well, Earthlings. I will give you your wish. You'll have to execute a turnaround. Hey, Diana 1, do you read me?
I read you loud and clear. Why?
I don't know. Funny thing. I had a loco notion, we all did down here, that we lost you for a couple of seconds.
Not as far as I know.
You didn't notice a kind of a time lag?
Now, hold it, Capcom. You hear him, Luke?
Mac? Yeah. I don't know what he's talking about.
You, Terry?
Capcom to Diana 1, do you read me?
I read you.
We registered a sort of oscillator hum during that 2-second gap. How about you?
I didn't hear it. Half a sec. You pick up anything on instruments, Luke? Or hear a sort of oscillator hum?
I did. Just like in my dream. Or I think I did.
And are you sure they come? The Earth people will know nothing of our interference.
Oh, Ancient One, in their time reference, they were missing but the blink of an eye.
And the three who were here will not remember.
Can the eye of an earthling see a bullet? Can it follow the speed of light? They will not remember.
As to the planet itself, what is your recommendation?
Observing them close at hand, particularly the female one, I have seen a capability for self-sacrifice and love.
There is some hope for them, then.
We might allow them another millennium to better themselves.
So be it. We will allow the Earthlings one final chance.
So there are no such things as flying saucers and strangers out of space. And man is the only creature to travel the roads among the stars. I wonder. Oh, well, it may not be too much longer before we find out for sure. Only a few thousand years. A 1,000 years. The millennium. Perhaps the one mentioned in the book of the Revelation, when the angel came down from heaven with the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he bound the devil and cast him into the pit and sealed it, so that he should deceive the nations no more. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. We could all begin with the devil in all of us. It might just be worth a try. Our cast included Julia Meade, Sidney Walker, Ira Lewis, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm afraid I'm going to puncture that theory of yours about Hatcher being something of a time bomb ready to blow up. I'm certain that he's not dangerous.
On what do you base your findings?
Well, he's been under intense treatment and has begun to respond very rapidly. He's mild and cooperative. He's almost childlike.
I see.
I've reduced the guard to 1 8-hour shift, midnight to 8 in the morning, and at all other times he is constantly in the hands of our nurses and therapists and other personnel.
Well, you are something of a gambler, Doctor, taking that kind of a risk.
No. I don't think so.
Doctor, has it occurred to you that this entire mild convalescence may have been programmed into the mind of this man to throw you off guard?
Oh, nonsense. I know a harmless man when I see one.
To leave him unguarded is taking chances with the lives of many people. Heaven only knows what has been fed into his receptive and willing mind.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
American Novels. Although Edward Eggleston was not a professional novelist when he wrote The Hoosier Schoolmaster, his book has won popular fame and critical recognition as the forerunner of the American dialect novel. The NBC University of the Air presents Part 1 in a 2-part treatment of The Hoosier Schoolmaster as another in the summer series of American Novels.
to the people of the state of Indiana versus Schoolmaster Ralph Hartsook on charge of highway robbery. Stands adjourned until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. All those present leave the courtroom in an orderly fashion. Mr. Jailer, take the prisoner away.
Come on, Hartsook, follow me. You'll be glad to know we ain't touched a thing in your cell. It's just like you left it this morning. Highwayman. There he goes.
Next for three.
Schoolmaster. Huh, robber.
I like to get my hands on him.
I say get along.
Let him through, let him through, let the prisoner through. This way, Hartsook, through here. Sit in there. There. Now, Master Hartsook, since you won't have no lawyer, I guess you'll just have to holler for me if you want something. I'll come a-running. Yes, sir. You're the first prisoner I ever had who was a schoolmaster turned highwayman.
Highwayman. Here I sit alone in my cell. I, Ralph Hartsook, accused of being a common thief. First day of my trial has ended. The trial I asked for when I gave myself up to the law, to clear my name or stand forever condemned. Now my chances look very slim indeed, thanks to the calculations of one evil man. Every one of today's witnesses was carefully rehearsed by him, and then put upon the stand to testify against me, to damn me and send me to the state penitentiary for crimes which I did not commit. All this because of one man. It began on a warm autumn afternoon, a few days before the opening of the Flat Creek School. I had been walking about the countryside, acquainting myself with my students-to-be. And at one farm, I fell to talking with a handsome young giant named Bud Means. And as I looked back, I realized that it was perhaps the most important conversation in my life.
You figure on being the new schoolmaster, do you?
That's right.
Well, now, you look kind of meek to me. It takes a right smart man to be a schoolmaster in Flat Creek, Mr. Hartsook.
You wouldn't want to scare a fella now, would you, Bud?
No, sir, I wouldn't. But I think it's only proper for you to know that we're pretty hard set down here, Mr. Hartsook. The last two masters was driv off. Fact is, I helped thrash the last one myself.
I see. And is that thrashing something you're proud of?
No.
Then why do you tell me these things, Bud? What's your reason?
No special reason. I just figure that you should know the honest facts, that's all. No offense intended.
I'm sure of that, Bud. And no offense taken if you were being honest. Honesty is one of the qualities that I prize above all others in a Christian.
Never seen how a poor unlearned Flat Creeker like me could lay claim to being much of a Christian. But, Master Hartsook, if you mean that about honesty, you and me, we ought to get along pretty well together. There's few honest men around here, and if you really are one, I'd like to shake your hand and be your friend.
We shook hands, Bud Means and I. There was something about his firm grip, his honest face, and his ready grin that made me feel that I had indeed found a friend. And I figured he was much more of a Christian than he imagined. As it turned out, Bud Means became the best friend I've ever had. Funny that the second person I met that afternoon in Means' farmyard should turn out to be my worst enemy. He came up on horseback.
Good afternoon. I think my horse is having a little trouble with her right front shoe. Bud, can you take a look at it?
Sure can, Dr. Small. Hush, you lazy hound. Hush. Here, let me have her, Doctor.
Well, this is very kind of you, Bud. There she is.
Don't mind the dog, Doctor. He's just a little worrisome.
Well, you know the saying. Barking dogs don't bite. How's the family, Bud?
Just fine, Doctor. This here's Ralph Hartsook, our new schoolmaster.
Oh. How do you do, Master Hartsook?
How do you do, Doctor?
I've heard about you. You're a stranger in these parts, are you not?
Well, not really. I'm from Lewisburg, about 30 miles from here. But I've been away in the East going to school.
How nice. And now you've returned to your native Indiana, is that it?
Yes.
Well, it's good to have you with us.
Thank you. Tell me, Dr. Small, do you attend the entire Flat Creek district?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I find it very interesting. Rural, but very interesting.
I guess you must find it interesting, Doctor. Riding about day and night. Only some dark night you're going to get hit over the head by a night rider or a highwayman. riding all alone the way you do.
Perhaps, but I doubt it. The ordinary criminal is very stupid. Don't you think so, Master Hartsook?
You have me there, Dr. Small. I've never known any criminals.
I beg your pardon. Are you insinuating that I have?
Oh, no, sir. Believe me, I had no intention.
I'm sure you didn't. But the best of intentions can cost a man his life. In this country, few men live to make the same mistake twice. Remember that, Master Hartsook. Bud, how does that shoe look?
Just a little loose, Doctor, but not much.
Will it get me back into town?
Well, if you're careful.
Then I shall be very careful. Thank you, Bud. Good day, Master Hartsook. I'm sure we will meet again. Up, boy.
My, that doctor sure does take good care of his horse. I couldn't find hardly a thing wrong with that shoe.
Bud, your dog doesn't seem to care very much for Dr. Small. And the dog and I agreed. For some strange reason, I disliked the doctor intensely. His face was cruel, and his eyes were cold and hard. I didn't like him. And I was sure that he didn't care much for me.
Bud! Oh, Bud! Why don't you have the young man come in the house for refreshment, Bud?
Bud Means' mother was calling from the farmhouse, so he invited me inside to meet her.
So you're the schoolmaster. Wow.
For a rather glum-looking woman, Mrs. Means tried her best to be gracious and charming. For a minute, I wondered why.
Master Hartsook, wow, land. You'll be taking a little refreshment with us, I'm sure. Might as well, you know. Fact is, you'll probably be staying right here with us for a spell. That's the way we do it here in Flat Creek, you know. We board the teachers round, first to one house and then t'other. So you might as well start with us, eh?
The woman was really wound up.
And I would most certainly like to have you meet my daughter, Mirandy.
Her daughter, Mirandy. Now I began to understand.
Yes, I'd like for you to meet my little girl. Mirandy? Mirandy! Fix yourself real pert there and come downstairs. The new schoolmaster's here, Mirandy.
Seems like every time we get a new schoolmaster, Ma makes sure Mirandy meets him first.
Why, Bud Means, how can you sit there and say a thing like that?
Coming. Here I am. Oh, didn't someone call? I was in the kitchen churning butter. I thought I heard...
You thought you heard?
Yes, ma'am. I thought I heard somebody call.
Huh.
I guess I must have been mistaken. Excuse me, Mom. Excuse me.
Your daughter is very shy, Mrs. Means.
Oh, that warn't my daughter, Master Hartsook. That were Hannah, the bound girl. We saved her from a poorhouse. She's an orphan.
Then we have something in common, Mrs. Means, for I, too, am an orphan. I knew instinctively that I had said the wrong thing. But when I saw Hannah's frightened eyes and heard Mrs. Means' harsh voice, I felt a bond of sympathy spring up between me and Hannah. I had never been bound out, but I knew only too well the difficulties of an orphan's life. At last, Mirandy Means came down the stairs. It was very awkward. We were introduced, and I said I was charmed, and Mirandy... And she kept on giggling as we sat there. She said nothing, she just giggled. In fact, with the exception of one terrible day that was not too far distant, I have never heard Mirandy speak a single sentence. She just... The other girl, whom I had mistaken for Mrs. Means' daughter, served the refreshments. Hannah was very beautiful, even in her rough servant's clothes. I wanted to know her better, but I knew that was out of the question. The look in Mrs. Means' eye told me that. Well, it was good to know that I had made a friend of Bud Means, and little did I know how soon I would have to call for his aid. My first few weeks at school were rather successful, even if I do say so. And by way of celebration, I arranged for a spelling school to take place. In New England and most places in the East, they're called spelling bees. But in Indiana, they're spelling schools. Well, the Flat Creek Spelling School was to be held in the evening. And that afternoon, I dismissed the classes early, and I was sitting alone at my desk when... Come in.
Good afternoon, Master Hartsook.
Why, Shocky Thompson. Did you forget something?
No, sir.
Well, is there something on your mind, Shocky?
Yes, sir.
Well, is it something you can tell me about, Shocky? Is it something I can help you with?
They's gonna send me to the poorhouse, sir.
But I thought you lived with old Pearson, the basket maker. Can't Pearson take care of you any longer?
Yes, sir. But they's gonna send me anyway. That's why we came to talk to you, Master Hartsook.
We? Who's we, Shocky?
My sister. She's waiting in the woods at the edge of the schoolyard. She was afraid to come in unless you was alone. I'll call her now.
The boy stepped to the window and put his fingers to his lips. Shocky, why is your sister afraid to come to the schoolhouse?
She's a bound girl, sir. She ain't supposed to go off the place without leave.
I watched his sister leave the wood and come swiftly across the yard to the school. She was beautiful and graceful. And then I recognized her. It was Hannah, the orphan girl whom I had mistaken for Mirandy Means.
How do you do, sir? I'm Shocky's sister, Hannah.
How do you do, Hannah? Sit down and tell me all about this.
It's Shocky, sir. They're going to send him away.
Yes, he just told me, the poorhouse.
It'll be worse than that.
How do you mean?
They'll do to him what they did to me. Have him bound out to a farmer.
Bound out? They put Shocky to work? But he's just a boy.
Yes, sir, I know he's just a little boy, but they'll do it. That's why they mustn't get him.
Have you no friends who can help you?
No.
What about your relatives? Don't you have any kin?
No, we come from England. My father died 3 years ago.
Oh, and your mother, is she alive?
If you call being in the poorhouse alive. She lost her sight after my father died.
And she couldn't care for you and Shocky, is that it?
Yes, sir. Oh, please, sir. I heard that you are an orphan, too. Can't you help us?
Well, I'd like to.
Oh, I'm sure you can. I can't leave the farm, but you can get Shocky away from here and out of the county. They can't touch him once he's outside.
Well, I have friends in Lewisburg. That's in the next county, but it's 30 miles of rough going. I'd need a good horse for that trip.
Master, Tanner, there's a rider coming down the big road. He's heading this way, and it looks like Dr. Small.
Good. Small has many friends and several fine horses. Perhaps he can help Shocky.
Oh, no, Master Hartsook, not Dr. Small.
Mister, he's getting closer.
Oh, we've got to go, Master Hartsook. Small mustn't find us here.
Hannah, what do you mean about Dr. Small?
Don't tell him that we were here.
He's getting closer, and it looks like he's going to turn in the drive. Sister, we've got to go.
Here, out the back way and through the thicket.
And you won't say anything to Dr. Small. Promise me.
All right, I promise. Now.
And you will try to help Shocky?
I don't know. Will you be at the spelling school tonight?
Tanner, come on.
Yes, I'll be there.
Then I'll give you my answer tonight. As I waited for Dr. Small to ride up to the schoolhouse, I realized that I had become part of a conspiracy. I didn't question the wisdom of offering assistance to a boy in distress. But what were the real facts in this case? Why did Hannah make me promise not to speak to Dr. Small of their visit? And why did Shocky's eyes grow round with terror when I mentioned Dr. Small's name? But at that very moment, the omnipotent doctor was riding up to the schoolhouse. I had not seen him to talk to since that day at Means Farm, although I had observed him riding across the countryside at all hours. And I wondered why he had chosen this moment to pay me a visit. He said he had just come by to ask about the spelling school that evening.
I never participate in the contest myself. I feel it would be most unfair for a person of education to compete against the natives, shall we call them. Don't you agree with me, Master Hartsook?
Yes. In a way, I suppose I do, Dr. Small, but many of the natives, as you call them, are very intelligent. You know, because I'm the schoolmaster, it's required that I participate, and I sometimes shake in my boots for fear I'll be beaten by one of my own students.
Really? I didn't know that any of your students were that smart.
Oh, yes. Take little Shocky Thompson, for example. Do you know him?
Yes, I do. A very troublesome boy. Shocky should be bound out to a God-fearing Christian family with a good woman to mold his character. Someone like Mrs. Means, who has his sister Hannah.
Oh?
Yes, Mrs. Means would do a great deal for Shocky's character. Character is very important, Hartsook. My horse there has character. I can trust him, and he doesn't sneak behind my back. Or perhaps you don't know much about character.
I really hadn't given it much thought, Dr. Small.
I hardly believe that, Master Hartsook. However, if I were you, I wouldn't think too much about anything. You'd be much better off. And by the way, I don't know quite what it was that Hannah and Shocky said to you when they were here just now, but
Dr. Small,
Please don't protest. I'm not blind, you know. I saw them scamper into the woods when I rode up. I don't know what they had to say, Master Hartsook, but I wouldn't think too much about it. As your doctor, I can tell you that it wouldn't be very helpful. Good day, Master Hartsook. See you at the spelling school. And may all your words be little ones.
That evening at the spelling school, my mind was in a whirl. I was determined to find out what there was between Hannah and Dr. Small. Why did she fear him? At long last, Hannah entered the schoolroom. I knew that she would be waiting for my answer. But when I crossed the room to where she stood, Dr. Small intervened.
Good evening, Hannah.
Dr. Small.
Hannah, it's a pleasure to see you again, my dear.
Hannah looked at me, her eyes filled with terror. We could not speak because Dr. Small stayed with her until the sides were chosen for the spelling contest. And then Hannah and I were chosen by opposing teams and seated on opposite sides of the schoolhouse, while Dr. Small sat at the end of the room, smirking and watching our every move. And Mirandy Mean sat at the other end, giggling. Dr. Small continued to smirk. He was staring in a curious, overpowering way. First at me, and then at Hannah. What trick was in his mind? The contest began as the squire gave the first word.
The first word, the first word is abate. Spell the first word, abate. Abate. A-B-A-T-E, abate. The second word is Abner, as in the Bible. Spell Abner.
Abner, as in the Bible. A-B-N-E-R, Abner.
I wondered if Small would keep us apart all evening. How would I get to Hannah and give her my answer?
Spell Abel.
Abel. A-B-L-E, Abel.
The words were easy at first. I spelled them mechanically.
Abstain. Spell abstain.
Abstain. A-B-S-T-A-I-N. Abstain. The evening wore on, and the field began to narrow down. Small kept on staring at me. My nerves were raw. I began to run into trouble.
Commensurate. Spell commensurate.
Commensurate. C-O-M-M-E-S... correction. Commensurate. C-O-M-M-E-N-S-U-R-A-T-E. Commensurate. I could not afford to make a mistake. If I did, I would become the laughingstock of the community.
Dynamical. Spell dynamical. Dynamical. D-I, step down. Next.
Amazing as it seems now, Hannah and I were the only contestants left on the two opposing teams. Then I saw Small's plan for what it was. He had deliberately tried to unnerve me, force me to lose the contest and disgrace myself. And as fate would have it, it was Hannah who spelled against me.
Dynamical. D-Y-N-A-M-I-C-A-L. Dynamical.
I looked across at Hannah. Never had she appeared more beautiful. Her broad, intelligent brow and her fresh white complexion made her an angel in my eyes.
Now, Master Hartsook will spell daguerreotype.
Daguerreotype. D-A-U...
Step down. Next.
Daguerreotype. D-A-G-U-E-R-R-E-O-T-Y-P-E. Daguerreotype.
I had been defeated by Hannah. Dr. Small licked his lips. But it was not his victory. It was a victory of love. When I looked at Hannah, I couldn't think. And so I lost the contest and the respect of my neighbors. This was the second step toward prison.
The winner, Miss Hannah Thompson.
Why Small allowed me to walk Hannah home that night, I'll never know. Unless he figured that he had caused enough damage for one evening.
I'm sorry about the spelling school, Master Hartsook. I hope you're not angry.
Oh, how could I be? It isn't the first time a schoolmaster lost out at an Indiana spelling school. And I dare say it won't be the last.
Nice of you to say that.
Anyway, we have more important things to talk about. Hannah, I'm going to help Shocky get away from Flat Creek.
Oh, I was hoping you would.
But you must tell me why you warned me against Dr. Small.
Because he's the one responsible.
For sending Shocky to the poorhouse?
Yes.
But why would he want to do a cruel thing like that?
To get even.
Even with whom?
Me.
Oh.
Oh, I can't tell you what an awful man he is. Oh, the way he looks at me sometimes. And I know he'll use his influence to put my brother in the worst kind of place. Unless he gets away in time. Oh, when can you take Shocky to Lewisburg?
Tomorrow, after school. It's too late to do anything tonight. I'll go to Bud Means tomorrow and ask him for a horse.
Well, do you think you can trust him?
Yes, as I trust my own brother. Or you, Hannah.
Oh, Master Hartsook.
I was truly in love with Hannah Thompson, and I felt that she loved me. That night I couldn't sleep, so I dressed and walked the fields in the moonlight. And I walked along the way which Hannah and I had taken earlier in the evening. Then, in the midst of my meditations, I heard horsemen galloping. There were 3 of them, and they were coming down the big road, coming closer and closer. They looked down at me as they thundered past, and an indefinable dread seized me. The horseman galloped on, and I stood there, shivering in a nervous fear. And then another horseman came down the road. The lone horseman was Dr. Small. He checked his horse in his usual cool way and stood still for a few seconds, looking me up and down contemptuously.
Good evening, Master Hartsook. What are you doing out in this dangerous night air? I think you and I had better have a little talk about your health. I'll be looking for you.
The whole scene in the moonlight there on the big road filled me with apprehension. It was very strange, but I could not allow myself to think about it. There were other matters that claimed my attention. And I hurried back to my room and made my plans for Shocky's escape. When morning came, I was ready. I put a small revolver in my pocket and started for the schoolhouse. As I walked along the path, I looked for Bud Means. I needed his horse for the trip to Lewisburg in the afternoon. But as luck would have it, it was Bud's sister Mirandy who joined me on the path.
Mr. Hartsook! Mr. Hartsook!
She was alone, and for once she was not giggling.
Mr. Hartsook, did you hear about the robber last night? The highwaymen came and robbed the Dutchman's farm.
Highwaymen. Suddenly I understood the scene on the highway which I had witnessed the night before. I had seen the highwaymen. And Small, what about Dr. Small? Was he one of them? But of course. Oh, what a fool I had been to stand there and let them recognize me. I wondered what Small's next move would be.
I heard Bud talking about him this morning. He's all over the district. Poor Bud. He sure is sore.
Well, I don't blame him, Mirandy. Robbery's a very serious crime.
Oh, it ain't that so much. I'm sorry about you and Hannah.
About me and Hannah? What about me and Hannah?
Oh, didn't you know? Hannah's Bud's girl. They've been courting for most a year. Hannah's Bud's girl. Well, I thought everybody knew that. He's sure because you fetched her home from the spelling school.
Bud Means, my only friend, turned against me because of Hannah. Hannah Thompson was Bud's girl. I had come between them, and now I had lost his friendship. And now what would happen to poor little Shocky? He was depending upon me, and I was helpless without Bud. Throughout the day, Bud sat in class and eyed me in a curious fashion. And it wasn't until after school that I was able to talk to him alone. Bud, I need your help.
I don't know as I can give it now, Master Hartsook.
But, Bud, I didn't know what I was doing.
That's what they all say, Master Hartsook.
Bud, you must believe me. I swear to you I meant no harm.
Maybe, Master Hartsook, maybe. When you first come here, I thought you was an honest man.
I am, Bud. I am an honest man.
Maybe. But a lot of folks say that you know more than you oughter about last night's robbery over at the Dutchman's farm.
Robbery at the Dutchman's farm?
That's right. Some folks claim you were seen on the highway.
What they claim is true, Bud. I was on the highway. But that doesn't mean that I committed a robbery. No matter what people say, I'm innocent. But what's more important now is that I apologize to you for walking home with Hannah.
Hannah?
Yes, I give you my word, Bud. I will never see Hannah again.
Master Hartsook, there's some kind of a mix-up here. I'm right concerned about the robbery, but I don't give a hoot about what happens to Hannah.
You don't care?
No, I don't.
But your sister Mirandy, she said that you were angry because I took Hannah home from the spelling school. She said that Hannah Thompson was your girl.
Mirandy said that? Look, Master Hartsook, if you was to say to me that my sister lied, I'd whup you till your hide wouldn't hold shucks. But let me say that you can't believe a single word said by her or any jealous female.
You mean there's nothing between you and Hannah?
Never was and never will be. With all respect for Hannah.
Oh, Bud, you don't know how happy this makes me. Bud, will you help me save a little Christian?
Well, if you figure I'm the fella you want. But like I said the first day we met, Master Hartsook, I never seen how a poor unlearned critter like me could lay claim to being much of a Christian.
Remember, Bud, that Jesus himself was a sort of flat cricker. The people in his town were unlearned, and the very name Nazareth meant bush town.
Then you think maybe he'd have me as a Christian?
I'm sure he would, Bud. What you've got to do is make sure that you live and work in his ways.
Could I begin now?
Yes, you can begin right now by helping me save Shockey Thompson and get him away to Lewisburg. Believe what you will about me, but we must save that boy. Will you help?
Doggone, Mr. Hartsook. I guess I was right that first day when I figured you for an honest man. Doggone, I don't care what people say. You offered to gin up Hannah because you thought she was my gal. That's more than I'd have done by a long shot. Then you turn around and try to help me be a Christian. Master Hartsook, I say such a man must be all right. You can't be guilty of no crime, no matter what people say. And you can count on me to help save Shockey.
Master Hartsook!
Shockey, what is it?
Master Hartsook, there's a mob getting ready on the big road. They's coming this way, and they's coming after you.
Yes, they were coming after me. It was Dr. Small's work, as you might imagine. He and his henchmen had incited a mob. And if his plan had succeeded, I might have been hanged from a tree in my own schoolyard. But I have lived to tell my tale. Tomorrow I will leave this prison cell, and I will face Dr. Small in court. And who knows what tomorrow may bring.
The Hoosier Schoolmaster by Edward Eggleston is one of America's novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week for the final episode of The Hoosier Schoolmaster. And remember that there is a world of entertainment and information to be found in your local public library. Many American novels in the 1947 summer series are included in the useful handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Hoosier Schoolmaster is adapted for radio by Richard E. Davis. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Bergquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ralph Hartsook is played by Harry Elders, Hannah by Gene Mowry, Bud by Hugh Rowland, Shockey by Stuart Slam, Dr. Small by Boris Aplon, Mrs. Means by Harriet Allen, Mirandy by Elmira Ressler, the Squire by Cliff Subir, and the Jailer by Cliff Norton. This is Don Elders. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. American Novels. The NBC University of the Air presents the concluding episode of its two-part dramatization of Edward Eggleston's close-up of life on the early Indiana frontier, The Hoosier Schoolmaster, another in the series of books that live, American Novels.
You'll find the schoolmaster down there, Marm. Last cell on your right.
Thank you very much. Ralph.
Hannah, darling, here I am.
Oh, I had to see you, Ralph. I've been called as a witness against you.
For today?
Yes. Oh, Ralph, what shall I tell them on the stand? I don't want to hurt you.
Just tell the truth, Hannah. For only the truth can set me free, if I am to go free.
Don't say that. You must go free. I'm the one who should be in this prison cell, not you.
Hannah.
If I hadn't asked you to help Shockey, you wouldn't be on trial for a robbery you didn't commit.
It's not your fault. I saved your brother Shockey from the poorhouse because it was the thing to do. And I'd do it again.
Oh, yes, but when you helped Shockey get away, you made an enemy of Dr. Small. You wanted to use Shockey to help get his own way with me. Now he's turned everybody against you.
I'm not on trial because of anything I did for Shockey. I'm here because I know too much. I saw too much on the night the highwaymen robbed the Dutchman's farm. And that's why I gave myself up and asked for a trial. Small never wanted this thing to come to court. He thought he could start a whispering campaign and organize a mob that would run me out of town. But it didn't work because I don't believe in running.
Oh, Ralph.
What worries me now is Bud. I can't understand it, Hannah. He didn't come to the trial yesterday. And he was supposed to have located old man Pearson. Pearson saw a great deal on the night of the robbery, and we need his testimony.
Time's up, miss.
Goodbye, Hannah.
Good luck, Ralph.
Presenting the case of the state of Indiana versus Schoolmaster Ralph Hartsook on charge of highway robbery. The court is now in session, and the judge will speak. Judge Underwood.
I think it's only proper to remind all parties that this here is a most unusual case. Master Hartsook has decided to act as his own lawyer, and accordingly, I have decided to conduct this trial as informally as possible so that Master Hartsook will not suffer from his ignorance of legal procedure. Now, Mr. Bronson, would you care to resume the case for the state of Indiana?
I would, Your Honor. My first witness for today is Mr. Pete Jones. Would Mr. Pete Jones please come to the stand?
Yep, I'll come if I get through this here.
Just push him aside, Mr. Hartsook. Bud, you've come at last. Did you find Pearson?
No, I couldn't locate him. But I found somebody else who can help you.
Who?
Walter Johnson on a small scale. And if Johnson don't talk, I'm going to be mighty surprised.
What makes you so sure?
Because I did my best to make sure.
You didn't use force, Bud.
Yes, but not the kind you mean. I used God's force.
What do you mean?
I've been taking Johnson to revival meetings, trying to convert him and get him to make a clean breast of small, sturdy dealing.
Do you think he'll testify?
I hope so. I tried to put the fear of God into him, but I don't know if I got the fear of Small out of him.
Shh. Pete Jones, you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help God?
I do. Mr. Jones, can you tell the court what you know about the events which occurred on the night of October 20th?
I sure can. That was the night Dutchman Schrader's farm was robbed. Hartsook was living at my place then, as it was my turn to board schoolmaster.
And do you remember anything unusual about the night of October 20th?
Yep. After we come home from spelling school, was all in bed, I heard Hartsook get up and leave the house about 1 o'clock in the morning. Then he woke me up when he come back again about 2:30.
I see. And in the morning, did Hartsook tell you where he'd been during the night?
No, sir.
And you didn't ask him?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I figured that any honest man would speak up without being asked. So when Hartsook didn't offer to explain, I figured there was no use for to ask him, because he'd only lie about it.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Your witness, Master Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Bronson. Mr. Jones, I have reason to feel you were somewhat prejudiced against me.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't. But you don't like me, do you?
Is that a fair question?
I think so. Unless you're ashamed of your answer.
All right, then. No, I don't like you, Hartsook.
Yes, and for a very good reason. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me tell you about it. On the morning after the robbery, Pete Jones headed a lynch mob that was setting out to get me. But something stopped him. Can you remember what it was, Mr. Jones?
Well,
let me refresh your memory. The mob and its leader were stopped because its leader was knocked unconscious. Mr. Jones, who knocked you unconscious? Tell the truth.
You did.
Therefore, it might be possible for you to be prejudiced against me. Don't you agree?
I don't know.
But you would say that it is possible.
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Very well, then. Now tell us, why were you leading that mob?
We was out to get you for robbery. This district don't like thieves, Master Hartsook.
Indeed. Then I suggest that you might consider getting out of town, Mr. Jones.
What do you mean?
On the night of the robbery, I saw 3 men riding in the moonlight together on the highway. One of the men was riding a horse which had a white marking on its left forefoot. And the very next morning, I found you, Pete Jones, in your barn feeding a horse with a white marking on its left forefoot. The same horse that I had seen on the highway.
I don't know what you're talking about, Hartsook. Sure, I got a horse with a white front foot, but that don't prove I'm a thief. And suppose you did see me on the road, which you didn't. Does that prove that I'm a highwayman?
I wonder. That's a very good point, Mr. Jones. Every man and woman in this county believes that I'm a highwayman because I was on the highway. But as you have just pointed out, what does it prove? Does it prove that I am a highwayman? No more questions. You may step down, Mr. Jones.
The state would like to call Miss Hannah Thompson to the stand. Miss Hannah Thompson, is she here?
Yes, I'm coming.
Good work, Master Hartsook. You keep going in here while I get going outside and find out what's happened to Walter Johnson.
No sign of him yet?
No, so I'll just take a little walk over to his rooms and see what's detaining him. We gotta have his testimony.
Miss Thompson, you are a bound girl, are you not?
Yes, sir.
Well, will you tell the court just what that means in your case?
It means that I became a ward of the county when my father died, and my mother was sent to the poorhouse when she could not support us.
By us, you mean you and your brother, Shockey Thompson.
Yes.
Continue.
Well, my brother Shockey went to live with a kind friend, John Pearson, the basket maker, and I was bound out to work for Mrs. Means for 6 years in return for my keep.
I see. And how much longer must you work for Mrs. Means?
3 years, but I don't see what this has to do with the case.
Oh, it has a great deal to do, Miss Thompson. I want to emphasize that your particular position in life was very low and poor when Master Hartsook first showered you with his attentions.
How do you mean?
I mean this. Hartsook is a man of low character, and accordingly, he took advantage of your unfortunate position.
Oh, no.
Hartsook thought he could use you in his robbery schemes, but you proved to be too honest. You would not compromise because essentially you are an honest girl and you cannot be bought.
No. I mean, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Are you honest or aren't you? Can you be bought or can't you? Answer me then. What kind of a girl are you?
I'm honest.
Perhaps, but I'm not so sure. Let us continue. Hartsook found out that you couldn't be bought in ordinary ways, but he learned that there was one way that you could be bought, wasn't there? Miss Thompson, that night after the spelling school, you saw something on the highway, and Hartsook found out about it, and he was worried for fear you would talk. He wondered how he could silence you. And then he found out that your brother was about to be taken away from Pearson and sent to the poorhouse, and Hartsook knew that you would do anything to save your brother.
No.
I say yes. Hartsook offered to send your brother out of the county and save him from the poorhouse if you would agree not to tell what you saw that night on the highway. Miss Thompson, tell the court what you saw. Come now, Miss Thompson, speak up. What did you see on the highway?
I saw Ralph Hartsook.
You saw him from your bedroom window, didn't you?
Yes, he was standing on the road.
And what was he doing there?
I don't know. He was just walking.
A likely story. What would you guess that a man might be doing on the highway at 2 o'clock in the morning on the night that an honest farmer's home was robbed? Or did you promise not to tell about Hartsook's part in the robbery because he helped your brother?
My brother's escape had nothing to do with the robbery. Ralph Hartsook didn't offer to save my brother because of that.
Oh, he had another reason, perhaps?
Yes. A reason that you, Mr. Bronson, would not understand. Ralph Hartsook has a love for his fellow beings. He dislikes suffering. He dislikes poverty. And he disapproves of the poorhouse. He saved my brother because I asked him to.
Well. Just like that. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want you all to get a very clear picture of what Miss Thompson has just told us. Ralph Hartsook, the honest schoolmaster, told her the poorest and most miserable girl, a bound girl, mind you, he told her that he did not believe in poverty. He told her that she suffered, and he did not believe in that. He told her that he did not believe in the poorhouse. He told her that he loved his fellow beings. And I suppose that he told this poor girl that he loved her. He took advantage of her, the scoundrel. I'll tell you why Ralph Hartsook helped Shocky Thompson get away. He did it because he did not want Hannah Thompson to tell what she had seen on the highway. Ralph Hartsook returning home from the robbery of the Dutchman's farm. Your witness, Master Hartsook.
I have no questions. But if the court will permit, I would like to comment.
Proceed. You may return to your seat, Miss Thompson.
Thank you.
I have this to say. Hannah Thompson is an innocent girl. She's an honorable girl. I did not attempt to beguile her with promises. I did not threaten her. I did not compromise her by offering to help her brother in return for her silence. Aside from his attempts to slander me and ruin the character of Hannah Thompson, Mr. Bronson was able to prove but one point. He proved that I was on the road. But I repeat, my presence on the road does not prove that I committed a crime.
Very well, then, Master Hartsook. What were you doing on the road on the night of October 20th, the night of the robbery?
I was walking in the moonlight.
Master Hartsook, walking in the moonlight. Do you expect me to believe that?
No.
Then why did you say it?
Because it's the truth, Mr. Bronson. And throughout this entire trial, you have refused to believe the truth. So why should I expect you to begin believing it now?
Thank you, Master Hartsook. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, draw your own conclusions from the hysterical speech which you have just heard. I am prepared to meet it with facts. Will Mr. Pete Banter please come to the stand?
Yes, sir.
What?
Master Hartsook, I'm back.
Thank goodness. Tell me, did you find Walter Johnson?
Well, I found him, but I can't guarantee that he'll testify. Dr. Small's been talking to him. Johnson's pretty scared. That's why he didn't want to come into court.
Is Johnson here now?
Yes. He just sat down. There in back, Dr. Small.
Oh, yes. I wish we had him sitting here beside us.
He won't. He's scared.
Well, he's our only witness unless Pearson shows up, and that isn't likely now.
Now, Mr. Banter, what is your profession?
My what?
What do you do?
Well, I go to school when there is any.
I see. And what school do you go to?
Flat Creek District School.
Mm-hmm. And how long has Master Hartsook been in charge at the Flat Creek School?
About a month.
And have you ever missed a single day of school?
No, sir, not one day.
Then I take it that we can safely say that you have seen the master for at least 5 full days of every week for the past month. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then we can also take it that you can recognize him when you see him.
Yes, sir.
Even in the dark?
Yes, sir. The master wears a city hat.
Then will you kindly tell the court what you saw from your home on the night of October 20th?
Well, our place is just about 100 yards from Dutchman Schrader's, what was robbed. And on that night, I see the master and another man come sneaking out of the Dutchman.
Who was the other man?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to say unless it was.
Very good. But you are sure that you did see Master Hartsook?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is your final proof. Witness after witness has testified against the character of Ralph Hartsook. I myself pulled aside the curtain and allowed you to inspect his relationship with Hannah Thompson, the poor bound girl, and her miserable brother. You heard her testify that she saw Hartsook on the road. Mr. Pete Jones heard Hartsook prowling around in the early hours of the morning. Hartsook himself has admitted to that charge. And now Pete Banter swears he saw Ralph Hartsook come out of the Dutchman's farm. And so I say to you, Ralph Hartsook is guilty.
And I say he's innocent.
It's Pearson, the basketmaker. He's come at last. He's just in time, too.
Yeah. You'll have to excuse me, but I've been away and I didn't but just get back. Can I testify?
You may. Thank you. Mr. Hartsook, do you claim this witness?
I do.
John Pearson, do you swear?
Yes, sir, I sure do. If I was to ever get to going, you'd have to clear the courtroom.
Mr. Pearson, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, yes, I do.
Mr. Pearson, I want you to realize that the testimony which you are about to give may place your life in jeopardy.
I object.
On what grounds?
Why, intimidating the witness.
But he's my witness, Mr. Brown.
Objection overruled.
Yes. Now, Mr. Pearson.
Don't worry none about me, Master Hartsook. I ain't afeard of no man. No, sir, I fit in 1812 with General Winfield Scott. I was at Lundy's Lane.
Of course, Mr. Pearson, of course. And now, can you tell us what you know of the robbery of Dutchman Schrader's farm on the night of October 20th?
Huh? What I know? Why, I seen them.
Who, Mr. Pearson?
I see the thieves, the ones that robbed the Dutchman's farm. That's what. You see, it was a Thursday night. Guess I must have took a little too much at Welch's store. Whiskey, that is. So I laid me down in the road to rest. Well, sir, I slept, I reckon, it was about 3 hours. Then about 1 o'clock, I woke up and started making for home. And just as I started by Pete Jones's place, I see 3 men on horseback.
I see. And did you recognize these 3 men?
Yep. One of them I did. One of them I recognized for sure. Recognized him, recognized his horse.
And who was that man?
It is Pete Jones there. That's who it was.
That's right. Hey, order in the court.
Yeah, let's have a little order here. I ain't finished yet. And riding right close behind the 3 men was Dr. Small.
That's all. Your witness, Mr. Bronson.
No, thank you, Master Hartsook. No questions, Mr. Pearson.
No questions? How come?
Because I don't question old drunks, Mr. Pearson.
Why, you...
Your Honor, I consider this testimony worthless. Why, this man's appearance is nothing more than a shabby theatrical trick. He admits that he was so drunk that he went to sleep in the road. And then he expects us to believe his statements about what he thinks he saw when he came out of his alcoholic stupor. No, thank you. No questions.
If the court pleases. If the court pleases.
Dr. Small?
May I make a statement?
You may. Come forward, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no personal interest in this, except that as a professional man, I am sorry to see another professional man discredit his profession. The evidence against Master Hartsook would seem to be quite overwhelming, and I would not feel compelled to add a feather to it, if it were not for the fact that my own name has been mentioned several times by Hartsook and his confederates.
What's he up to?
I'm not sure. Listen.
It has been stated that I was on the road in Flat Creek on the night of October 20th. However, I am prepared to swear that I was not in Flat Creek after 10 o'clock on the night of the robbery.
Surely Dr. Small is not defending himself against the charge of robbery which has been brought against me.
I am not. If the court pleases, I am prepared to swear as to my whereabouts on that night. Not because I feel it is necessary to clear my name. My reputation speaks for itself. I offer my statement because it proves that Master Hartsook and Company's story about horsemen on the road is nothing but a tissue of lies. And I should like to introduce a witness to support my statement. Walter Johnson.
Doggone that Small. He's beating us to the punch.
But the first punch isn't the whole fight, Bud. I think Small's done us a favor by putting Johnson on the stand. At least we'll get a chance at him now.
I sure do hope I made a convert. Johnson tells the truth. Small's days are numbered.
Well, I'm going to make sure that Johnson stays converted. Hand me that Bible, Bud. Your Honor.
Yes?
I realize that this is a most unusual request. But I feel that the testimony which is about to be given is most vital. May I administer the oath to the witness?
I object.
On what grounds?
Why, well, it just isn't done. It's not according to the letter of the law.
Very true, Mr. Bronson. But there can sometimes be more to justice than the letter of the law. I fail to see why Master Hartsook should not swear the witness in. Proceed.
Walter Johnson,
Yes, sir?
place your hand on this sacred book. Yes, sir.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do, I swear.
Thank you. Take the witness, Mr. Bronson.
Very clever, Hartsook. Now, what is your profession, Mr. Johnson?
I'm a medical student. I study with Dr. Small.
I see. And will you please tell the court what you know of the whereabouts of Dr. Small on the night of the robbery?
On the night of the robbery?
Yes.
I think that was a Thursday.
Of course it was a Thursday. Thursday the 20th.
Yes, the 20th of October.
Well, go on, lad. Tell us about the night of the robbery.
On the night of the I can't go on. I can't. Oh, what am I going to do?
He's fainted. Bud, I think your conversion took. That boy is wrestling with the devil. And I think Dr. Small may have overreached
I'll
himself.
help him. I'm a doctor. The boy's fainted. I'll help him. Get me some brandy, somebody.
Oh, I'll testify tomorrow.
You fool. Get up and get on that witness stand or you'll never live to see tomorrow. Oh, thank you. Here, drink this water. You'll feel better.
Oh, looks mighty worried. Yes, he should. And he's going to be more worried when I get through with Johnson. He can't back out now.
Now, Mr. Johnson, tell the court your story.
Well, Dr. Small was not in Flat Creek on that night. He was with me. We was together in my room. I was studying and he was learning me. And he stayed with me all the night and did not leave until after breakfast the following morning. That's
what?
That's the way... I mean, that's the truth. Dr. Small was not in Flat Creek that night. He was with me. We was together in my room.
That will be all, Mr. Johnson. If the court pleases, I'm afraid that Mr. Johnson is not feeling well. Certainly he does not seem well enough to testify further in a court of law.
Just one moment, Mr. Bronson. It is my opinion that Walter Johnson's physical condition is excellent. I'm afraid it is his mind that is not well. In short, his conscience is bothering him. You have any more questions, Mr. Bronson?
Oh, but I... Well, no.
Very well. Walter Johnson, do you believe in a power greater than ourselves?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Johnson, just a few minutes ago you swore that you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
God watches us all, Walter Johnson. No sparrow falls without his knowing it. No sinner falls without his knowing. And no man who has sinned and wants to repent his sins is neglected by God. Did you know that, Walter Johnson?
Yes.
There is always hope for the sinner, Walter, because God is forgiving, God is merciful, and God is all understanding even when men are not. Don't you think that offered hope to the sinner, Walter Johnson?
Yes.
Did you love your mother, Walter?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you love your mother a lot?
Yes, sir.
And did your mother love you?
Yes.
And did she forgive you when you did wrong?
Yes.
And no matter what you did, she stood ready at your side?
Yes, sir.
Well, God is the same way, Walter Johnson. He is standing at your side. He will help you if you will but ask his forgiveness. Have you ever been to a revival?
Yes, sir.
A friend of mine took a young man to a revival just a few nights ago. Brother Sarton was preaching at that meeting, and my friend took the young man to save his soul. That young man was just about your age, Walter. And that young man, he was taken to the revival because my friend wanted to put into him the fear of Almighty God. That young man was you, Walter. Do you remember?
The fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. With the fear of God, the love of God is ever consistent. Young man, you have followed the counsel of evil companions and chosen evil pursuits. You are being dragged down to hell. Down, down, down. You are standing right on the very crumbling brink of hell. At this moment, the smell of brimstone is on your garment. The hot breath of hell is in your face. The devils are waiting for you. Delay, and you're damned, yes, damned. You may die before sunset, yeah. You may never get out of your chair, yeah. The awful angel of death is just ready to strike you down.
No, don't let the devil get me. I don't want to go to hell. I'll tell. I lied, but I'll tell the truth. Dr. Small, he robbed the Dutchman's farm. Dr. Small and Pete Jones and me, we did it. It's all Dr. Small's fault.
Watch out, Dr. Small has a gun.
Miss Hannah Thompson and Master Ralph Hartsook, please step before the bench.
Go on. Get up there, you two.
Your Honor.
Your Honor?
Master Hartsook, you have been the victim of grave injustice. We must give thanks to God that further miscarriage has been averted, and for the apprehension of the true criminals, namely Dr. Small, Pete Jones, and Walter Johnson. Now, Master Hartsook, you are hereby discharged from the bar of this court and from the bar of public sentiment without a suspicion of guilt. The court congratulates you on your acquittal. And as for you, Miss Thompson, well, this court now declares that Miss Hannah Thompson, presently in the state of bondage imposed upon her because of probity and circumstances, may be freed from bondage if somewhere in this community there's someone who will care for her and provide for her.
If the court pleases, I would be greatly honored to assume that obligation. If Miss Thompson will have me.
Oh, Ralph. Yes.
Hannah, my darling.
The Hoosier Schoolmaster by Edward Eggleston is one of America's novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to a radio version of Life on the Mississippi by Samuel Clemens. And remember that there's a world of entertainment and information to be found in your local public library. Many American novels in the 1947 summer series are included in the useful Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Hoosier Schoolmaster is adapted for radio by Richard E. Davis. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and the orchestra directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ralph Hartsook was played by Harry Elders, Hannah by Gene Mowry, Bud by Hugh Rowland, Bronson by Don Gallagher, and the Judge by Cliff Zubir. Others were Boris Aplon, Johnny Coons, Charles Flynn, Sherman Marks, Cliff Norton, Jess Pugh, and Duke Watson. This is Don Elders. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Human societies, like people, become worthwhile only through their use of liberty. Providence has not created mankind entirely independent or entirely free. It is true that around every man a fatal circle is traced, beyond which he cannot pass. But within the wide verge of that circle, he is powerful and free. As it is with men, so it is with communities. The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal, but it depends upon themselves whether the principle of equality is to lead them to freedom or servitude, to knowledge or barbarism, to prosperity or wretchedness.
These precious premises. A study in political optimism. Item 14 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University. Under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s. As recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville. And so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. a study in political optimism. These precious premises.
Midnight. Midnight. December the 2nd, 1851. 20 years after Tocqueville visited America. And this city, sleeping in the winter night, is Paris, still ancient and disordered, her great squares and boulevards still unbuilt. But the man who is to build them is behind that lamplit window, working at his desk. He is short and unimpressive. He wears a large mustache and a small beard. He has a big nose and little eyes. He has a sort of immobility of features as he sits quietly with his head on one side. He has a good-natured smile, although one of his friends once caught him with a tiger-like expression that frightened her speechless, but never mind, he conquered himself in the instant and was kind again. Look at him carefully. Remember him well. He is the President of the Republic of France, and he is contriving schemes to appeal to the people of France to elect him their emperor in a thoroughly democratic plebiscite. The tendency to be elected emperor evidently runs in the family, for this man's name is Charles-Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, and he is the nephew of the great Napoleon. The 2nd of December, the most glorious day in the history of imperial France. On the 2nd of December, 1806, Napoleon the uncle won his greatest victory on the field of Austerlitz. His enemies were Austria and Russia. But Louis Napoleon the nephew is not without his victories, for on the 2nd of December, 1851, Louis Napoleon has won his greatest victory, and his enemies were the laws and the liberty of France. Midnight in Paris on the anniversary of Austerlitz. Leave the lighted window behind which President Louis Napoleon schemes for the imperial crown. Cross this still medieval city to this building, also showing some lights. Armed sentries outside show that there are valuables inside. These are the members of the Chamber of Deputies, the freely elected representatives of France. There, behind that window, is the Vice President of the Assembly of France, Alexis Charles-Henri Maurice Clarel, Comte de Tocqueville. But this great building, full of deputies, is not the legislative chamber. It is a jail. The deputies of France are in prison, and the President has put them there.
All quiet?
All quiet. You're late.
Did none of them make any fuss?
No, these are the members of the Chamber of Deputies. They're not the kind of people that make a fuss in prison. They're above all that sort of thing.
Someone down the corridor's got the candle burning still.
Oh, that one. That's Le Comte de Tocqueville. He's the one that went to America and brought back a lot of American ideas about prisons. Solitary cells.
Well, I hope he likes it. Give him a taste of his own medicine. That'll teach him to plot against our government. See you tomorrow morning.
Right. You shouldn't have any trouble. These aren't your ordinary jailbirds, remember. Good night.
Good night.
To us who come later, this is an old story. The coup d'etat. Power in the hands of the savior and liberator of the country. The elected representatives accused of plotting against the president, against the Constitution, against liberty, against anything you please, so long as the dictator gets his vote. For always we have seen the plebiscites, the referendums, the spontaneous 99% votes, despotism purified by the trappings of democracy. Tocqueville looks across vast, sleeping Paris and thinks of Louis Napoleon, elected president by 5.5 million votes to 1.5 million, and within a year to be elected Emperor Napoleon III by an even greater majority. Tocqueville stares at France, voting away her freedom, and remembers his words of a few years before.
Nowadays, men have two conflicting passions. They want to be free, but they want to be led. They try to have both at once. They devise a government that is paternal and all-powerful, but it is elected by the people. This gives them a respite. After an election, they console themselves for being in tutelage by the reflection that they have chosen their own guardians. By this system, the people shake off their state of dependence just long enough to select their master and then fall back into it again. Oh, I should have loved freedom, I believe, at all times. But in the time in which we live, I am ready to worship it.
Busy at his desk, Louis Napoleon is thinking, too, those honeyed words that we who come later have heard so many times, in so many places, in so many languages, under flags and shirts of every imaginable color. In 1851, it's Louis Napoleon's turn.
People of France, I am your deputy and your leader. Make me your overlord, and I will rule for your good and in your name. I do not need the leaders, but I must have the people. As the emperor used to say, men who have changed the universe have never succeeded by converting the leaders, but always by influencing the masses.
We have had in France in the last 40 years every form of anarchy and despotism, but never anything resembling a democratic republic. Well, we scarcely believe ourselves worthy of the freedom enjoyed by other nations. After all, political liberty is a food hard to digest. Only the most robust constitutions can support it. But when it comes, even mixed with other institutions, it gives the whole social body a vigor and energy that surprise even those who are expecting the most from it.
For after all, the sleeping city, the sleeping country, the world itself is not populated with either animals or angels, but men, a mixture of both. And Tocqueville is always prepared to take them not as they ought to be, but as they are.
Men, in general, are neither very good nor very bad, but average. Since we haven't got angels, we can attach ourselves to nothing greater and more worthy of our devotion than our own kind. And therefore, there is but one great goal that merits the efforts of man. That is the good of humanity.
Those who do not trust the human race think differently, and we who come later know their denunciations so well. They are all traitors but me. I am the only man you can trust. I tell you so myself. The new despotism, born of democracy, must have its votes. Everything must be done legally. Everything must be sanctioned by a vote, a plebiscite, a referendum. Then the road is clear. We who come later recognize the now familiar picture of the strong man pretending to be led by the people.
Well, sir, I saw your light still burning.
Yes, I have been writing.
Well, we've got no orders to stop you doing that.
I hope not.
If you behave yourselves, I shouldn't be surprised if you gentlemen aren't let out again tomorrow. The president just wants to teach you a lesson, you know.
Louis Napoleon wants to teach all of us a lesson.
You're the one that visited America, aren't you? Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville?
Yes, I visited America 20 years ago.
Louis Napoleon went to America, too.
I know. Just after I was there.
I wonder if he thought the same as you did.
Evidently not. Louis Napoleon wishes to govern us all himself. But I saw how America presents for the solution of this great question of freedom some very precious premises. They have faith in human perfectibility. Each man regards himself as interested in public security and in the functioning of the laws. Instead of counting on the police, he counts only on himself. In America, public force is everywhere, but it never shows itself. The Republic is everywhere, in the streets as well as in the Congress.
That seems hard to believe.
It is hard to believe, I assure you, how the American people keeps itself in order through the single conviction that its only safeguard against itself lies in itself.
Is this the sort of thing you deputies were trying to suggest for us?
Not at all. The simple and logical institutions of America would not suit a great nation like this, which needs a strong internal government and a fixed foreign policy. A people, to be Republican, must be poised, religious, and very enlightened. American democracy demands of the people who adopt it a long practice in freedom and a mass of true enlightenment that is only acquired rarely and after a long time. All the same, it's a fine thing. And I am very sorry that the moral and physical constitution of man forbids him to obtain it everywhere and for always.
Do you want this sort of democracy in France?
Alas, in France, there is more genius than common sense and more heroism than virtue. I'm afraid American democracy is not easy to transplant. So far, it has combined equality and liberty. And these two things do not always go together.
Well, Louis Napoleon saw America, and evidently he didn't like it. I'm tired of all this talk about democracy and liberty. I want to see a strong government and the country great again. I'd like to see a second empire. Louis Napoleon will give us back authority. He'll give us back national morality.
Give us back authority? Can you believe for a moment that to use the means that have been used and to do what has been done will give us back authority? Don't you see that he is destroying all authority except his own? Do you believe that you can give back morality by giving the world the most glaring example of trickery, violence, and perjury? Triumphing in the acclamation wrested by fear from the educated and respectable people?
It doesn't make me afraid.
It doesn't make me afraid either, but he's trying to. That is why we are getting a little taste of jail. And national morality. Do you think that will be established by violating all the laws? By the sight of the country's best men in prison vans? Simply for the crime of having been faithful to their commissions and to the laws of their country?
I see you deputies in prison, but you aren't the country's best men.
You elected us. You chose us. If we are not, the fault is yours.
You blame the voters, I blame the deputies. You wait and see who we vote for next, Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville. It will be Louis Napoleon and the Second Empire. Good night, sir. And consider yourself very lucky to get off with nothing but a warning.
It is hopeless. The French peasant has never understood the working of free institutions. Perhaps I should go into exile. Perhaps back to America, where I first saw equality and democracy at work. America. 20 years ago, I set foot on those far-off shores. Even then, I foresaw democracy for the whole world. Equality without limits. I knew that France would stomach it very badly, but I was sure we would be pushed into it. All the efforts to halt it were only temporary. The progress of equality is a fact which a government can regulate, yes, but it cannot stop. And many Frenchmen want absolute equality under one man, which is not liberty, though it may be democracy. Another visitor at this time of night. Good night, sir. Or rather, good morning.
Good morning, Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville.
May I have the honor?
I am a captain in the army. I am in charge of the garrison. I am ordered to ask if there is anything you need.
Only liberty.
Liberty? I think you will be released tomorrow. One day is not much hardship.
One day? Will the Assembly ever meet again under Louis Napoleon?
I hope not.
You hope not?
France is tired of talk. We need a strong man. You know, Monsieur le Comte, I was a drummer boy at Austerlitz under the Emperor. Liberty has poisoned the world. I want to see our country great. I want glory.
Do you not fear despotism?
No.
Even despots don't deny the value of liberty. But they want to keep it all to themselves. They say the rest of us are unworthy of it.
Perhaps we are.
Perhaps. But the difference between a despot and myself is not in our opinion of liberty, but in our judgment of mankind.
We have equality and democracy. When we have glory as well, there will be no further chatter about liberty. Even you, Monsieur le Comte, will be content. You will have order and peace instead.
No, sir. I shall always love liberty. And I am not one of those who are ready to sell free will and our laws for the sake of sleeping safely in their beds. There are enough of them already, but I dare to prophesy that they will never accomplish anything great or durable. I long to see liberty in all the political institutions of my country. But at the same time, I respect justice. I love order and law. I have so deep and so reasonable an attachment for morality and religious beliefs that I cannot but believe that people will see plainly in me a liberal of a new kind and will not confuse me with the majority of Democrats of our day.
Are you too good even for your own party, Monsieur le Comte?
No, Captain. But I know that the upper classes are distrustful of liberty. The lower classes inclined to license. That is France.
I saw the glory of Austerlitz. Louis Napoleon acted yesterday on the anniversary of Austerlitz. That is enough for me. That is all the liberty I need. Frankly, I don't understand why you have this exaggerated affection for what is, after all, only a convenience. Possibly you acquired it in America.
The love of liberty? It was because I loved liberty that I went to America to see if it would be destroyed by democracy and equality.
And your conclusion?
Not necessarily.
Then perhaps you love liberty because you have read too many books.
Captain, many men have loved liberty. Still, you have asked a good question, and I have often asked myself, what is the source of that passion for political freedom, which in all ages has been the fruitful mother of the greatest things which mankind has achieved? It's evident, you see, that when nations are badly run, they readily conceive the wish to govern themselves. But a love of independence which only springs up under the influence of the evils produced by despotism is never lasting.
Why not?
It passes away with the accident that gives rise to it. What seems to be the love of freedom is only the hatred of a master.
Men love freedom because they think it will bring them advantages.
It is very true in the long run that freedom always brings to those who know how to keep it ease, comfort, and even wealth. But there are times at which it disturbs for a season the possession of those blessings. There are other times when despotism alone can confer their enjoyment, even though it may be passing.
Then let us have despotism. The word does not frighten me. Some even call the emperor a despot.
But don't you feel a love of liberty for herself alone? This is what I'm trying to say. Freedom has native charms, independent of her gifts.
What?
The pleasure, the very great pleasure of speaking, acting, and breathing without restraint, under no master but God and the law. He who seeks in freedom anything but herself is only fit to serve.
You follow nothing but a word.
And many have done so. There are whole nations who have pursued freedom through every sort of peril and hardship. They didn't love her for her material gifts. They regard freedom herself as a gift, so precious and so necessary that no other could console them for the loss of that which consoles them for the loss of everything else.
In your case, Monsieur le Comte, your taste for freedom is undisciplined and unwise and unpatriotic. I do not understand it. Thank God for Louis Napoleon.
Well, Captain, I can't explain further if you really don't feel the sentiment. The love of freedom enters of its own accord into the large hearts God has prepared to receive it. It fills them. It enraptures them. But to minds which have never felt it, it is past finding out.
I'm glad I have never felt it. I prefer an autocrat on whom I can rely to the follies and uncertainties of freedom.
You remind me once again, Captain, that it is very easy to establish a despotism when the conditions of society are equal. And I think that if such a government is established, it will not only oppress men, but strip them of the highest quality of humanity.
If there is nothing I can do for you within the terms of my duty, I bid you good night.
Good morning, Captain. It is a winter night, but the day will be breaking soon enough. I will not despair. All these people who trust in strong men, who trust in these special despots that democracy brings forth, all these people treat other people as if they were overgrown children, very degenerate and very ill-educated. I think that people today have been badly brought up, but the remedy is to bring them up better. We can do something with our fellow men today through an able appeal to their decency and common sense. In short, by treating them as human beings. I may be wrong, but I follow my principles, and I delight to follow them. Human societies, like people, become worthwhile only through their use of liberty. No, I shall not believe that this human race, which is at the head of all visible creation, has become that bastardized flock of sheep that some think it is, and that nothing remains but to deliver it without future and without hope to a small number of shepherds, who, after all, are not better animals than we, the human sheep, and who indeed are often worse. I have less confidence in the prophets of gloom than in the goodness and the justice of God. It would seem as if the rulers of our time sought only to use men in order to make things great. I wish that they would try a little more to make great men, that they would set less value on the work and more upon the workman. I am full of apprehensions and hopes, but I cling with a firmer hold to the belief that for democratic nations to be virtuous and prosperous, they require but to will it. I am aware that many people maintain that nations are never their own masters here below, and that they obey with absolute necessity some insurmountable and unintelligible power arising from previous events, from their own race, or from the soil and climate of their country. Such principles are false and cowardly. Such principles can never produce anything but feeble men and faint-hearted nations. Providence has not created mankind entirely independent or entirely free. It is true that around every man a fatal circle is traced, beyond which he cannot pass. But within the wide verge of that circle, he is powerful and free. As it is with men, so it is with communities. The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal, but it depends upon themselves whether the principle of equality is to lead them to freedom or servitude, to knowledge or barbarism, to prosperity or wretchedness.
You have just heard These Precious Premises, a study in political optimism. Item 14, the final in the series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. These new de Tocqueville study materials, including de Tocqueville's 2-volume work, an album of the recordings, the text of the dramatizations, a recently published book, The Happy Republic, containing writings from the 1830s, and a discussion and reading guide may be obtained from the American Foundation for Continuing Education at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. This is Ben Grauer. Tonight's program brings to a close the Democracy in America series, which was pre-recorded and is a presentation of the NBC Radio Network.
This is NBC, the largest single source of news and information in the free world.
Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land. Wheaties, breakfast of champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy. Meeting of the Sideliners Club will please come to order. This is the first meeting of the Sideliners Club of the Air. I'll ask Larry here to tell you what it's all about. Okay, Larry, go ahead.
Well, a sideliner is any normal fellow girl who's got natural ability in sports, but who just isn't in good enough physical shape to get on the team. Well, he's the fellow girl who's always sitting on the sidelines, watching his friends winning their letters and enjoying themselves plenty. And we want to tell the sideliners just how they can help themselves get out of the Sideliners Club, Mr. McCormick. And believe me, this is one club everyone wants to get out of.
Swell idea, Larry. Go ahead.
Well, if you're a sideliner just because you haven't put yourself in tip-top physical shape, I think I've got a mighty fine piece of advice for you. Get yourself a regular year-round training program like Jack Armstrong's personal training rules. Here they are.
1, get plenty of fresh air, sleep, and exercise. 2, use a lot of soap and water because cleanliness is mighty important to an athlete's condition. 3, eat a breakfast of champions every morning.
And say, that rule number 3 is plenty swell. In the first place, a breakfast of champions, that's Wheaties, milk, and fruit, tastes like a million. Honest, I don't know of any other breakfast dish that's got such a keen flavor as a breakfast of champions.
Is that all, Larry?
Oh, gosh, no, Mr. McCormick. You've said yourself that Wheaties give us all of the well-known essential nourishment of real whole wheat. And from what I've learned in school, that's a lot of doggone good nourishment.
Yes, Larry, a breakfast of champions gives you a lot of good bodybuilding nourishment. The kind an athlete needs to help make him a real winner.
And that's just what our Sideliner Club needs to know. And listen, don't put off training. Start your Jack Armstrong training program tomorrow morning for sure. You can do it by having yourself a real breakfast of champions.
Okay, Larry, and thanks from all the Sideliners for a great piece of advice.
So long, Mr. McCormick. Meeting's adjourned.
And now, Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy. While a distant typhoon sends warning signals flying over Manila, Jack, Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim are preparing to shove off on their 2-masted schooner Spindrift for the Sulu Sea. They're going there to search for some precious uranium-235 lost on Professor Loring's ship when it sank off an uncharted reef. On board the Spindrift is a Filipino named Michelle who has joined forces with him against the unscrupulous adventurer Dr. Chapato. Riding at anchor nearby in the darkness of the stormy harbor,
is the power schooner Black Shark, on which Geppetto and his crew are determined to follow the Spindrift to rob Uncle Jim of his precious uranium. And now, on the Spindrift, while Betty is below checking the last of the supplies, Uncle Jim and Michelle are unfurling the foresail, and Jack and Billy are fighting the whipping canvas of the mainsail, keeping a sharp lookout through the darkness for any sign of the Black Shark. Listen.
Don't let the sail get away from you, Billy. We've got to take a reef before we hoist her. Boy, oh, boy. Are we going to need that reef? I bet you we'd have our lee rail under even with a double reef. We may have the double reefer before we get out of Manila Bay. This wind isn't slackening a bit. Now, Billy, you pull the canvas in and I'll make the reef points fast. Okay, Jack. But this canvas is fighting like a tiger. There. Now you can fasten them. I'll work fast, Billy. But it's hard to keep a footing on the deck with the boat rocking so. Look, Jack. There's a light moving about on the deck of the Black Shark. Well, maybe Geppetto or Blackbeard or some of their crew have just gone aboard, Billy. I guess that's it. I wish we could use a light here. It'd certainly help in getting these sails reefed. Sure it would. But also, it'd tell Geppetto what we're doing. Here, pull in that canvas some more. I'll try, Dick. There. How's that? That's fine. If we don't want the Black Shark to follow us, we've got to clear Manila Bay without them seeing us. Once we're in the China Sea on a night like this, they'll never pick us up. There's another light moving about on deck over there. Where, Billy? Oh, I see. One's forward and one's aft. Jumpin' Jupiter, Jack. Do you suppose that means... I was just thinking of that, Billy. I'll bet they're getting their sails reefed, too. They're going to be all set to slip their moorings in case we try to make a getaway. But they wouldn't need sails, Jack. They've got their diesel engine. Their sails will help, Billy. They can sail as fast in this wind as they can go under power. And the sails will steady their ship, too, when get ice. Then that's just what they're doing, Jack. They're getting ready to follow us. They don't know yet that we're going, Billy. They can't see us. We haven't got a single light shining aboard. Even Betty's working with a shielded flashlight below. Well, I'll bet $1 to a donut they'll have some way of finding out. They'll guess that we might try and slip out tonight in spite of the typhoon. We'll try and get out without their knowing it, Billy. There, that's the last of the mainsail reef. The big sail's all ready to go up. Here comes Uncle Jim and Michelle. They must have the foresail reefed, too.
Ahoy there, Jack. How's the job coming on?
She's all reefed, Uncle Jim. We can hoist her any time you say so.
Good. Michelle and I have put tucks in the foresail and jib. Say, what are those lights on the Black Shark?
We were just talking about them, Uncle Jim. We think that they're getting their sails reefed, too.
I shouldn't be surprised. They're not going to take a chance of our slipping away from them tonight. Though I'll warrant that Geppetto and his crew aren't too happy about putting to sea with that typhoon playing around down south.
But they won't be able to see us when we shove off, Uncle Jim.
No, I don't believe they will, Jack. We couldn't see them now if it weren't for their cabin lights and those lights on deck. Well, if Betty's through checking that list I gave her, we can slip our moorings and get away.
Here's Betty now, Uncle Jim, just coming above.
Hi there, Betty. Is the list all checked?
Everything's checked, Uncle Jim. My goodness, but I think we've got enough stuff on board to cross the Pacific.
Well, we don't know how long this trip will take us, Betty. Jack, are all hatches battened down?
All hatches are battened down, Uncle Jim. And Billy and I put extra lashings around the heavy stuff in the hold.
And all lights are out, aren't they? We don't want to betray our move to Geppetto and his men.
There's not a light on the ship, Uncle Jim.
Fine. Let's go below and get one final weather report on the storm. If the typhoon has changed her course and is heading this way, we won't shove off. Come along.
Shall I shine my flashlight, Uncle Jim?
Not on your life, Betty. I want the Black Shark to think we've all gone to bed. We'll have to feel around in the dark.
Here's the radio. I hope there's a weather report on the air.
There won't be anything else on the air, Jack. Everyone in Manila has the cold shivers every time a typhoon approaches the islands.
I'll have a station in just a minute.
No further reports have been received from the island of Cebu since communications were severed. But it is believed that the loss of life and property is tremendous. The center of the storm is now approaching the island of Panay, and it is believed the storm will strike out across the Sulu Sea. However, all vessels in Manila are warned to remain in port with steam up, since the path of the storm may suddenly shift to the northward. Reports from vessels bound for Manila...
The storm center is still moving westward, Uncle Jim. But they're warning all vessels here to stay in port, Jack. Gosh, the typhoon may start north at any moment.
It may, Billy, but we'll never have a better chance than this to lose the Black Shark. And now everyone on deck. We're going to shove off.
Those lights are still moving around on the deck of the Black Shark, Uncle Jim.
If we can get clear of the breakwater here before they get started, Jack, we'll be pretty safe. Manila Bay is a big place on a dark night.
Uncle Jim, look off the port side of the ship. Is that just a shadow in the waves, or what?
I see it, Betty. Do you see it, Uncle Jim?
It's too dark to see anything, Jack. Wait a minute. There is something there.
It's a small boat, Uncle Jim, and there's somebody in it. He's trying to row closer.
Flash that light there for a second, Betty. Just for a second.
All right, Uncle Jim. There. Look, there's a Filipino in the boat.
Turn the light off quick. Michelle, Did you recognize the man in that skiff?
We know him, Captain Ferryfield. He come from Black Shark. He comes from the Black Shark? Then he's one of Geppetto's crew. Jumping crickets. What does he want here? I know what he wants, Billy. Geppetto sent him here to see if we were getting ready to shove off.
I think you're right, Jack. Now he's going to go back and tell Geppetto that we're about ready to start.
Then they'll follow right along with us. We won't lose them after all.
I'd give a pretty penny if we could keep him from getting back to the Black Shark until after we cleared the breakwater.
Hey there, Michelle. What are you going to do? Well, I'll be... Look, Uncle Jim. Michelle has dived overboard.
Oh, I can't see him. He's swallowed up by the waves.
Flash your light on the water, Betty. See if you can pick him up.
All right, Uncle Jim. There he is. He's swimming toward the skiff.
He's climbing into the skiff. What in the world? Jack, do you suppose that Michelle is double-crossing us? Do you reckon he's going back to tell Geppetto of our plans? I don't believe it, Billy. I'd trust Michelle anywhere. Look, he's in the skiff. He's knocked the other man down.
He's picking up the oars. Why, he's rowing back to us.
Douse your light, Betty. He can see us all right. You don't want to give Geppetto any hint of what's going on.
I know what Michelle is doing, Billy. He's going to keep that chap from giving the alarm to the Black Shark. Didn't I tell you we could trust him?
But what can we do with the other man? We can't take him to the Sulu Sea with us.
Gosh, all fish hooks, Betty. We don't have to take him to the Sulu Sea. We'll just take him with us a little way and then let him go.
No, we won't, Billy. We're not kidnapping anybody, even for just a little while. Michelle, come back on board and let that man go.
But Captain Ferryfield, me hit him hard. He no can row. Did you hear that, Uncle Jim? Michelle has knocked him cold.
Well, that's different. We'll bring him aboard, bring him to his senses, and then send him back. Lend him a hand, Jack.
Come on, Billy. Help me get this man on board. No, okay, Jack. Here, Michelle's alongside now. Hey, what a punch you carry, Michelle. Me hit him plenty hard. Grab hold, Billy. Okay, up we go with him. There.
Lay him out here, Jack. Let me look at him. He's all right. He'll come to in a minute. Tie his skiff astern, Billy. We'll let him go when he comes to.
But we don't have to wait, do we, Uncle Jim?
No, Jack, we can start now. He'll come to before we hit the harbor breakwater. You and Michelle go forward. Stand by to slip the mooring. Billy and I'll hoist the mainsail.
Aye, sir. Come on, Michelle. Lend a hand forward. Say, Michelle, is there anything you can't do? You can swim like a fish. You can fight sharks. You can hit like a prize fighter. What else can you do?
Me do many things, Senor Jack. Me sail boat, too. Me sail Filipino schooner.
I'll bet you've never sailed a Filipino schooner in a typhoon, Michelle.
No, Senor Jack. Only crazy people take boat out in typhoon.
That makes us pretty crazy, doesn't it?
You're right. But me go anywhere you go.
Atta boy. Now, lend a hand here. You pull in the mooring lines from that buoy and I'll untie her. We'll let her go the moment Uncle Jim gives the word.
All right. Me pull hard.
That's the ticket. There, she's untied. I'll take a turn around the bit until we get the word to let go.
Captain Ferryfield, pull big sail up now.
Feel the ship heel over, Michelle? Boy, what a time we're going to have.
Me no like. But me trust Captain Ferryfield. Me trust you.
And we trust the spindrift, Michelle. Typhoon or no typhoon. There, the mainsail's up.
Slip your mooring, Jack. Hoist the jib. Quick.
Aye, sir. Come on, Michelle. Let's get the jib up. Throw out that line and I'll take the halyard.
We got it, Senor Jack.
Up we go. Pull in that jib sheet, Michelle. Atta boy.
You good sailor, Senor Jack. You know what to do.
You're not bad yourself, Michelle. There, the jib's up.
Up to the forecastle now, Jack.
Aye, sir. You take the throat halyard, Michelle. I'll take the peak. Ready? Up we go.
Boat lean way over, Senor Jack. That's all right, huh?
She'll lean further over than this when we get outside, Michelle. But don't worry. The spindrift can lay over on her beam's end and still come up for more.
Filipino schooner turn over then, Senor Jack.
But a Filipino schooner hasn't a heavy keel, Michelle. There, the forecastle's up. Belay your halyard on this pin.
All right. Here comes Senor Billy.
Anything I can do, Jack? Not a thing, Billy. Michelle is a first-class sailor. The Black Shark hasn't discovered that we're going yet, Jack. At least her lights haven't moved. She'll discover it fast enough when that sailor doesn't get back on schedule. Let's go aft now with Uncle Jim. That Filipino is gaining consciousness, Jack. We'll have to let him go in a minute. We'll be out of the breakwater pretty soon, Billy. Watch it. Slide overboard on the sloping deck. I won't. Here that chap is now. He's setting up. He's all right now.
Put that Filipino in his boat, Jack. I'll up for a moment.
Aye, Uncle Jim. Come on, you. The skip is made fast astern. I'll help Uncle Jim with the sheets, Jack. Why, Betty? What's the trouble?
Look, Billy. Look at the Black Shark.
Oh, what's the matter? Look at all those lights moving about on deck.
They've discovered we're gone, Billy. They're going to follow us.
Well, they haven't moved yet, Betty. It'll take them a little while to get started.
Trim all sheets, Billy. The Black Shark is starting now. Will be starting soon, and we've got to get clear of that breakwater before she gets underway.
Aye, Uncle Jim. Trim full sheets, Betty. I'll take the main sheet. We're going to give the Black Shark the run of its life.
So
they're underway at last. With reef sails and lee rail awash, the Spindrift is heading for the Sulu Sea. But the Black Shark will soon be underway, too. And with her diesel engine, she'll be able to overhaul the Spindrift in a headwind if she can find her in the darkness of Manila Bay. There's an exciting drama underway and a terrific typhoon playing around in the offing. There'll be plenty of excitement aboard the Spindrift when she claws her way into the China Sea, so listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of The Adventure of the Sunken Reef with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, here's a mighty swell idea I like to pass along to you. Tomorrow afternoon, when you get home from school, hike out into the kitchen and help yourself to a heaping big bowl of those extra good Wheaties flakes. They've got a super special flavor that makes them just right for an afternoon lunch. Try Wheaties tomorrow.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Go.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray in Canute Rockney, All-American. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The tang of coming winter is in the air. The smoke of burning leaves is the perfume of the season. And during the past few weeks, millions of Americans have made their traditional weekly pilgrimage to the football fields of the nation. Thankful this year, as never before, that such peaceful battles are still theirs for the asking. Every school and college in the land has its gridiron great, heroes of fact more thrilling than fiction. But the greatest of them all was Canute Rockney. His name is a symbol of the American will to win, but win or lose, to play the game the American way. Tonight in Canute Rockney All-American, you'll hear the true-life drama of the beloved Notre Dame coach, played by Pat O'Brien, who is starring in the same role in Warner Brothers' great screen success. Pat's performance in the picture is earning the combined cheers of screen and football fans. And with him tonight, we have Ronald Reagan and Donald Crisp, also of the picture cast, and Fay Ray. Canute Rockney was a good deal more than just a coach to his players, so there's a good deal more to his story than just football. It's the saga of a hard-driving fighter who made life always exciting, of the woman he loved and the adventures they shared. It's our answer to your many letters requesting this play, letters we're glad to answer. We get a particular thrill out of letters like this one from a lady in Wisdom, Montana, a town of prophetic name. She writes, I want to thank you for giving us such grand plays in the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. We live in the Rocky Mountains, miles from anywhere, and it's a treat for us to hear such wonderful programs. You know, I used to think that Lux Flakes were too expensive to use on a ranch, where there are endless dishes and clothes to be washed. But I found I was wrong. They're really economical. Then she proves she's thrifty by adding, I buy Lux Flakes by the case, so I'm never without it. Words of wisdom, ladies and gentlemen, from Wisdom, Montana. But now for some action at Notre Dame. We raise the curtain on Act One of Canute Rockney, All-American, starring Pat O'Brien as Canute Rockney, Fay Ray as Bonnie Rockney, Ronald Reagan as George Gipp, and Donald Crisp as Father Callahan. In 1892, Lars Rockney and his family left their home in Voss, Norway. Among millions like themselves, simple, hard-working people from the old countries, they followed the new road of equality and opportunity that led to America. It was in the city of Chicago that Canute Rockney grew up, Like other boys of his age, Knut was often sent to the store. Like other boys, Knut was often hours late in returning.
7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, and still he is not home. Master, that boy is never here for dinner on time yet.
Good evening, Papa.
Ah, here he is now, lad. Knut, where have you been and what have you been doing?
Outside playing the most wonderful game in the world. It's called football.
Knut, your nose is bleeding.
Is it? Somebody stepped on it. I guess that's part of the game.
Kaleb, spiel it. Wer schlägt Spiel, als die Samdia Drackenanesia?
Oh, Papa, don't talk Norwegian. Talk American. We're all Americans now.
In 1910, Knut Rockne entered Notre Dame. He was older than the other students of his class. He was 25, and his rugged frame showed evidence of the hard years of work he'd put in to earn the money for his education. Those years were not wasted. Knut was a junior in 1913 when Father Callahan, the president of Notre Dame, summoned him to his office.
Come in, Rock.
Morning, Father Callahan. Father Nolan.
Hello, Canute. Here, have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, just relax, Canute. I've got nothing on you this time.
Oh.
Canute, you have only one more year to go for your degree.
I hope so.
You've made a fine record in the past 3 years. Honor man in your class, and next fall you'll be captain of football. That's a very rare combination.
Thank you, Father.
Dr. Newland here tells me you've got the best brain for chemistry of any man in his class.
I guess it must be a pretty dumb class.
No. You have a definite talent for science, Canute. There's going to be a great future for men like you in the next few years.
That's a great compliment coming from you, Father Nolan.
Wait until you hear the rest of it.
Canute, I want you to help me this summer. Stay here as my assistant, with pay. As you know, I'm trying to perfect a new formula for synthetic rubber, and I need a good man to check my experiments.
Well, I don't know just what to say, Father. There must be 100 men who'd fight for the chance to work with you.
Then you'll stay.
Well, I'd like to, and I appreciate it. You understand? But, well, you see, Father, Gus DeRay and I have just signed up for the summer at Cedar Point to work as lifeguards.
Lifeguards? That's no work for a man with your intelligence.
You're passing up a great opportunity, Canute.
No, I realize that, Father. Maybe next year...
I'm not interested in next year. My work won't wait. I picked you out because I thought you had some brains.
But you see, I promised Gus...
He promised Gus. Canute, I could make a first-class scientist of you inside of 10 years. That's what you were born to be anyway. You big Swede.
Who can say for certain what a man was really born to be, Father Newland? That's God's will, not ours. Someday Canute will find his right place in the world. And whether it be science or not, I have a feeling would be the one thing he was meant to do. Of course, Canute, I don't suppose you and Dore would be taking a football along to Cedar Point by any chance?
Well, we kind of figured we'd kick it around the beach a little. Yeah.
And I'm trying to make a chemist out of him.
All right, toss it, Gus.
Right at you.
That's the stuff.
How do you say we rest a while, huh?
Yeah, it was nice passing, Gus.
Say, Rock, did you see the Tribune this morning?
Haven't seen a newspaper in 2 weeks.
If you'd stop mooning around Bonnie's skiles like a lovesick calf, you might learn some news.
Oh, stop, will you? What news?
Notre Dame's playing Army this fall.
The Army? When? Where?
At West Point, November. The paper says they've got the greatest team in history with 3 All-Americans. We'll get a nice little trip back east, but they'll probably tear us apart.
Who said so?
Oh, don't be a sap, Rock. The Army will outweigh us 20 pounds to the man. We couldn't lick him if we took a shotgun along.
All right, we'll take a shotgun.
Oh, you ought to wear a hat, Rock. This sun's beginning to get you.
Listen, Gus, this game means a lot to Notre Dame. It's our first big chance, don't you see that?
It's big, all right, but so's a freight train.
Gus, we're going to beat them. Big as they are, we're going to beat them. No, don't laugh. I got an idea. Those eastern teams, like the Army, are all power, knock you down and run over you like a steamroller. Well, if you can't go around a steamroller, maybe you can go over it. No team has ever used the forward pass as the major threat of its offense. Consequently, no team has had a good defense against it. We're going to pass the Army, Gus. We're going to pass them dizzy.
Rock, if it works, it'll make history.
All right, let's start making history. Come on, you're at quarterback. I'm it in. Come on, let's get the hang of it. I'll cut in sharp. Now let me have it.
Here she comes, Rock.
That's it. That's it.
It's a beautiful night, isn't it?
Yeah, great.
We won't have many more like it, Canute. The summer's nearly over.
That's right, Bonnie.
You're going back to Notre Dame next week, and I'm going home, and...
Yep.
We won't be seeing each other again for a long time.
That's right, Bonnie. Not till next Christmas vacation. tell you what I'll do, Bonnie. I'll spend a week with the family in Chicago and the rest of it with you folks. How's that?
Well, that'll help. Till June.
Oh, Bonnie, I don't know what we're going to do. What we're going to live on after we're married. You're taking an awful chance.
We'll get along. I can cook and sew, and you'll get a job.
Well, Father Newland seems to think he can make a chemist out of me. Think I'd be any good at it?
You'd be a success at anything you tried, Canute.
Bonnie, I know I'm not what you'd call a romantic type. But I'll do everything on earth to make you happy. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it.
There's something else I wanted to tell you tonight, Bonnie.
Yes, Canute?
Gus and I have got a great surprise cooked up for the Army.
Oh.
Bonnie, it's going to make history. Listen, nobody ever thought of using the forward pass, see? I mean, not the way Notre Dame's going to use it, you see. Gus takes the ball from center, like this. He fades back like this, and I run down the field, count 10, and now... Oh, what's the matter, Bonnie?
Well, go on, Canute. And now, they...
You know, now somebody ought to kick me right square in the seat of the pants.
Final score, Army versus Notre Dame. Army 6, Notre Dame 7.
Cut it out now, will you? Cut it out, I said, fellas. Let me down, will you? I feel like a fool up here.
Better take it while you can, Rock. You'll never hear this again.
Well, Canute, now that you've graduated with a magna cum laude, what are your plans for the future?
Well, I haven't decided yet, Father. I've had a couple of offers, but...
What kind of offers?
They're not very definite.
To coach football. Is that it?
Oh, yes, in a sort of a way.
I don't know why I'm dumb enough to offer you another job. Or why I bothered to look for synthetic rubber when you've got a solid head of it.
Did you say a job, Father Newland?
Maybe I've changed my mind.
Dr. Newland wants you to stay here at Notre Dame and help him teach chemistry. The job doesn't pay very much to start, but he has great hopes for you later on.
I'll take the job, and thank you, Father.
Good, good.
You'll start next term, Canute.
There's just one more thing, Father. You don't have any objection to my sort of helping Harper with the football team this fall, do you?
Yes, you're through with football. Get that into your head once and for all.
Oh, but it won't take up much time, Father, and the extra money will be a great help to me. You see, I'm planning on getting married.
I knew I should have picked a priest.
I'll only work with the team until I get on my feet. You don't think I'm crazy enough to take up coaching as my life work, do you?
Will you hand me that burner, Canute?
There you are, Father.
We'll finish this last test, then perhaps we get some sleep.
That's all right with me.
By the way, the boys tell me you're a good teacher, Canute. They all want to be in your class.
Yes, that's what worries me. I get no respect, none at all.
You'll have respect someday, all you can ever use, if our work here is successful. If we can find the answer, if we can make good rubber cheaply without using gum, a great part of the credit will be yours, Canute.
No, you're the quarterback on this team, Father. I'm just the water boy, always will be.
You can be anything you want. I've watched you ever since you came to Notre Dame. Since the first day you asked a question in my class.
I guess I was pretty much of a nuisance with my questions, wasn't I, Father?
Yes. That's how I knew you might make a scientist. And you will, Canute. Believe me, I know. You have the brains and the strength. These first few years are the hardest. Just live simply and keep your chin up. We're going to do great things, you and I.
Hello. Father Newland's lab, yes. Yes, this is Mr. Rockney speaking. What? When? Where is she? Yes. Sure, I'll be there right away.
Canute, what is it? What's happened?
It's Bonnie. The baby. It's here. Bonnie. Oh, Bonnie.
Honey. Don't yell. I just got Billy to sleep.
Oh. You want to put this stuff in my hair, Bonnie?
What is it now?
Creosote.
Sit down and keep the towel over your eyes. First it was bear grease. Then something called Old Doc Simpson's Sure Grow Snake Oil. And now it's creosote. I declare you've tried everything on your hair except grass seed.
Well, Joe Burns says creosote's the best of all.
Well, for telephone poles, maybe. The truth is, you've just worried yourself half-bald.
No, I know, but Bonnie, can't you see a little fuzz coming in right there? See, I can feel it right
That's
there.
the fringe on the towel.
Oh.
5 years of coaching football and track without a single day's vacation. When this head of yours gets to look like a watermelon, you needn't expect any sympathy from me.
Maybe I can get some sympathy from these.
Well, what are those?
Travel booklets? Places to go? Pick out one you like.
Oh, canoes. Do you mean for us?
Sure. Go wherever you say. That one about Florida looks good to me.
All right. Well, I'll go into Chicago tomorrow and do some shopping. Florida. When do we leave?
Well, let me see. This is August. Football season starts next month. We can't go right away.
Well, then what about after Thanksgiving?
No. I've got to attend a coaches conference in Pittsburgh.
Oh, then after Christmas, January. That's the best time in Florida anyway.
No, not for me, Bonnie. I've got to make a talk to those boys at Mooseheart. Then we've got to settle our schedule for next year. The track team starts work in March. That'll take me into July.
And then the football season begins again. I see. Here, you keep these. Next year, turn him in for a new set.
All right. Come on. Get going in there. What have you boys been doing all summer? Fox trotting? Shift outside the tackle. That's better. Keep working in there.
How's it look this year, Rock?
We'll have a pretty fair ball club, I guess. What I'd give my right arm for is a halfback who can carry the mail. A big, fast boy who can run, pass, and kick like, say, Jim Thorpe.
A guy like that would never come to a little school like Notre Dame.
No, I know. The sort of fellow I'm looking for only comes along maybe once or twice in a coach's lifetime. But I'm still hoping. And if I ever do find a boy like that.
Hey, did you see what I saw, Coach?
Who kicked that ball?
50 yards, easy.
Well, who did it?
Well, that fella standing over there.
Why isn't he in uniform? Wait a minute. Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
Come here a minute. Where you from?
Calumet.
Ever play any football?
Some in high school. Baseball's my dish.
Don't you like football?
Not much.
Go on in, get yourself in a uniform, report to the scrubs.
Why?
Because I think you might make a football player.
I doubt it.
Try it anyway.
All right, if you insist.
Wait a minute. Other way, come here. What's your name?
Gipp. George Gipp. What's yours?
Is he kidding me? Wait a minute. Where's that fella I sent in for uniform?
There he is, Coach. That's him laying down over there.
Mm-hmm. What's he tired about? Beg your pardon, Gipp. I don't mean to disturb your rest. Do we bore you?
No, I got nothing better to do.
Maybe I can fix that for you. Would you like to play?
Well, I have been sort of wondering why they gave me this uniform.
Get in there with the scrubs, the left half.
I haven't learned your signals yet.
They'll give you the ball. Just run with it.
How far?
You won't have to bother about that. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we're not quitting, are we?
No.
What's up over there?
I don't know. All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, hold it, fellas. Boys, this is Mr. George Gipp, freshman from Calumet High School. Mr. Gipp has kindly consented to carry the ball for the scrubs. Just call any play, any at all. They're all the same to him, so it'll be good.
Line up, you. All right, I'll take care of it.
Take nose. 8, 16, 21, 23, 9. Fight!
Hey, look at that guy. They can't touch him.
Go ahead, Gipp. Go ahead.
Hey, Coach, that's the varsity he's walking through.
Boy who can carry the mail. That's him.
There he goes. He's in the clear, Rock. It's a touchdown.
Here's the ball, Coach. I guess the boys are just tired.
Army, 17. Notre Dame, 27. Michigan State, 0. Notre Dame, 23. Nebraska, 9. Notre Dame, 14. Northwestern, 7. Notre Dame, 33.
You played a great game today.
Thanks. Rock get back yet?
He's been phoning me every 5 minutes. His office is full of newspaper reporters waiting to see you.
Oh, Rock can take care of them.
You're a strange person, George. You've been playing football for 3 years. And now, when you're the biggest news of any boy in America, you deliberately walk away from all that fame. Why?
Oh, I don't know, Bunny. I guess I just don't like people to get too close to me.
You know, Canute and I often talk about you, George. We'd like our two boys to grow up and be like you someday.
You mean to play football?
No, not just that. To have your poise and thoughtfulness and your intelligence.
Did Rock say that?
Yes, he did. He said those qualities are rare in a boy of your age.
No. Rock's the rare one, Bonnie, not me. There'll be new fellas coming along year after year. A lot of them much better football players than I ever was. But there'll never be but one Rockney, here at Notre Dame or anywhere else. He's given us something they don't teach in school. Something clean and strong inside. Not just courage, but a right way of living that none of us will ever forget. Don't tell Rock I said that, Bonnie. He'd think I was an awful sap.
That's funny, George. He said the same thing about you. There'll never be but one Gipper. Here or anywhere else. I'm going to get you something for that cough.
No, I'm all right. It's just a little sore throat, that's all.
Don't you argue with me, George Gipp. I've taken care of babies and football players for years.
Hello, Rock.
Oh, so this is where you're hiding, huh? What's the matter? Too bashful to drop by and get your picture taken?
Oh, I didn't want to horn in your party, Rock. They get one of your profile?
Must be nice to read what a great fellow you are, on Saturdays anyway.
I haven't gotten that far. This paper says you're a genius.
So, let me see.
There it is. Read it.
Any coach can look like a genius when his team has a halfback like the Gipper. Oh, why, you... Well, they're right, George. They're right. As long as you're in there, I look pretty good. You've made a reputation for me. The team's going to miss you like a right arm next year. I'm going to miss you, too, George. Won't quite be the same house without him hanging around, will it, Bonnie?
No, it won't. Here, George, you take this. Lie down now.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Wait a minute, what is this? What's going on here?
George is a sore throat and a very bad cough.
So, let me see. Come over here to the light.
Oh, it's nothing serious, Rock. The season's over anyway.
Who said anything about the season? Open your mouth. Wide. You're all right. Come on. Get your hat.
Hey, anybody think you were still in the Army?
I saw enough of the Army to know what's wrong with you. Bonnie, we're going to the hospital. This is a sick boy. How's he doing, Doc? Is he any better?
No, Rock. I'm afraid not.
Was there any chance at all?
Rock, we've done everything we could. You know that. It's no use.
How long has he got?
I can't say. Perhaps the night, perhaps an hour. I think you'd better go in now.
George. Yes, Rock. George, this telegram just came from Walter Camp. You've been named as fullback on the All-American team.
Me? You wouldn't kid me, Rock.
No, I wouldn't kid you. I'm on the level. You're going to be all right, fella.
I haven't got a complaint in the world. What's tough about this? I'm not afraid. Only, Rock, someday, when the team's up against it, and things are wrong, and the brakes are beating the boys, will you ask them to go in there with everything they got and win just one for the Gipper? I don't know where I'll be then, but I'll know it, and I'll be happy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with Act Two of Canute Rockney All-American, starring Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray. But before we go on with our play, we'd like you to hear what's going on all over the United States. If you could fly from coast to coast, from Boston to San Francisco, everywhere you went, every day of the week, this is what you'd be likely to hear.
Send me a large box of new Quick Lux, please.
Right away, Mrs. Brown.
I need some Lux Flakes. Better make it 2 boxes.
Yes, Mrs. Smith.
A large size Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Jones.
New quick Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Blake.
Lux, please. Lux, please. Lux.
Well, that's the way it goes. In hundreds of stores all over the country, women keep asking for new Quick Lux. American women certainly know what they want.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ruick. We want new Quick Lux.
You certainly do. You've proved it. You've made new Quick Lux the most popular soap for nice things in the whole United States by a vote of 2-1.
Well, what's so amazing about that? It doesn't surprise me one bit.
Well, Sally, isn't it pretty wonderful that twice as many women use Lux for underthings, stockings, and other nice things as use any other flakes, chips, or beads? Yes, ma'am, it's new Quick Lux 2-1.
But I'm not a bit surprised. You know, Mr. Ruick, sometimes I think you men don't give us women credit for having any brains. Of course we choose new Quick Lux. Well, think of what it does for us. How much it saves us. First of all, it saves our pretty things. Undies, sheer stockings, fluffy sweaters.
Yes, with Lux, they stay lovely looking longer. It's so gentle, safe for anything safe in water alone.
And it saves us time.
Because it's faster. In water as cool as your hand, it suds 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested.
And it's thrifty.
It certainly is. New Quick Lux goes further, gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of the 10 other soaps tested. That's true even in hard water. Fast, safe, thrifty. No wonder New Quick Lux has become the favorite American way to care for nice things. The choice of women all over the United States. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Knute Rockne, All-American, starring Pat O'Brien as Knute Rockne, Donald Crisp as Father Callahan, and Fay Ray as Bonnie Rockne. Someday, Knute will find his right place in the world. Those were Father Callahan's words. And Knute found that place, not in the laboratory, but on the football field. It was not an easy decision. It was made after long and careful thought, because he felt that his real job was coaching, turning out great teams for Notre Dame, turning out men.
All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, come on. All right, men. Starting a new season today. Got a tough schedule ahead of us. We're used to that at Notre Dame. Now, let's get this straight before we start. I don't want any fellow out here to think he's any better than anyone else. And that goes for you Lettermen, too. Football consists primarily of tackling and blocking. And nobody can make this team if all they can do is carry the ball forward, pass, or punt. Any of you spoiled high school stars who do want to learn to block and tackle, turn in your suits tonight. Turn them in tonight. You can't make the team here. The Notre Dame system is based on teamwork. Teamwork, which means a combination of self-sacrifice, brains, and sweat. And the brains come first. Now, I'll expect you to work hard. But I'll also expect you to maintain a high average in your classes. We want to win if we can. But you didn't come to Notre Dame just to play football. 5 years from now, the public will have forgotten even the best of you. Remember that. All right, let's see what you look like as a dummy. Come on, get moving.
Army, 0. Notre Dame, 28. Rutgers, 0. Notre Dame, 48. Carnegie Tech, 0. Notre Dame, 19.
Says 1:15. Is that right, Doctor?
Seems to be 1:15 a.m. on the dot, Mrs. Rockne.
Thank you, Professor. It was very nice of you both to come and sit up with me, but I'm sure Knute will be back soon. The last train from Chicago was due 10 minutes ago.
Well, as members of the Notre Dame faculty, Mrs. Rockne, this is our humble way of helping to celebrate the team's illustrious victory.
When I celebrate, I never go to bed before 1:30.
Bonnie.
There he is.
Bonnie, I've just seen something. I've got the idea of a lifetime.
Knute, what is it?
Doc, Professor, I saw a show in Chicago tonight. Chorus girls, a whole row of them.
Knute.
Chorus girls?
At your age,
No,
Rock?
no, I don't mean that. It was the rhythm, like poetry to watch them move. Effortless, beautiful. Those girls gave me an idea for a new kind of a backfield shift.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, I tell you, it'll revolutionize the game. No lost motion, no waste of momentum, split-second timing. And the public will love it. It's new, it's colorful, it's great showmanship. Here, Doc, let me show you what I mean. Stand over there.
Now, listen, please.
Professor, you hold your spot right there, and I'll take the tailback position. Bonnie, you get in there at left half.
Me?
Come on, we need one more for a backfield.
Oh, all right.
All right, now good. Now, when I yell hip, everybody takes a step, then a hop to the left like this. All right? 1, 2, step, hip. Swing your arms, get the rhythm. All set? Okay, here we go. 25, 36, 51, hip.
Well, watch it, Doctor.
Fun, isn't it?
All right, try it again. Put some zip in it, Doc. Here we go. 38, 42, 29, hip. Oh, Bonnie, you're way ahead of the ball. Wait for the hip.
I was not ahead of the ball. I fell over the coffee table.
All right. We got 4 boys coming back next year. 4 boys who'll take to the ship like ducks to water. Once more now. 21, 58, 55, hip. One, two, step, hip. 1, 2, step, hip. No. All right, hold it. Hold it, boys. Hold it, Mike. Hold it. Oh, you're all out of step. Swing your arms wide like this. Get the rhythm. You look like a brakeman flagging a train. Oh, and you, Miller. You know you've only got 2 feet. Do they have to step on each other? Stilder, you're moving too slow. Whole point of the shift is to catch the opponents by surprise, off balance. Oh, yes, Crowley. I hope I'm not being too personal, but did you ever learn to dance?
Well, I can waltz a little.
Yeah, I kind of thought that's what you were doing. All right. Now listen, boys, listen. We've got a great thing in this shift, if we do it right. And I selected you four, because I know you can do it right. It's made to order for you. I know it's tricky. That's the beauty of it. If it works the way I figure, it'll revolutionize football. All right, let's try it again. All right, Mike, put another nickel slot. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, hip. 1, 2, 3, hip. 1, 2, 3, hip. Come on. Faster.
This bolt of Irish lightning that strikes from all sides with such blinding speed and fury. A ship, they call it. Yes, but Heisman of Georgia Tech also has a ship. So has Tad Jones of Yale. But theirs are simple tunes compared to Rockney's symphony. For this ship is music, the music of a master's hand. Newt Rockney, whose ingenious brain perfected the forward pass, has brought a great new thrill to football and to its millions of followers. In the brilliant hands and feet of the 4 horsemen, Elmer Layden, Rip Miller, Jim Crowley, and Harry Schulder, the Notre Dame ship has become a prairie fire, burning north, east, south, and west, relentless and unchecked for 3 straight years.
All right, that's settled, Bonnie. After the game tomorrow, we leave for Florida on a nice, long vacation.
Yes, dear.
Just sit on the sand of Miami Beach and do nothing all day long. Absolutely nothing.
Yes, dear. All day.
Oh, Bonnie, I hope you didn't forget to pack my flannels.
I've packed them every fall for 12 years. Even the moths are beginning to lose hope.
Oh, now, Bonnie, that's not fair. Who is it?
Hiya, Rock.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing, Rock?
Come on in, boys. Come on in. Well, what's on your mind?
I'd like to get a statement, Rock. What's the dope on the Army game tomorrow?
Notre Dame and 13 points.
The cadets are plenty tough this year. They think they can break the 16-game winning streak of Notre Dame.
That's what they say.
That's right, Coach. Boys, this is off the record. But nobody can stop our team. They said we'd miss the 4 horsemen. We'd fold up like a bridge table without them. If anything, we're even better. We've been undefeated for 3 straight years. And tomorrow we'll take the Army into camp just like we took the rest of them.
It's almost unbelievable, but it's true. The powerful Notre Dame team is going down to defeat. Army, 27. Notre Dame, 0.
Well, I still can't figure why we couldn't wait in New York for a later train.
Well, I wanted to slip into town before daylight.
The students usually like to come down to the station and welcome the team back, don't they, Canoe?
Sure, when we win. For 3 years, they've met every train. We lost this game. I lost it. Oh, I was too cocky. I had a swell head. Thought I could outsmart everybody. I don't blame the folks in South Bend, whatever they think of me. Because I let them down.
Don't take it so to heart, Canute. There's always next year.
Bonnie, I don't even want to get off the train. We're facing tomorrow. Can't. No, we won't get off, Bonnie. Let's go straight on through to Chicago and then down to Florida the way we always planned. Maybe in 2 or 3 months they won't feel so badly about it, and then I can come home. That's what we'll do.
South Bend. South Bend.
This is it, Canute.
South Bend, Mr. Rockner. Rush off, sir?
Well, Canute,
All right, Bonnie. Go and face it.
I think that's best.
Listen.
What is it?
Well, it sounds like... Come on. Now, wait a minute. Wait. Maybe you folks didn't understand the newspapers. We didn't win this game. We lost.
Who cares? We've still got you, Rock.
Thanks.
Why, you shouldn't have stayed up for us, Father.
If the rest of Notre Dame can, I guess I can.
Father, I never had anything like this happen to me before. All those boys down at the station. Didn't you hear what they said? Who cares if we did lose? We've still got you, Rock.
And have we still got you, Canute? There's been a lot of talk these last few months about large offers to you from different colleges. None of us would blame you if you did leave. Any man must better himself if he can. We've just wondered what you'd do. That's all.
How could any man better himself with friends like mine? No, I'll never leave Notre Dame, Father. I'll never leave Notre Dame.
Thank you, Canute. Thank you.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Pat O'Brien, Fay Ray, Ronald Reagan, and Donald Crisp in Act 3 of Canute Rockney All-American. Ladies, did you ever wash a sweater and have it come out half its original size and all faded and scratchy into the bargain? It's maddening and expensive, isn't it? Why not take a tip from a woman who knows a lot about sweaters and how to care for them? She's a lady from Saskatoon, Canada, and she's written us a very interesting letter. Will you read it, Sally?
Mm-hmm. She says, I have a number of sweaters which I received from the old country, made of the finest wool. Some of them are 3 or 4 years old, but you would never know it by looking at them. Their color hasn't faded one bit, and they're still as soft as when I first got them. Yet I can truthfully say that I've washed them between 40 and 50 times, always in lukewarm Lux suds.
Now, that's a fine letter. It's not surprising that New Quick Lux is by far the most popular way to care for sweaters. First of all, it's so gentle and mild. And then it's so fast. In water as cool as your hand, an ideal temperature for washing sweaters. New Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Finally, it's thrifty. A little Lux goes a long way.
You know, I think you ought to warn women about 2 things that are very hard on sweaters, Mr. Ruick. 2 things that may shrink them badly. Hot water is one, and the other is cake soap rubbing.
You're right, Sally. With Lux, you don't need hot water, and there's no rubbing either. So you can see why woolens stay lovely looking longer with Lux Care. Oh, now, Sally, how about giving the ladies of our audience the Lux method for washing a sweater?
Well, first you draw the outline of your sweater on a piece of heavy paper for a pattern. Then whip up some nice, rich, cool Lux suds and just squeeze them through the sweater. Don't rub. Rinse in water as cool as the suds. Press out the moisture in a Turkish towel. Then lay the sweater flat on your paper pattern and ease it into its original shape. Pin with rust-proof pins and leave it to dry. After it's dry and you've taken the pins out, press the edges gently with a warm iron over a damp cloth to take the pin marks out.
Thanks, Sally. Remember, New Quick Lux is safe for everything safe in water alone. It comes in the same familiar box, and it doesn't cost you a cent more. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Knut Rockne, All-American. They still like to talk in football circles of the famous Knut Rockne system, but his success was based on more than system. It was based on patience and good sportsmanship, on a deep understanding of the boys who worked with him. One afternoon before the Navy game, Rockne received a letter from the father of one of these boys.
Listen to this, Hunk. Now, Rock, I have waited 3 years to see my son play for Notre Dame, but you've never given him a chance. Unless you dislike the boy personally, why don't you give him a square deal? I promise you he'll tear that Navy line to pieces. Signed, John O'Flaherty, class of 1906.
Maybe you ought to take a job at Sing Sing, Rock. Then the alumni wouldn't bother you.
Yes. I saw that O'Flaherty boy on the hall. Send him in here.
Sure. Hey, Charlie, send O'Flaherty in.
Here's one from the Moose Heart Orphanage. Dear Canute, me and the other boys up here have been reading all about you and the Notre Dame team. We have got a football team, too. Will you let us call ourselves the Rockne Colts? We don't have real uniforms, and we don't know many good plays, but we have got lots of spirit. He's got a postscript down there. It says, win that game Saturday.
Did you want to see me, Coach?
Oh, yes. Yes, sit down, O'Flaherty. Just had a letter from your father.
From Dad? What does he want? To sit on the bench with you Saturday?
No, he wants me to put you in the game.
Oh, but I'm not even going, am I?
No. Your dad's got a lot of pride in you, hasn't he?
I guess so.
That's a great thing for both of you. Don't ever let anything happen to change it. You know why I'm not taking you to Baltimore?
Well, I guess it's because I'm just not good enough.
No, that's not it. You are good, O'Flaherty. You are good. You're just not big enough, O'Flaherty. I've never played you because I was afraid you'd get hurt. I've kept you on the squad all these years because you've got spirit. Great spirit. Better than your dad's, if you ask me.
Oh, he'll get over it. You know how fathers are.
I ought to. I'm one myself. Oh, I'd like to put you in there next Saturday. But against that big Navy line, you're taking off a beating. You might fumble. Lose the game for us. That'd break your dad's heart, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
If we win, they may forget it. And if we lose, you can blame me for not playing you. Either way, it'll make him happy. What do you say, O'Flaherty?
Just thanks.
Good boy. See you this afternoon, son.
Yes, sir.
Hunk.
Yeah, Rock?
Add O'Flaherty's name to the list for Baltimore.
But, Rock, he never goes with the team.
I know. He's going with us this time. I'm going to let him kick off.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Rockne. Yes, it is serious. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Rockne can't see anyone. Doctor's orders. Yes, I'll let you know.
Now you're crazy, Doc. My leg, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, it's your leg. But you're my patient, you stubborn Norwegian. And you're a very sick man. The veins of your legs are swollen up like manila ropes. You've got phlebitis, and you've got it bad.
I could get up and walk right now. What is phlebitis, Doc?
It's an inflammation of the veins. And if you move around, there's a strong possibility of forming a blood clot that would travel up to your heart.
What did that do?
Well, your insurance company wouldn't like it. I've warned you about this for 10 years, but you wouldn't listen. You've let those boys of yours smash into you year after year, knock you down, run over you. Now you're paying for it. You're not 20 years old, you're 42. And if you don't obey my orders, you'll never be any older.
No, but, Doc, we're playing the Army on Saturday, and the
I
boys...
don't care if you're playing the whole schedule on Saturday. You don't move out of that bed. And those are my orders.
Bonnie. Bonnie.
Yes, Canute?
Bonnie, I want a wheelchair.
What?
A wheelchair, Bonnie. A wheelchair. We're playing the Army on Saturday.
Army, 6.
Notre Dame, 0.
Here's rock, fellas.
Well, boys, I haven't a thing to say. You played a great game this first half. All of you. I guess we just can't win them all. Boys, I'm going to tell you something I've kept to myself for years. None of you here ever knew George Gipp. It was long before your time. But you all do know what his tradition stands for at Notre Dame. Well, the last thing he said to me was, Rock, sometime when the team is up against it, when things are wrong and the brakes are beating the boys, tell them to go in there with all they've got and win just one for the Gipper. I don't know where I'll be then, Rock, he said. But I'll know about it, and I'll be happy. That's all, boys.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on!
Army, 6.
Notre Dame, 7.
Football scandal attacked by noted educators. Cry of professionalism raised by college authorities. Football purge opens in New York. I suppose you've read all this, Rock?
I've read every word of it. Noted educators, are they? They've got no argument. Public doesn't believe this stuff.
The public believes whatever it reads in the papers, Canute, unless it is denied in type just as large and preferably larger. The coaches of other colleges all over the country want you to go to New York, Rock. They need your name and voice to speak for them. Will you do it, Rock?
All right. I'll go. But I'm not going to mince any words.
Mr. Rockney, the original idea upon which all college sport is founded is that a normal amount of exercise is helpful to young men engaged in their studies. Do you agree with this definition?
No, as far as it goes, yes.
How would you amend that definition?
Games such as football are more than merely helpful to boys. They are an absolute necessity of the nation's best interests.
Why, Mr. Rockney?
Because every red-blooded young man in any country is filled with what we might call the natural spirit of combat. In many parts of Europe and elsewhere in the world, this spirit has manifested itself in continuous wars and revolutions. But we have tried to make competitive sports act as a safer outlet for this spirit of combat. And I believe we've succeeded.
Do you mean to imply, Mr. Rockney, that college football, as practiced at Notre Dame, is a form of pacifism?
Well, I suppose you could get an argument on that from some of our opponents. But that is precisely what I mean.
Mr. Rockney, have you ever interceded for a football player who fell behind in his classes and had to be suspended from your team?
I have not. If any player flunks his class, he's no good to the coach or to the school he attends. And the coach who goes around trying to fix it for athletes to be scholastically eligible when mentally they're not, well, he's just a plain everyday fool.
Mr. Rockney, couldn't football be replaced by some other game? Something less violent?
What game would you suggest?
Well, hockey, for instance.
Well, no, just a minute. As a matter of fact, I once suggested that very idea to Father Callahan, our president. I explained the game to him in detail, and he seemed downright interested. Until we came to the use of the sticks. Then he held up his hands. No, he said. No, that game is never for this university. Notre Dame will never endorse any game that puts a club in the hands of an Irishman.
In your opinion, Mr. Rockney, what is college for? Where do these elaborate spectacles of sport fit into the scheme of education? What is their contribution to the national intelligence?
Gentlemen, we are living in the 20th century. To limit the college education to books, classrooms, and laboratories is to give to education too narrow a meaning for modern times. Now, if I have learned any one fact In my 20 years of work with boys, it's this. The most dangerous thing in American life today is we're getting soft. Soft inside and out. And we're losing that forceful heritage of mind and body that was once our most precious possession. Now these coaches and I, have given our lives to working that flaccid philosophy out of our boys' minds and bodies. We believe the finest work of man is building the character of man. We've tried to build courage and initiative and tolerance and persistence, without which the most educated brain in the head of man is not worth very much. Now, our boys at Notre Dame have played all over the country. They've gotten to learn that Southerners aren't lazy. Northerners aren't cold. Middle Westerners aren't hicks. Californians aren't big and dumb. They've found from all sorts of America what America is. And in that process, they found themselves. Now, I don't know, Professor. I don't know how you would grade a boy for learning all these things. 50, 75, 90, perhaps. But wouldn't it be a good idea not to grade anyone's contribution to the national intelligence until all the results were in, say 5 or 10 years after he's graduated, when his record and character aren't hung on the wall like a diploma, but are hung inside the man himself?
Oh, Knut, this sun is wonderful. And so good for the children.
Why, of course, Bonnie. Didn't I promise you we'd come to Florida?
Yes, dear. 17 years ago.
Oh, no, 70. Couldn't be that long.
Oh, don't worry about it now. Just relax.
Well, Bonnie, I promise you it won't be 17 years before we're here again. Every winter from now on, we'll take the kids and go south and really get some fun of our life.
That's never been much trouble for you. You know, the day we left South Bend, Father Callahan said to me, if Rock ever loses that laugh of his, I hope he doesn't outlive it long.
Mr. Rockney?
Yeah, something for me, son?
Yes, sir. Telegram, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here.
Thank you, sir.
What is it, Knut?
Well, I've got to go to California.
But not right away.
Yes. See, I promised those fellas I'd come whenever they needed me. Oh, there ought to be a union for people who can't say no.
You aren't going by plane, are you?
Well, Bonnie, if I take a train, it'll take me 3 days. This way, I'll get there in no time. I'll be back Monday.
But you know how I feel about flying, Rock.
Bonnie, I wish you wouldn't look at me like that. Come on now, honey. Help me pack. I'll wire from Kansas City tomorrow morning. When will this telegram reach Florida?
Within half an hour, Mr. Rockney. I'll send it right away.
They say there may be a storm ahead of you, Rock. Why don't you wait over here till the next plane?
Haven't any time to waste. I want to be back in Florida by next Monday. I'm on a vacation.
Passengers for the Los Angeles plane. Los Angeles plane.
So long. Soft landing, Rock.
Thanks, fella. You mean happy landing, don't you?
A transcontinental plane flying from Kansas City to Los Angeles crashed this morning on a hilltop 3 miles from this town, carrying to instant death the 6 passengers and 2 pilots. Among the identified dead is Knut Rockney.
We who are here are but a handful of his friends, come to pay our last tribute of devotion to his mortal remains. Of necessity, we are few in number in this hallowed place, though thousands are without the doors. But we represent millions like ourselves who are here in spirit, listening all over America. Knut Rockney might have gone to any university in the land and been gladly received and forever cherished there. But he chose Our Lady's School. He honored her in the monogram which he earned and wore. He honored her in the principles and in the ideals he set up in the lives of young men under his care. He was indeed her true son. Yes, Knut Rockney has gone. And who was he? Ask the President of these United States, who dispatched a personal message of tribute to his memory. Ask the King of Norway, who sent a special delegation here to represent him. Ask the thousands of newspaper men whose labor of love in his memory has stirred every heart in America. But above all, ask the men and women from every walk of life. Ask the children, the boys of America. Ask any and all of these. Who was this man whose death has struck a nation with dismay and has everywhere bowed heads in grief?
Knut Rockne, born 1888, died 1931. He'll never be forgotten, for his doctrines live on in men he knew as boys. Men who now carry aloft his standard of fair, clean play and sportsmanship. Among them, Rip Miller, Navy, James Crowley, Fordham, Harry Stuhldreher, Wisconsin, Frank Thomas, Alabama, Eddie Anderson and Frank Corridio, Iowa, Charlie Bachman, Michigan State, Noble Kaiser and Mal Elvin, Purdue, Jim Palin, Washington, Buck Shaw, Santa Clara, Adam Walsh, Bowdoin, Gus Doré, Detroit, Clipper Smith, Villanova, Jack Mayer, Auburn, Marty Brill, Loyola, and Elmer Layton, Notre Dame.
And so we bring to a close our play, tonight's performance of Knut Rockne, All-American. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone. But first, it looks to me as though Sally here had something to say, something rather complicated from the way she's figuring with that pencil and paper.
Almost an hour a day, 7 days a week.
What on earth are you doing, Sally?
I'm figuring out how much time a housewife spends washing dishes every year.
What's the answer?
Oh, wait till I finish figuring. 300 divided by 8, 3, 7. Well, just imagine. Why, that'd be 8 hours a day for 5 weeks out of the year.
That's a long time to have your hands in dishwater at the mercy of the soap you use. If that soap is harsh, it's bound to make them rough and red and unattractive.
No woman wants hands like that. It's much better to use gentle, new Quick Lux Flakes.
Much, much better. And this has been proved by hundreds of women in tests of 5 leading dishwashing soaps, including Lux. Tests made under conditions similar to home dishwashing. Lux left their hands ever so much softer, smoother than the other soaps did. You can prove this for yourself. Try new Quick Lux in your dishpan tomorrow. Ask for the generous big box, the same familiar Lux package. It's fast, it's thrifty, and it's so mild, it helps your hands stay soft and smooth and lovely. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Back in the center of our stage now is Pat O'Brien, the man who made Knut Rockne live for us tonight. And with him are Fay Ray and Donald Crisp.
Thank you, C.B. It was a great honor to be chosen to play the part of Knut Rockne on the screen, and then again here in the Lux Radio Theater. I've admired him ever since I was a kid.
Pat, you played a little football yourself a few years back, didn't you?
You've been holding out on us, Pat.
There wasn't much to hold out, C.B.
Well, now, the way I heard it, you were a star quarterback at Marquette and ran 90 yards for a touchdown against one of Knut Rockne's best teams.
That is more than a little exaggerated, Fezzi.
You mean it wasn't 90 yards, Pat?
You had to run 90 yards sitting on the bench. I didn't get in late in the game. Coach was, he was desperate. He'd used up the first, second, and third string backs. He was finally down to me. I played about 30 seconds, didn't even get my hands on the ball.
Outside of that, the story's true, huh?
Well, anyway, you can always tell your children that you played against a Knut Rockne team.
That's what I said to myself when I tried to get up for the 6th time.
That's a very comforting thought, Pat. By the way, Mr. DeMille, what's your next play?
14, 82, 91. Hey!
No, not football.
Oh.
I mean next Monday night.
Next Monday night. Well, we've got a play that's a sure winner, Donald. My Favorite Wife, adapted from Leo McCarey's RKO picture.
Who are the stars going to be, Mr. DeMille?
You like them all, Fay. Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick. 3 of everybody's favorites. My Favorite Wife is a gay mix-up. It was one of the hits of the year on the screen, the story of a lady who returned from being shipwrecked on a lonely island to find her husband married again. It's a situation with great possibilities for Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick next Monday night.
And a swell time for the audience, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. If acting were football, you 3 would be a cinch for the Rose Bowl. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick in My Favorite Wife. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Griff Barnett as Father Newland, Ted Bliss as Doré, Charles Seal as Doctor, Earl Ross as Chairman of Investigating Committee, Lou Merrill and Arthur Q. Bryan as announcers, Edwin Max as a reporter, James Eagles as O'Flaherty, Fred Shields as a professor, and Harold Daniels, Forrest Taylor, Bob Burleson, Joe Panario, and Celeste Rush. Our play tonight is an adaptation of the Warner Brothers picture Canute Rockney, All-American, which is currently being shown throughout the country. Ronald Reagan will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Santa Fe Trail. Donald Crisp is currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture City for Conquest, and Fay Ray's forthcoming picture is the Columbia production Legacy. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Between Americans, starring Orson Welles. The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. The Gulf Oil Companies and your good Gulf dealer are proud to present a dramatic picture of this, our America. Here is your host, Roger Pryor, to tell you about it.
Good evening, everyone. We welcome you tonight to one of the most timely programs ever heard on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Our production of Norman Corwin's script, Between Americans, starring Orson Welles. Broadcast at any time, we believe this program would make every American's heart beat a little faster. Make him hold his head just a little higher. But since the tragic and foreboding news that came today, this program, Between Americans, now becomes an American odyssey. In just a moment, our story will begin. But first, here's Bud Heaston.
Right. And here's an easy way to change from a pessimist into an optimist. If you're wondering now how long you may have to keep your present car, and wondering, too, if it will last, if it will stay in good condition, just look on the bright side of the picture. Remember, when you give the wearing parts of your car good protection, that helps it stay young and act young a long, long time. So give your automobile the modern method of lubrication, Gulflex registered lubrication. Here's why. First,
expert Gulflex operator works from a master chart of your model car, thus protects each wearing point in the chassis and body.
Second,
the Gulflex man uses not just 1 or 2 greases, but 6 special lubricants, especially developed by lubrication authorities.
And third, here's proof of how good these lubricants are.
In recent tests by Gulf engineers, Gulflex chassis lubricant, for instance, stayed in the shackles 30% better and lubricated nearly 100% longer than the average of competitive products tested.
So get Gulflex registered lubrication, a much better than usual grease job at no extra cost. Remember, too, that your good Gulf dealer is also ready with splendid motor oils and gasolines, such as Gulf No-Nox gasoline, the extra value gasoline that has been especially designed to stop harmful pounding and hammering inside your engine. Make it a habit to stop regularly at your neighborhood good Gulf dealers, your headquarters for making your car last longer.
And now, Oscar Bradley's music introduces Orson Welles, who will talk Between Americans.
This program is Between Americans. That's where the title comes in. We hope you like it, but you don't have to. At any rate, nobody's going to make you stick around and listen to it. That's one of the advantages of being an American. Now, tonight we're doing something quite foreign to the type of thing usually presented by the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Instead of telling a story about 5 or 6 people, we're telling a story about 100 million. This happens to include you, listener, whatever your name may be. As a matter of fact, names don't bother real Americans very much. Not when we've got states named after French kings and English queens are lifted right out of the Latin language like Montana, or out of the Spanish like Nevada, and towns. You know, if you were to hold a convention of all the people who live in foreign-sounding American towns, we could fill quite a sizable stadium. Among the delegates registering on the first day would be...
Me, I'm the delegate from London, Minnesota.
I'm in from Dublin, New Hampshire.
Flew in this morning from Cairo, Illinois.
Huh? Whose turn, me? I'm from Canton, Connecticut.
I'm from Paris, Texas.
I came all the way from Shanghai, West Virginia.
Warsaw, Georgia. I'm the delegate representing Moscow, Kentucky.
My town is Toronto, Kansas.
As for me, Lisbon, Maine.
Delegate from Madrid, Alabama reporting.
I'm from Stockholm, South Dakota.
Drove down this afternoon from Bombay, New York. Hitchhiked here from Baghdad, Florida.
All right, delegates, now that you've registered, you may all be seated. Now, that's all the preliminaries there's going to be tonight. We're through with the introductions, the overture, and the official registration. So now we can get down to the text, which is, roughly speaking, this. Today, particularly, people are thinking about their country pretty hard. Some of them for the first time in their lives. People are wondering where we're headed. Men are being called on to get ready to defend America. A lot of them are thinking in terms of what is there to defend. Well, now, America means a lot of things to a lot of people. Most of them are solid patriots, only they don't know it. They don't have to wear a red and white and blue button in their lapels to prove it. They don't have to agree with or even listen to people like this.
My fellow citizens, in this great state of flood and plethora, we can fix it down, squirtle your taxes. Our great country is cribbly bolted on and can wackle tablewicks, and your long and I roll Harrington forever!
We got a good hunch most people prefer the quiet kind of speaker, like the fellow who got up on a platform in a Pennsylvania town one day and said,
The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here.
That was the Gettysburg Address he was referring to. As a matter of fact, he didn't get such good reviews the next morning. Take, for example, the write-up he got in the Harrisburg Patriot.
We pass over the silly remarks of the president. For the credit of the nation, we are willing that they shall no more be repeated and thought of.
If you think that's bad, listen to what the Chicago Times had to say.
The cheek of every American must tingle with shame as he reads the silly, flat, and dishwatery utterances of the man who has to be pointed out to intelligent foreigners as the President of the United States.
Of course, the rival paper in Chicago took the opposite point of view. Rival papers often do.
The remarks of President Lincoln will live among the annals of man.
That paper gave it 4 stars, and they were right. The Gettysburg Address did survive. But that business of calling a president a ham is really something to be proud of. I mean, the right to print a piece saying a president makes a sound like dishwater. Nobody dragged the editors off to jail, even if they were wrong. That's important. Comes under the heading of free press. As soon as anybody starts gagging the press, any press, watch out. Americans don't like that. And by the way, we got a nerve to be calling ourselves Americans all the time when we're really only United Staters. We're a little selfish about that. It's America down there in Chile, too. All the way down the spine of the Andes. If any of you folks are hearing this down around Mexico or Honduras or Salvador or Argentina, or even if you're an Eskimo in the Arctic, we hope you'll overlook our calling ourselves Americans as though we were the only ones in the hemisphere. We do that just because it's so much easier to say than anything else, and also because it sounds so good. By the way, before we leave the subject, what about the original Americans? The Indians? There's a forgotten race for you. How about the Indian on the nickel? and the buffalo who roamed the back of the great American jit. Seems a shame. No two ways about it. We have forgotten those 100% Americans who went down to quarantine to meet the Mayflower. We don't see them around in person very much these days. But their ghosts are still with us. Maybe the red men are forgotten. Maybe not. But between you and us, it's said that near Boonesboro, Kentucky, on certain nights in November, by the light of the waning moon, some very peculiar ghost meetings go on in the woods south of the river. Also in certain parts of the Alleghenies, between the hours of sundown and the coming of the morning mist. Yes. If you happen to be listening to this in a car, driving along Highway 99 in Wyoming, that man you passed walking down the road a few miles back wasn't a man at all. Seriously, they were brave people. The Indians fought a losing fight against great odds. Wanted nothing more than to keep their land and their way of life. Fighting the fight so many people of all races have had to fight since. The fight to keep free and independent. The fight to stop men from the outside who want to civilize somebody their way. You ever asked yourself what America means to you? Does it mean 1776? Columbia, the gem of the ocean? Big business? The Bill of Rights? Uncle Sam? Chances are it means none of these things. Chances are it means something very personal to each of you. Something close to your heart which you'd miss like the very blazes if you were stranded abroad. Might have nothing at all to do with quotes from Madison or acts of Congress. It might be just the feeling about the crisp autumns in New England and the smell of burning leaves. It might be the memory of the way they smooth off the infield between the games of a doubleheader. It might be a thing as small as your little finger. You ever been abroad and run out of American cigarettes?
Hey, speak English, mister?
No, senor. Solo hablo español.
Well, anyway, do you carry cigarettes?
Ah, cigarrillos. Sí, tenemos bastante aquí.
No, I just want cigarettes. Here, I'll take these. How much?
20 centavos.
Here, keep the change. Hey, got a light there, senor?
Sí, como no, senor. Un momento.
Hey, what is this? Soft, cold soup? Tastes like an old shoe. Here, you can smoke the rest of them. Phooey.
There you are. America might mean a tight-packed cigarette, which tastes good. Might mean the way a hot dog man slaps mustard on a Frank. Might mean going with your wife to the movie on bank night. Or taking your girl to the annual barn dance and social at Tuckerman's Barn. Plenty of you listeners know what I'm talking about. You hear people speak of home defense? This is the home to be defended. The square dance down the Glen a piece. And old man Tuckerman's barn. This is the America of all the couples dancing there tonight. That's what the nation means to Butch and Fred and Jenny and Elvira. And this is America to all the boys and girls from Malvern County and their folks at home waiting for them. What do you suppose America means to that auto repair man in the grease-caked dungarees who works in the garage in the corner of Willow and Elm Street? It means, quite likely, crawling under the 1936 Buick and dragging an electric light bulb on a long extension after him.
Hey, Joe, hand me that wrench.
What wrench?
The wrench at your feet. I got to finish this apprentice job.
Why don't he sell that jalopy and get a new boat?
Hey, you want to talk us out of business?
As long as he keeps his car, we get a repair job once in a while.
Yeah, guess you're right.
Sure. That's America to Pete and Joe. Piston job, transmission job, valve job, jack it up, change the tire. New fan belt, check the pump. On Saturday night, take the girl down to Joyland Dance Park. Means repairs to those boys and cans of oil and carburetor mixtures. And to Jack Prentice, who owns the Buick that Pete is fixing and who lives down on the beach near the Coast Guard station, America means the sound and the sight and the smell of high tide under the full moon. Occasionally the melancholy note of the bellboy drifting up when the wind's blowing in from the ship channel. Means the age-old sound of the sea. The same sound folks are hearing this very minute up around Penobscot Bay and Winthrop Beach and Chincoteague Inlet down by Calabogue Sound and on Boca Chica and then clean over to the other coast by Guadalupe and Carmel. Yes. Wind and wave and sand and rock and riptide and undertow. That's America to Jack Prentice and the hundreds of thousands of folks settled on the coastlines between Eastport and Key West, Point Isabel and Birch Bay. America is all things to all the people. Prairie to Nebraskans, coal to Scranton miners, cameras and raw celluloid to the picture boys in Hollywood, the stink of crude oil to the men who work the wells, relief checks to the unemployed, a mic and a stopwatch to a radio production man, a BMT Express to Brooklyn office workers. Sure, that's the way it goes. Or isn't it? What does this country mean to you? It might mean anything. Anything at all. It might mean a course in highfalutin poetry at Harvard.
Today, gentlemen, we will consider the influence of Whitman on the development of poetry in America. And by 1870, after 12 years of incessant attack against squeamish over-refinements, Whitman really began to create an active distaste for literary affectation.
Or else it might be an argument between two baseball fans as to which is the better team, the Yankees or the Red Sox.
Yeah, but look! The Yanks are a bunch of old men and cripples.
Yeah.
They won't last. I tell you, they won't last. Wait till it gets good and hot around the middle of July.
Yeah.
Wait till doubleheaders begin piling up.
What are you talking? Listen, DeMayor's just having the best season he ever had. He's an old man, huh? Keller hitting a dozen homers. I'd like to be a cripple like that. New home run record for the club. Won't last, huh? Who's the Red Sox got as good as DeMayor's? Name one guy. Name one.
I'll name two. Ted Williams.
Oh, good hitter. No getting away from that. What you say? He's better than DeMayor?
Pitching.
Wait a minute. Do you say?
Or it could be a poker game in Charlie Ferreter's law office upstairs over the 5 and 10 cent store on a rainy afternoon. Or a meeting of the Kiwanis Club in the Mansion House on Thursday. Or the news store. Or a great symphony concert sent out over everybody there, playing the music of all the world's great composers, regardless of their race or nationality. For instance, something by a great German Jew named Mendelssohn. Something you couldn't play in certain countries on the other side. Now let's stop a minute and figure this out. Is it an accident that makes just being a citizen in this comparatively young country so attractive to so many people? To the world's greatest skater from Norway? To the world's greatest mathematician from Germany? To the world's greatest orchestra conductor from Italy? Is it an accident that 1,000 million people all around the world would give everything they own to be in your shoes? A free citizen of this country, right this very minute? Is it the weather here? Let's ask some of the natives. You from New York, how's the weather out your way?
Oh, I like it all right, only the summers give me a pain, sticky and hot. And then we usually get a stretch of terrible overcast weather around April and November. Sometimes 10 days go by without the sun coming out once.
And you, miss, from Miami, Florida.
Oh, our climate's fine. Except you have to watch out for sunburn.
A gentleman from Kansas?
Summers get pretty hot. Winter's pretty cold. Tornadoes raise a ruckus every once in a while.
Los Angeles. You?
Ah, wonderful climate. Magnificent.
Don't you ever get tired of all that sunshine?
No, sir, not a bit.
Never rains?
Well, a little precipitation maybe, but no rain.
No earthquake?
No, just little ones. Are you interested in some real estate?
No, thanks. And you from San Francisco, how about it there?
Best climate in the world, top.
Lots of sunshine?
Lots.
Lots of fog?
Lots.
All right. Then it's not the weather which makes it so attractive. Is it maybe our wine, women, and song? Let's ask the experts. You there, expert on women.
American women are beautiful, certainly. But we've never produced any classic or historic beauty. We've no legendary figure to compare with Helen of Troy, or with any of the Greek or Roman Venuses, or with Egypt's Cleopatra. As far as fiction is concerned, we can offer nobody to stand up against Italy's Juliet, or Germany's Isolde, or France's Roxane. Certainly not Scarlet O'Hara.
Certainly not.
No, indeed.
All right, that's fine. Thanks very much. Now, what about our wines? Is that what makes America so attractive from the outside looking in? How about it, wine expert?
American wines are excellent, but then, of course, meaning no offense, have you ever heard of French champagne, Burgundy, Librame?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Can it be our song? Maestro.
America can well be proud of its composers and of its wealth of folk music. But the fact of the matter is that we have yet to produce a single world-great symphony, whereas Finland has produced 7, Germany and Austria, half 100, the Russians about 12, the French 2 or 3, England 2 or 3, Bohemia...
Not song, then. Neither wine, women, nor song. So what is it, then? Well, it's this. Come right down to it. It's the spectacle of nearly 150 million people trying to live up to the expectations of a handful of great men who lived and died 150 years ago. Men who were so fed up with the kind of government they'd been getting, they sat down and wrote a new constitution for themselves and their children. A democratic constitution that's been added to, but never been topped before or since.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof,
or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press,
or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and petition the government for a redress of grievances.
No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
The right of trial by jury shall be preserved.
Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction.
The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Or on account of sex.
Those are pretty good sentiments to be kept alive and flourishing in the world today. Of course, there are other things that makes our union a good one to belong to. It's a beautiful country, even though it has a lot of incorrigible badlands and corrigible slums. Aren't many countries have as much in them to look at and wonder about as this one. This can be a rather fierce country, too. Ever see the way its mountains frown down sometimes? Know what they're frowning at? Some rumors they heard about petty intrigue, about political bosses and shysters and fakers and grafters and men who make a business of gypping the people. Ever see the way the sky suddenly gets black and the thunder roars and the lightning starts throwing itself around? Ever see a storm whipping it up across the Great Lakes? That's how the American winds feel about anybody who denies anybody else a fair trial, or free speech, or the right to assemble, or the right to worship as one sees fit. Well, then, in the final analysis, there can be no analysis. Many great thinkers and poets have attempted it, but the country's too big for any one man. There's Walt Whitman and Carl Sandburg and Tom Wolfe, and they all felt the magnitude and magnificence of the nation that got put together piece by piece like a jigsaw puzzle. They felt it and wrote about it in unforgettable ways. But still, it's bigger than any of them, or any of us. Whitman hit it on the nose when he said it was bigger than the president and the cabinet and the District of Columbia. It's not Park Avenue, or Broadway, or 42nd Street, or the Loop, or the Golden Triangle. It's other things. Many, many, many other things.
Mill towns.
Steel towns.
Tobacco towns.
Mining towns.
Oil towns.
Cotton towns.
Farmhouses.
Railroad sidings.
Statues on the common.
Tourist houses on the edge of town along the state highway.
Swimming holes.
Gas stations.
Strollers on Main Street.
Kettles of sorghum molasses. Sunday papers.
Season tickets to concerts.
Auctioneers. Night courts. Radios. Parades. Toothpaste. Shaving cream. Dogs. Cats. Skyscrapers. Subways. Cornfields. Offices. Hotel rooms. Airports. Hospitals. Factories.
Oh, we could go on for weeks with this, never come any closer to a working definition of America, or to any real understanding of its total meaning. Look, how can you add up all the red and yellow neon signs, the smell of all the eggs and bacon frying in the morning, the bargain specials, the lessons learned, the cows let in from pasture, the mileage clocked up on automobile speedometers, the rainfall and the snowfall, and the wind drifts? It's much too big for you, or me, or any of us who happen to stand alone or in small groups. It's much too great for any person or any party. Too much loved by all its people. Loved in spite of and because of its faults and virtues and its past mistakes and future promises. America is not a map, a poem, an almanac, a mural, a building in the heart of Washington. It's a territory possessed by people, possessed by an ideal. Well, that's all, listeners. Just wanted to talk between Americans for a half hour of a Sunday evening. No big finish here. No brass section bringing down the curtain. Just a little music to follow a friendly little chat. Good night, Americans.
You've just heard Orson Welles talking between Americans. Ladies and gentlemen, Orson Welles has just spoken to you as one American to another. And incidentally, do you remember when Orson mentioned the hundreds of thousands of Americans working in those oil towns and gas stations? Well, those Americans make up a great industry that's a vital part of America, the oil industry. There are about 400,000 gasoline dealers helping traffic flow along the highways, making possible business trips, visits to your friends, the stores and movies, pleasant rides in the country. That's only part of the oil industry's contribution to making the American way of life the grand thing it is. And to keep it that way, to safeguard our way of life, well, the industry's helping there, too. It's supplying fuels and lubricants for factories busy turning out materials for our defense. In addition, the oil industry is supplying all the gas and oil needs of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. and for the vastly augmented Air Force planned in the future, Gulf and other oil companies are building enough 100-octane aviation fuel plants to take care of the increased demand. That's only a glimpse of what the oil industry, of which Gulf is a part, means today to the American people and the American way of life. Well, next week, we really have a show that'll put you into a great humor. The RKO hit My Life with Caroline, starring those top favorites, William Powell and Ann Sothern, with George Barbier. Music by Oscar Bradley, assisted by Frank Tours. Until then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Orson Welles appeared tonight through the courtesy of Lady Esther and is currently making the magnificent ampersands at RKO. Don't forget our date next week when the Gulf Screen Guild Theater brings you William Powell, Ann Sothern, and George Barbier in My Life with Caroline. Bud Hastings speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you the third in our series of full-hour dramatizations of modern American and British fiction. Today, with George Montgomery as our star, and with Clifton Fadiman as our intermission commentator, we present Theodore Dreiser's monumental work, An American Tragedy.
Meeting seemed to go a little better tonight. 6 people even took tracks. Clyde, go help your father with the organ.
Oh, Ma, I've got a date.
Now, Clyde.
Oh, why can't I go out with the other fellows once, just once?
Your father and I have a mission, son.
But I haven't. Kids will laugh at me. Mom, I'm not going out to the street meetings anymore. Everybody looks at me and laughs because I haven't got a jacket without big patches on it. It isn't fair.
Clyde, you will help with the family's work. We're spreading the word, the Lord's word.
Oh, Ma. Look, Ma, if I get a job, well, you could use the extra money, couldn't you?
Well,
Then I'd be helping the mission, wouldn't I, Ma?
I suppose so. We do need money. We'll see. Now go help your father with the organ. We've got to set out the hymn books for the evening service.
Bell, Captain. Yes, sir, 703. Right away, sir. Front point, 703.
Excuse me, sir. Are you Mr. Squires?
That's me. You want something?
The man at the drugstore was saying, he said maybe there's a place open as a bellboy.
What's your name?
Griffiths. Clyde Griffiths.
You come from KC? What do you folks do?
Well, we've sort of traveled around. My father's a sort of preacher.
Sort of?
He hasn't got any regular church. He just preaches.
Well, that'll be something new for a bellhop. Maybe it'd be a good thing. Okay, pick up your uniform at the storeroom.
Okay, kid, I'm supposed to show you the ropes. My name's Oscar.
Hi.
Just keep on your toes, see? When the bell rings, you jump. When you take a guy up to the room, all you got to do is turn on the lights in the bathroom and the closet. You pull up the shades and see if there's towels in the room. You got that?
Yeah.
Then if they don't give you no tip, you sort of, stall around a little, see? You fiddle with a transom or something. And don't forget, you got to slip Squires a buck after every shift. That's his graft.
Oh, I see.
Front, boys, front! Okay, Clyde, that's you. Jump.
Hey, bellhop, wait a minute. Look, tell me, what do you do for excitement in this town, huh?
Excitement?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, sir.
Well, you find out for me, see? You find out, and there's a buck in it for you. Maybe two.
Gee, I wish I could go out on the town like those salesmen. Boy.
They sure know how to live. One hotel to the next. Another skirt in each town.
Yeah, that's the life.
Ah, don't worry, kid. It's payday tomorrow. Payday! And we'll find a couple of chickens of our own.
Oh, gee, I love to dance. I could dance all night. Don't you love to dance, Clyde?
Yeah, with you.
Oh, you silly.
You're awful pretty.
Lots of fellows say so.
I don't like to see you going with those other guys.
Well, Mr. Clyde Griffiths, you don't own me.
Gee, I didn't mean that. You know I'm crazy about you. Honest, Hortense, you've got to believe me. Why, I'd do anything for you.
You would?
Yeah.
Did I tell you, Clyde, about the sweet little coat I saw in the Paris shop window? It's really the sweetest thing. Real sweet. Only $100.
$100?
Uh-huh.
Well,
I could arrange to get it on time if I could borrow the money. Oh, it's awful sweet, Clyde. Honestly, the sweetest thing.
I don't like it, Clyde. I don't like it. That hotel is an evil place. A place of sin.
Oh, Ma, it's a good job. Only I won't be able to give you $15 anymore.
But, Clyde...
Well, I can only give you $5. I got expenses, Ma. Yeah, that's it. Expenses every week. Anyway, I gotta buy myself some new clothes.
New clothes? Well, if you're working, I suppose. But, son, remember the word when you're in that place. Remember the word.
Hey, that's a hot one, Clyde.
That's gorgeous.
Let me tell you, payday comes but once a month, but when it does, wow.
Well, are we going to sit here all night? I thought we was going dancing. We have to catch the streetcar.
Yeah, it's getting late, Oscar.
Streetcar? Huh, that's for poor people. We're going by Cadillac.
You're crazy. Ain't he crazy, Hortense?
Sure.
You're crazy.
Just leave it to little old Oscar. My brother don't work for a rich guy for nothing, so we just borrow his boss's nice big car. Boy, oh boy, look at this baby run.
Oscar, be careful. There's ice on the road and you've been drinking.
Ah, don't worry, Tina. Hey, Hortense, Clyde, you two doing all right back there?
Yes, sure.
Yes, sir. Hey, what time is it, Clyde?
About 5:30.
5:30? Hey, we're going to be late for that night shift dance. We better step on it.
Boy, you sure can drive.
Hey, how about turning off on 17th?
Right. Hold on. Here we go.
Look out!
Oscar, the kid! Where'd that kid go? What happened?
You hit her. You killed her.
They killed the kid. Ran her down.
Oscar, what do we do?
Hey, we got to get out of here.
And there's a cop chasing us. He's on a run board of a car. Oscar, stop!
We lost him now. One more turn. Hang on.
Oscar, are you all right?
My arm. I'm okay.
Oh, my face. My face.
Come on. We got to get out of here.
Yeah, but the girls. Hortense cut her face and Tina's out cold.
You can't help.
You can't help them now, Clyde. Forget about the girls. A fella's got to take care of himself.
Dear Mother, I haven't written for a year because I didn't want anybody in Kansas City to know where I am. I saw a clipping about the accident, so I better not try to come home. I've got a job now, bellhopping at a fancy club here in Chicago. I'm trying to save a little money so I can get into some line with advancement.
Dear Clyde, we're glad that you're trying to better yourself. Your father was saying that your uncle Samuel Griffiths of Lycurgus is very rich and successful. He has a great collar factory and hires hundreds of people. Why don't you write him and see if he could give you a position so you could learn the business? Remember his name, Samuel Griffiths, Lycurgus, New York.
Mr. Griffiths. Mr. Samuel Griffiths.
Here, boy.
Mr. Griffiths.
Over here.
Mr. Griffiths. Telegram, sir.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, was there something else?
Are you the Mr. Samuel Griffiths who's in the collar business in Lycurgus, New York?
Yes, I am. Well?
I believe I'm related to you, then. I'm Clyde Griffiths. I believe you're my uncle.
Well, so you're Asa's son. Why, I haven't heard from your father in 25 years. Well, Asa's son. Good morning, Miss Phipps. Good morning, Gilbert.
Father, we didn't expect you back for days.
Well, I'm not back, really. Just on my way to Albany. Dropped in to pick up the production figures.
I'll get them for you, Father. Well, how was Chicago?
Surprising. Very surprising. I've brought back something for you, son. A cousin.
A cousin?
Clyde, just step in here, will you? My son Gilbert will take care of you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I'll pick up those papers later.
You're my cousin, huh?
Yes. Yes, I am.
And you're to learn the collar business from the bottom?
Well, I'd certainly like to start so I might work up.
I gather you've no trade or secretarial experience.
Why, no, sir.
Well, the best thing to do, then, is to start you in the shrinking room. Come along, I'll show you. It's not very pleasant, but I don't suppose it can hurt you. Well, come on.
My dear nephew, since your arrival, my husband has been away most of the time, and now after 3 long weeks, he has returned. And we will be very glad if you will find it possible to dine with us next Sunday. We dine most informally. Do come if you are able. Your Aunt, Elizabeth Griffiths. More coffee, Clyde? Gilbert?
No, thank you, ma'am.
I've had plenty, Mother.
Well, do you like it where you are now in the shrinking room?
I suppose it is a start.
Well, you won't be down there long, will you, Gilbert?
No, of course not.
Matter of fact, I think we'll have him upstairs starting next month. Take care of it, will you, Gilbert?
Father, don't you think perhaps we ought to...
And that's enough of business, Samuel. Here come the girls.
Mother, I'm sorry we missed dinner,
but...
that's
all right, dear. I'd like for you to meet your new cousin, Clyde. My daughter, Myra.
I'm pleased to meet you.
This is my friend, Miss Sandra Finchley.
How do you do, Mr. Griffiths? Why, Gilly does look a lot like you. He even blushes like you.
This is the stamping room, you understand?
Yes, sir.
You'll be in charge of 25 girls here. You're to behave as a gentleman. There is a strict company rule about it.
Yes, I understand it.
Do you? These women have to be treated as employees on the job and off, so watch your step. You're only a foreman here, but understand your name is Griffiths. And we won't stand for anything that would run down the Griffiths name. You start immediately.
Roberta, look at the new guy with Sourpuss Gilbert.
Who is he?
Well, they say he's the old man's nephew, Clyde Griffiths. Boy, is he giving you the once-over. Oh, gee, I wish I was refined.
Don't be silly. He doesn't even notice me.
Maybe not. Hey, Bert, how about Sunday, huh? Will you come with me?
Oh, I don't know. I've never been in a canoe.
Oh, there's nothing to it. Oh, come on. Have a good time for once. You only get one Sunday to a week.
If you don't like my paddling, it's just too bad.
Oh, come back here. You can't leave me, Martha. Martha! Oh, dear.
Why, Miss Alden? Are you in trouble?
Oh, Mr. Griffiths, you surprised me.
I've got a rowboat across the point. I was just walking about. You with anybody?
Well, my girlfriend just went away in the canoe. I guess it was a joke. There she is out there. Oh, I was awful scared. I can't swim at all.
Well, perhaps we can turn the joke around. Suppose I row you back.
Oh, I couldn't. I mean,
It's perfectly all right. You know, it's funny. That is, just as I was walking over here, I was thinking about you. I mean, how you might like to come to a place like this on a Sunday. And darn if it didn't happen.
Is that really so?
Yeah, that's the truth, honest. Miss Alden, I mean, I wonder if I could meet you somewhere. You know, there's a rule that the head of a department can't have anything to do with a girl that works for him, but, well, I've been thinking that you were so awfully pretty.
Oh, Mr. Griffiths, I couldn't. Besides, they're just terrible where I live. They won't let me have any company.
Oh, please don't say no. There's a little park out near the Mohawk River on 3rd Street. Would you meet me out there? Where the streetcar stops.
Oh, I'd be afraid, I think. I never did that before.
Oh, you will come, won't you? 8:30. The last streetcar doesn't leave till 10. Please come, won't you? Well, that's the next to the last car.
Gee, I didn't know it was that late.
Oh, it's nice out, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Beautiful.
Roberta, I'm crazy about you, honest, I am.
Clyde, don't.
Do you mind if I kiss you? Honest, I think you're the sweetest. Oh, please, Roberta.
Well, I
just gotta kiss you, Roberta.
Someone will come. Oh, I don't know what to do. Oh, Clyde. Oh, I never did this before.
It's all right. It doesn't matter. Oh, Roberta, I do love you so much. And we have so little time.
Oh, I don't know.
Please don't cry. It's all right, Roberta. Roberta, say you love me. Please.
I do. Yes. Yes, I do.
It's all right now, Roberta. Oh, please don't cry. Oh, you're so sweet. So awfully sweet.
Oh, Clyde. Darling. It's getting cold, isn't it?
Yes, winter's almost here.
Oh, it doesn't seem right. I mean, well, these months have been so nice.
Yeah, all the places we used to go to are closed up now. We've got to figure out something.
You can't be seen with me. That old factory.
Well, we can't just walk around freezing on the street every night. Bert, couldn't I visit you at your house? Nobody needs to know.
Oh, but they're so strict there. You can't, Clyde.
Well, it just can't go on like this. Anyway, there's no one at home now. They wouldn't have to know.
But that would be terrible. It wouldn't be right.
All right, then. If you don't want to, you don't want to. I'm glad to know that you care more about what people think than you care for me. And if you don't love me any more than that, well, we might as well call the whole thing off right here and now.
But, Clyde, you can't mean that.
No, why not? Oh, I'm fed up, Bert. If you're too scared to be with me, well, then goodbye.
Please don't go, Clyde. Please don't. I do love you. Clyde! There's been a mistake in the stitching room, Mr. Griffiths. These collars are wrong.
A mistake, Miss Alden?
Clyde, you've got to believe me. I do love you. Truly, I do.
Ah, very bad mistake, Miss Alden.
I cried all night, and you haven't looked at me for 2 days. Oh, Clyde, don't leave me alone. I'll meet you tonight if you like.
Where? On the street corner again, I suppose?
Oh, no. No, anywhere you like.
Well, maybe I might. The others are watching. Be careful.
Oh, Clyde.
8 o'clock, then. And after we'll see.
Oh, Clyde, I'm so happy. I'll do anything. But don't ever leave me again. You've got to go now, Clyde. They'll be home soon.
Meet me again tomorrow.
Oh, darling. I'm so glad I don't have to worry now. I don't have to share you with anybody.
Don't worry, Bert. I wouldn't even look at another girl. Oh, I've got you now.
Hello there. What's the idea? Are you snubbing me?
Oh, hello. Hello, Miss Finchley.
Oh, it's you. I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Griffiths. I thought it was your cousin Gilbert.
I suppose we do look alike. I didn't mean to intrude.
Oh, don't go away. Can I drive you anywhere? I'd rather give you a lift than Gil anyway. He quarrels.
Well, I was going downtown.
Well, then hop in.
Thank you.
We don't see you often at all. The crowd must see more of you, Clyde. I'll have to scold Myra.
Yeah. Well, I'd enjoy it very much.
Well, then it's a promise. You won't let your factory duties get in the way? No, will you?
But, Clyde, you promised.
I can't help it, Bert. This dinner at my uncle's just came up.
But I'm going home next day for Christmas. Oh, Clyde.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Bert.
But you've been breaking dates all winter. Oh, well, I don't really mind, only I wanted to give you your present then.
Well, I've got yours here. A comb and brush set.
Why, it's lovely, Clyde. Lovely. I got a pen and pencil set for you. You're sure you can't see me Friday?
Look, I told you. I've got to go to that dinner at my uncle's. Oh, now, don't feel bad, Bert. I love you.
I love you terribly, Clyde.
I'm glad you could come tonight, Clyde.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it for anything. Hey, you're awfully pretty, Sandra.
You think so?
I just gotta tell you, I'm crazy about you, Sandra.
Shh. We'd better keep it a secret, don't you think?
Yeah, I was all jealous when I saw you dancing with the others.
You're cute, Clyde. Real cute. Let's go outside. We can see if it's snowing.
Outside? Yes. Yes, I guess we can see if it's snowing. I told you, Bert, there's a meeting of the department heads. I can't go with you.
But, Clyde, I've got to see you now. I've got to.
What's the matter? Why are you so frightened?
Clyde, it's so terrible for me if it's so.
If what's so? What is it, Bert? What's happened? You're all trembling.
You said if anything went wrong, you'd help me.
What's wrong? Bert.
Oh, Clyde, I'm scared.
What? No, not now. Can you be sure? Oh, you'll be all right, won't you?
No, I'm sure. Oh, Clyde, what can I do? It's so awful. It's wrong.
Well, I don't know. You've got to go see a doctor, I guess. Oh, Bert, of all the times. It's all right, Bert. I'll figure something. Look, you'll go to the doctor alone, see? I mean, there's no sense in his knowing about us. You'll go alone.
Do I have to?
Yes, it's the only way. Tell him the man ran away or something. Then maybe he can help you. Understand? You've got to go alone.
You say the young man has run away?
Yes. He ran off when I told him, Doctor.
You don't know where he is?
No. I just don't know what to do. My mother, my father, I just don't know what to do.
Well, young lady, I earnestly advise you to do nothing further wrong. A physician may not interfere in a case of this kind unless he's willing to spend 10 years in a prison. You'd better go home and see your parents and confess. There's nothing I can do. Nothing. I'm sorry.
Oh, honest, Bert, I'm beat. I don't know what to do.
Well, I've been thinking, Clyde. I don't see any way out of it unless you marry me.
Well, gee, Bert, that's all right for you. It fixes everything, but how about me? I haven't got any money. All I've got is my job. If it comes out that I was going with a girl from the factory, they'd fire me.
But the longer we wait, the worse it is for me. You can't leave me to make out all by myself. You can't. I won't let you. I don't ask you to marry me forever. You can leave me if you want after, but Clyde, you can't just push me off by myself so that you could still go on with your society friends.
Calm down, will you, Bert? You're all excited.
You used to be with me all the time, and now I just have to beg. What is it, Clyde? Those society girls you're always talking about? That Bertine Cranston, or maybe that Sandra Finchley, or who?
No, you're all wrong, Bert. It's only, well, everything happened so fast, it gets you pinned down. But there must be some way, Bert. There's got to be.
What's the matter, Clyde? You're all clouded over.
Oh, nothing really.
I thought the ride might cheer you up. You've been so jumpy.
Well, I guess it's just from working too hard. I don't know.
Well, anyway, you've got to promise to spend your vacation with us at the lakes.
Well, I'd like to very much.
I want to have you specially, Clyde.
You do?
Uh-huh. See, you plan to spend the vacation with us. And don't you dare let anything come in your way. Don't you dare.
I've got to quit work at the factory, Clyde.
Quit?
We can't wait much longer. Clyde, you've got to marry me. How could I face my mother and my father? You've just got to.
Oh, it'll work out some way, Bert. I'll figure something. Just give me a little more time to figure some way out.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you George Montgomery as Clyde Griffiths in Theodore Dreiser's An American Tragedy, the third in our series of full-hour dramatizations of outstanding works in modern American and British fiction. And here to discuss today's novel is our intermission commentator, the distinguished author, lecturer, and critic, Mr. Clifton Fadiman, speaking to you from New York.
When the author of An American Tragedy died, the critic Howard Mumford Jones wrote, "The death of Theodore Dreiser removes from the American scene something primary, brooding, and enormous. It's as if a headland had crumbled and slid into the sea." That's true. And the words primary, brooding, and enormous are well chosen. Dreiser is a primary figure in the American novel because he stands at the head of something. American naturalistic fiction flows in part from Dreiser. Brooding? Yes, he was that too. Obsessed all his life with the tragic lot of man, convinced that against the immensity of the universe, we poor humans are less than grains of sand, yet creating out of our very littleness something large and monolithic. Enormous. That he was too, dealing only in large subjects, such as the theme of An American Tragedy. Dreiser had no charm of style, he had sad defects of intellect, but he had something more elegant writers often lack. He had bulk. Also, he had a patient, unsentimental compassion for people born of his own struggles in the face of a world that had censored his books and attacked his character. Dreiser's deficiencies, like a warrior's wounds, are eloquent of struggle. The struggle of one who, before he became the leading novelist of his time, had scraped rust from second-hand stoves, driven a laundry wagon through ice-glazed streets, washed dishes in a stifling Greek lunchroom. Out of his brooding came An American Tragedy. What was Clyde's tragedy? Not that he rebelled against the established order and was punished, as in a Greek play. No, rather that he pathetically accepted that established order's worst dogmas, its crassest ideals, its most pitiful superstitions, the worship of wealth and petty social position. The lesson Dreiser drove home in 1925 with heavy, clangorous strokes is one that's still relevant today, a generation later. Yes, we're a whole generation away from An American Tragedy, and at this late date it's easy enough to list Dreiser's deficiencies, but it's more difficult to recollect that but for him we might not possess the insight enabling us to list them at all. If Dreiser had not battered away clumsily, humorlessly at Puritanism, would our battle against it have been even half won? To hack a path through the dense jungle of American life as it appeared, let's say, at the turn of the century, was no job for a thin-skinned writer. Forests are cleared not with razors, but with broad axes, and such a broad axe was Theodore Dreiser.
Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification. Canoe, see? He must have tipped over, folks figure. Can you imagine a nice young couple like that drown?
Come on, Roberta. It's perfectly safe. It'll turn over so easy.
But I'm so scared, Clyde. I can't swim at all.
2 hats floating on the water. They had to fish for them.
Clyde, come with me.
Hurry up, Bert. Get in the boat. It's the only way. Sandra's calling me now.
But, Clyde, you said that you'd marry me.
I know, but this way no one will ever know.
Nobody knows who she is. The girl was drowned.
Oh, Clyde, I'm so scared.
Never did find the fella.
Come on, Clyde, come with me. Don't you dare let anything get in your way.
I'm coming, Sandra. Bert, get in the boat.
But I can't swim. I can't swim.
Drowned.
I can't swim. I can't
swim. It's the only way.
Drowned.
I can't swim.
Drowned.
It's the only way.
Drowned.
I can't swim.
What a dream. Oh, how could anybody even dream that? Why, she wouldn't even go down. She could hang onto the boat. You'd have to hit her. Oh, up on that lake, nobody'd see you. Just a little accident. I'll bet when I'm married to Sandra, I'll have plenty of money. Oh, if Roberta would only... What the devil am I thinking? I better get to sleep. I've got to stop thinking this way. Oh, I've just got to.
Dear Clyde, I can't stay here any longer. I'm so afraid you won't come, and I'm so frightened, dear. I just can't wait any longer. I'm coming back to Lycurgus, Clyde, and you've got to do something, or I'll just have to come out in the open and tell everybody. Oh, Clyde, you were so nice, and I'm so miserable now.
Listen, Bert. Can you hear me?
Get Clyde. I can hear you.
Well, listen carefully. You meet me in Fonda, see? Then we'll take the train to Utica. Yes, everything will be all right. I promise. That's right. We'll be married up at the lake. Now, don't worry, Bert. I'll arrange everything. There she is, down at the end seat. That same old brown hat and blue dress. She doesn't look anything like Sandra. How could she look like Sandra? Oh, I've got to go through with it. I've got to be free.
He looks worried back there. Oh, but it isn't my fault. It isn't anything I could help. When we're married, maybe he'll be like he used to be. There'll be the baby, and I'll be Mrs. Griffiths. Oh, God, I wish he would love me the way he used to. Maybe up at the lake things will be better. It's so beautiful. Everything's bound to be all right up at the lake. Oh, isn't it peaceful here, Clyde?
You didn't see anybody you knew in the inn, did you?
Why, no. Clyde, we will be married today, won't we?
Oh, I said so, didn't I?
It'll be so nice, dear. No more worries.
No more worries.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. La-da-da. Oh, Clyde, look down into the water. The sun can't even shine through. It looks so cold. So awfully cold.
For heaven's sakes, Roberta. Hey, what the devil? That bird.
We must have startled it. Oh, it feels so nice in the sun. And everything's over. All over. Oh, Clyde.
Roberta, don't. Oh, God, help me. I can't do it.
Clyde, what is it? What's the matter? You look so strange.
I can't.
What's the matter, darling? What's the matter?
Roberta, leave me alone. Sit down.
What is it, Clyde? Let me help you.
No, don't touch me. Sit down, Roberta. Please, sit down. Roberta.
Oh, God, help!
No, I didn't mean to. I couldn't. Roberta. She's gone. She's gone.
Yeah, look at her, Orville. Pretty little thing.
Yeah, about the same age as my own.
Yeah, not much doubt it's a murder. Poor little girl like that. All cut across the face.
Well, could have hit herself on the edge of the boat.
Yeah, maybe. Then why didn't the fella hang on to her?
Maybe he drowned, too. We just haven't found his body yet.
No, and I don't think we're going to find one. Captain Silver of the lake steamer says he had a young fella come aboard at 3 Mile Bend carrying a suitcase. And he answered the description perfectly.
A fella who'd kill a pretty little girl like that, well, he's bound to lead us right to him. She looks so peaceful. Ralph, we're going to get that fella. Get him and see him in the chair.
Clyde, what's the idea of not coming up here till now? I'm very angry.
Sandra's been furious all weekend. She wouldn't even go to the club dance last night.
Well, I couldn't get away from the factory, you know.
Sure, that mean old factory. We're making up a set of tennis this afternoon. How about it, Clyde?
Yeah, sure.
What's the matter? You look like a banshee was sitting on your shoulder. Loosen up, Clyde. Laugh.
I'll be all right, Myra. Tennis sounds swell. I'll have to borrow a racket, though. I forgot mine.
Well, come on, Sonny. We've got to get our racket.
Meet you in 10 minutes, Clyde. So long.
So long.
Hold on there, mister. Your name Clyde Griffiths?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, my name is Hine, sheriff of Cataraqui County. You're under arrest. I suppose you know what for.
Why, no, I don't.
Want to question him, Orville?
Yes. I'm Orville Mason, district attorney. If you're smart, Griffiths, you'll confess right now. You'll get off lighter in the end.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything.
All right, Ralph. Just put the handcuffs on him. You poor fool. You left a trail behind you wide enough for a blind man to follow. You poor young fool. All right now, Griffiths. We've got letters from the girl to you that we took from your room. You still deny you knew her?
I won't say.
She had a comb and brush set in her bag with your name on the card. Come on, boy, the truth.
Well, yeah, sure I knew her, but I didn't kill her. It was an accident. That's it. The boat turned over. That's all. She hit her head on the edge of the boat.
You can swim?
Sure, but I was afraid she'd pull me down.
How about that straw hat?
What hat?
The one on the water.
Well, the wind blew it off. That's how the boat turned over. See, the wind blew the hat off, and I reached for it.
Yeah, we found it floating. Suppose you tell me where you got the other straw hat. The one the boat captain saw you wearing afterwards.
The other? Well,
You bought it, didn't you? Put it in your bag just so you could leave the other one in the water.
No, I found it up at the lake. That's it. I've been up at the lake once before.
Uh-huh. You found it up at the lake. All right, Ralph, take him back downstairs.
All right, Clyde. I'm your lawyer.
Lawyer?
Name's Belknap. Alvin Belknap. It's all arranged.
Well, what am I going to do?
Well, first you'll tell me what happened. I don't want any stories now, Clyde. I want the truth.
Yes, sir.
And in the meantime, I want you to try to laugh a little. Smile. There's an old saying in law that consciousness of innocence makes any man calm. It's a lot of hokum, but it impresses folks. Now, let's have your story. Now, let's get this straight. You changed your mind when she was in the boat?
That's the truth, Mr. Belknap. I didn't mean to. I couldn't. She came at me in the boat, and I guess I threw up my hands. That's all. That's all, I swear.
Well, they can't hang a man for bad intentions. But we'll have to figure out some line of defense. You say this Sandra Finchley encouraged you. Could we say she sought out, bewitched you?
Oh, no, sir. She wouldn't do that. But we love each other, I'm sure. And when Roberta said I had to marry her, I was afraid to tell her about Sandra.
You've been afraid of a lot of things, haven't you, son?
I don't know what you mean. You mean you don't believe what I said?
No, Clyde. I believe you understand. But there are a lot of things in your story that ordinary folks will have a hard time swallowing.
But it's the truth, honest.
I know, but there's different kinds of truth. The best thing we can do now is figure out a kind of truth that the jurors can believe.
Oh, yes, all persons having business before the Honorable, the Supreme Court of the State of New York, Connecticut, draw near and give attention. This court is now in session. State of New York against Clyde Griffiths.
The people are ready?
The defendant is ready.
Very well. We will proceed to impanel the jury. Simeon Dinsmore. Simeon Dinsmore. We are ready, Mr. Mason. Will you proceed with the case for the people?
Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, the people of the state of New York charge that the crime of murder in the first degree has been committed by the prisoner, Clyde Griffiths. We shall prove the willful slaying of Roberta Alden, and we shall ask the extreme penalty for this vile act. Now, if it please the court, I shall call the first witness for the prosecution.
I seen him come up to her room. They thought I wasn't there. But I like to check up on my boarders. Yes, sir, that's him, all right.
She told me several different stories, but naturally I refused to perform any illegal operations. She gave her name as Howard, but I recognized her as Roberta Alden from the pictures.
And then I heard the scream. A woman's scream. We couldn't see nothing. We were in a boat around the point, but that scream sounded like a soul being cast down to the depths. I can still hear it, I can.
And there you are, ladies and gentlemen. We have drawn you a picture of a scheming, cold-blooded murderer. Roberta Alden wrote to this cold, scheming betrayer. And, ladies and gentlemen, I shall now read to you from those letters found in Griffith's own room under lock and key. Listen to the words of the murdered girl. Clyde, if I would only die, that would solve all this. But if you mean what you have said, if we will get married up at the lake, you don't know what it will mean to me. Goodbye, Clyde, until I meet you as you telephoned. And forgive me all the trouble I have caused you. Your sorrowful Roberta. Your Honor, the people rest.
Gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Mason has told you Clyde Griffiths was a grown, brutal, ruthless killer. And yet there he sits, 2 years younger than the girl he is accused of murdering. Gentlemen, the district attorney has woven a web of thin and spidery evidence, but there is an eyewitness to the death of Roberta Alden, the only eyewitness. And I call Clyde Griffiths to the stand. Now, Clyde, you mean when that car in Kansas City was wrecked, you ran away?
Yes, sir.
Even though you knew a child had been killed?
Well, I was afraid, I guess.
You were a coward, weren't you? A moral and mental coward.
I guess so.
Now, Clyde, you really loved Roberta at first.
Yes, I suppose I did.
But then you fell in love with, we've agreed to leave her nameless, with Miss X.
Yes, I did.
Did you go and tell Roberta that you were no longer in love with her? Did you break off your relationship?
No, I guess I was afraid to.
Cowardice again. Moral and mental cowardice. And now, Clyde, tell us about that trip to the lake. That trip the prosecution has magnified and distorted until it resembles...
Your Honor, I object. Counsel is using his questions to make improper speeches and...
To stand. Find yourself to questions, Mr. Belknap.
Very well. Well, Clyde?
Well, I never meant to kill her. Never. I just thought maybe if we went away for a few days, I could calm her down.
You still were in love with Miss X.
That's right. But I couldn't tell Roberta. I just couldn't. Then that afternoon on the lake, she was talking about getting married, and she was so sad about the baby. Well, I thought I'd better go through with it.
Then you did intend to marry her?
Yes, sir, I did.
Then your whole course of action, your relations with Roberta and with Miss X, were marked by consistent cowardice, mental and moral cowardice.
I don't know. It was like I said. But I didn't kill her. I didn't push her off the boat. I couldn't do that. I just never could.
Thank you, Clyde. I believe you. Now, gentlemen of the jury, you have the facts. Roberta Alden died tragically, but accidentally. No, Mr. Mason has not shown us murder. But what has he shown? He has proved Clyde Griffiths is a weakling. He was not fair to Roberta Alden. He was a coward. But many men, many of us here are far more cruel in love than this boy ever thought of being. Gentlemen, you cannot condemn a man to death for that which he cannot control, his inner soul, his entire character. Clyde Griffiths was made by us, by all of us, by all of America. If you condemn him, you condemn his makers. Your Honor, the defense rests.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have. We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Mr. Belknap, they can't.
It's all right, Clyde. We'll appeal it. The whole trial was shot through with prejudice. We're sure to get a reversal.
Quiet. Quiet in the court. Remove the prisoner. I will pronounce sentence Friday morning. Remove the prisoner, please.
Who you got there, guard? A new customer? Welcome to Murderers Row, kid.
In here, Griffiths.
Yes, sir.
You behave yourself, Griffiths, and everything will be all right.
Hey, new man, what's your name?
Leave me alone, will you?
Can you beat that? The new guy is crying. He's crying like a baby. You'll get over that, kid. You'll get over that fast.
All right, you guys, quiet now. Now, okay. Pull the curtain.
What's that? What's going on?
Take it easy, kid. They pull that curtain across so you won't see that long walk. Bert goes tonight. You won't see nothing, but you'll hear it. Them footsteps down the hall, that minister praying. Then you hear the door slam.
Shut up, will you?
You'll hear that door slam, and you'll see the lights go down. You'll see. You'll see.
Hello, Clyde. How are you?
10 minutes.
I've got bad news for you, Clyde.
The appeal.
Denied.
They can't.
There's nothing to say, boy.
Hey, who wants to play some checkers? Oh, shut up, will you?
Mr. Belknap, they can't kill me like that. They can't. I didn't kill Roberta. I couldn't. I meant to when I took her out in that boat. I had to get her away somehow. I was going to marry Sandra, but I didn't kill her. Mr. Belknap. I tried to, but I couldn't. I'm not guilty. They can't kill me. They can't.
The governor wouldn't commute the sentence. Your mother sent him a telegram.
My mother. I'm innocent, Mr. Belknap. They're not really going to kill me, are they? Oh, not really. Oh, my God, my God.
All right, Griffiths.
No.
Come on now.
Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. Humble
Come on,
yourselves
Griffiths.
under the mighty hand of God. Have mercy on me, O God, according to the loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgression. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit. Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit away from me. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, thou God of my salvation.
The curtain falls on the third in our new series of full-hour dramatizations of outstanding works in modern Anglo-American fiction. Today, the NBC University Theater has brought you Theodore Dreiser's An American Tragedy, adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy and starring George Montgomery in the role of Clyde Griffiths. George Montgomery can currently be seen in the Ben Boges production, Girl from Manhattan. Today's cast included Lynn Allen, John Daner, Noreen Gamil, Ralph Montgomery, Tony Barrett, Grace Leonard, Gene Layton, Hugh Thomas, Paul Fries, Dick Anderson, Gloria Grant, Lynn Whitney, Larry Dobkin, Ted Von Eltz, Clark Cuney, Bob Bruce, Jim Nusser, Earl Keane. Our intermission commentator was Clifton Fadiman. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in Anglo-American fiction at the University of Louisville under a National College by Radio plan, which permits our listeners to earn credit toward a college degree by means of radio and supplementary stage of this plan, write to the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky. Next week at this time, we turn to the work of a British author as the NBC University Theater presents its dramatization of the H.G. Wells novel, The History of Mr. Polly. Your director was Andrew C. Love. Original music for An American Tragedy was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. This program came to you from Hollywood. Tonight, there's the biggest entertainment bargain yet. 2.5 solid hours of fun on Sunday. Start with Ozzie and Harriet, then laugh straight through with Jack Benny, Phil Harris, Alice Faye, Edgar Bergen, Charlie McCarthy, and Fred Allen. For the best time of your life, the best time is tonight over most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail or land or life if freedom fail?
Ladies and gentlemen, today CBS is proud to contribute its facilities to a new and important development in radio history, the Free Company. The Free Company is a voluntary group of distinguished American playwrights, writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined their talents to bring you this series with no compensation other than the knowledge that it may serve America. With James Boyd as national chairman, Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Writers' Committee, and Burgess Meredith, chairman of the Actors Division, the Free Company will present original radio plays written by its members, Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Mark Conley, Noel Green, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, William Saroyan, and Robert E. Sherwood, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. The plays will feature America's most distinguished screen and stage stars in the leading roles. And now, Burgess Meredith for the Free Company.
This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood. The purpose of the Free Company is to present in terms as eloquent as its members can command the meaning of freedom, and to serve as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make it possible. Some of these plays utilize for their dramatic themes particular sections of the Bill of Rights. Others, like today's drama, will be more general in scope. For our first play in this series, Pulitzer Prize playwright William Saroyan has written The People with Light Coming Out of Them. In the cast will be John Garfield, Nancy Kelly, Eduardo Cianelli, Edmund Gwenn, William Tracy, Tim Holt, and Clinton Rosamond. The brilliant work of these artists in motion pictures is known to all of you. When we asked
William Saroyan to join the Free Company, Bill said...
Well, sure. I'm fond of freedom, crazy about company. What do I do?
Write us a play.
Okay, when?
Now.
Right now?
Right now.
Good. What do you want this play to be about?
About the United States of America.
My favorite subject.
About why you like America.
Why? You might as well ask me why I like to breathe. What do you really want?
Well, Bill, tell us something about why you think this country is worth living and fighting for. Give us your reasons in a little play. You have reasons.
Oh, millions of them. As many reasons as there are places and people. Take California, for instance, or Texas, or New York. Take San Francisco, or Peoria. Or take any place. Rockville Center, Freeport, Merrick, Belmore, Wantagh, Seaford, Massapequa, Amityville, Lindenhurst, and Babel.
Wait a minute. Can't you sort of break that down a little?
Sure. We'll make it local. Now, look, we'll take one city block, any place, one American row of houses. Okay, now, there it is. Now, we'll take one American. Anybody. Let's take something like myself so I'll know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, anybody. Instead of being a writer, let's say this fellow's a painter. He looks at things carefully and then paints what he sees in them. Okay, now, there's one street and there's this young painter. He's standing on the corner.
What corner?
This American corner. Mm-hmm. Now, give me a typewriter and I'll go to work.
Sure, here you are. Now, you sit right down.
Thanks. Come on, old Walt Whitman. Tell us about America. Tell us about where we live, about home and the family. And Mark Twain, you tell us about it. And old Dan Boone. And 130 million people. You tell us about it.
This is a good block. I'll tell you who lives in this block. Well, in the flat below me is the old husband and the wife and their granddaughter. The old man's retired. He used to be a railroad worker. They gave him a pension about 2 years ago. Yesterday, I saw him at the corner, just kind of standing in the sun there, burned up about having no job. And he said,
"Oh, how does anybody know when a man's through? I'm not through and I never have been. As long as a man wants to work, he's not through. So I'm keeping busy. Aye, they're not going to kill me with kindness. Do you know what I'm doing now, eh? Well, it's the truth. I've got a whole setup in the basement. Aye, last week I made a little table, and this week I'm working on a chair. I've got to keep going. I've got to do things. You can hear me hammering down there now, can't you?
Is that you hammering?
Yeah. How's it sound to you, eh? Young and vigorous?
It doesn't sound old.
I'll say it doesn't. There's plenty of people around here that can use a table or a chair or one thing or another. And I'm going to go ahead and make these things. And if they can't afford to pay for the lumber, I'll make them a present of it. I like to be making something. I don't like to sit around being an old man. Ever hear me sing while I'm working?
Yes, I believe I have.
Well, now, how does it sound? Eh? Come on, now, tell me the truth.
Well, not bad at all. What is that song you keep singing all the time?
Oh, it's Dolly Day.
Is that what it is?
Ah, you mean, oh, Dolly Day, she looks a gay. I run all around and around to hear her fairy footsteps play as she comes over the ground.
Yes.
Aye, it's my favorite, Dolly Day. It's my wee wifey's name, Dolly. Yeah. Well, so long, lad.
So long, Pop. I'll be seeing you. Well, the old man and his wife, they're folks. And the girl, their granddaughter, she's a stenographer somewhere. And she goes to work every morning looking like a princess. The old man, he's Scotch. And his wife's English, with a little French. And the granddaughter's mother, she has some Spanish. That's a lot of folks. Well, I was sitting on the steps last Sunday when the girl came home from church. I never saw anything prettier. She's something like her grandfather when it comes to starting a conversation anywhere at all. She came up the street and started talking from about 10 yards away.
Hello. You're the man who's taken the flat upstairs, aren't you? No, it seems funny not hearing a lot of noise up there anymore. There were 5 growing kids in the family that moved out just before you moved in, and Gee, they sure used to have a lot of fun. Gosh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It sure is. One of the most beautiful I've ever seen. Too good to waste indoors.
That's one thing I like about church on a good day. When it's all over, you go out humming the last song they sang, and you step into beautiful sunshine and walk home feeling glad and hungry and happy about everything.
I've got to do that. I've got to go to a church next Sunday myself. What kind of sermon was it?
Oh, it was a little sad and made me feel angry about the war and the way people are behaving, but, well, we got to know about wars and what they mean to people and what they do. So the last song we sang was Rock of Ages.
Rock of Ages. I haven't heard that song in years.
Oh, it's a beautiful song. Rock of Ages, cleft for me. It's good for people to feel that something is solid for them to hang on to. People sing songs like that all over the world, I guess. What do you do?
Yes, that's exactly how she said it. She's an American. She wanted to know, so she asked. She was sincere, and she was interested. I told her, I'm a painter.
Oh, a house painter?
Well, I paint houses, too, among other things, but I don't mean that kind of painting. I paint on canvas.
You mean you're an artist?
Well, yes, although that sounds a little high-toned for me. I'm a worker whose work it is to paint. I've got no boss, and I don't keep regular hours or anything like that. But I work like everybody else.
Gosh, I never knew people could live so near artists.
Wait a minute, don't get me wrong. I'm not famous. In fact, I'm not very well known to more than 10 or 11 people in the whole world. I'm not rich either. I'm sort of poor, but it seems like everything I really want and need, I usually...
Well, how do people get to be painters?
Well, I suppose it creeps up on them gradually until they're so sure they're painters they're willing to work for years trying to prove it. I'm in my 7th year now.
Have you got a lot of paintings?
Lots of them. Dozens.
Could I see them sometime?
Well, I wish you would. But I've got to warn you, they're not nearly as pretty as some people in the world. Well, why don't you get your grandfather and grandmother and someday when I'm in town go upstairs and loaf around? Door's always open.
Oh, we wouldn't go into your house if you weren't there.
Well, why not? It would be easier for you to look at the paintings and I wouldn't be there to bother you and trying to explain them to you. It's not easy for a painter to explain his pictures. You see, you start to paint things, and after a while, as you learn more and more about painting, you start to paint what's inside of things and always coming out. Light comes out of most things, especially people, and it sometimes comes out of houses and streets and rooms and windows and all sorts of things that everybody sees every day. Well, I sort of concentrate on that light. I'm interested in it, even when there's no sun shining. If you look carefully, you can see light coming out of all sorts of things. But it's not easy to explain.
Gosh, you sound like a preacher. Only it sounds real, not like a sermon.
Everybody's a preacher, yes, but simply a question what a man preaches.
Well, what do you preach?
Tell you the truth, I believe something that's so ordinary it's almost embarrassing to mention it. In fact, somebody sophisticated might laugh at me. I believe there's more good in things than anybody ever bothers to see. So I keep looking for it all the time. And when I find it, I try to keep it in a painting so other people can see it too. After they see it in a painting, well, they see it everywhere else too. That's what painting's for.
Say, can we really go up and look at the paintings?
Well, I'm going to take a walk to town in about an hour. Why don't you all go up after you've had dinner? I won't be back until evening.
Are you sure you won't mind?
Mind? I want you to see my pictures. That's why I paint them.
All right, then. We'll go up. And thanks.
Okay. Well, she walked off, and I went up to my room. hear that? That's Mike Ogagawa. He lives across the street. He's 16. His father runs that cleaning and pressing place. Mike delivers for his father. I've been here only 2 weeks, and I know practically everybody in this block. Take Mike, for instance. He came upstairs one afternoon with one of my suits his father had cleaned and pressed. I was working at the time, and it looked as if it was going to be a good picture, so I didn't want to stop working. I hollered, "Come in." The door opened, and somebody said,
"I brought your suit."
"Okay, bring it up and put it on a chair somewhere." I went right on working. I guess I must have worked at least 40 minutes more before I stopped. The picture wasn't finished, and I didn't feel like doing any more work for a while. Wait till morning and go back to it fresh. Well, I lit a cigarette, inhaled, and yawned, and stretched. Hello, who are you?
Mike.
Hiya, my name is Jim Smith.
Pleased to meet you.
How long have you been here?
Ever since I brought your suit.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much is it?
Oh, it's all paid for. You paid my father the day you brought it in. Don't you remember?
Then why...
I wanted to see you make the picture. I never saw a man paint a picture before. Can I look at it?
Sure. It's not finished, but you can take a look at what I've got so far.
Thanks. That sure is pretty.
Do you really mean that?
That second house, that's our house, isn't it?
But do you live in that house with the green roof?
Sure, right over the shop. Wait till I tell Pa. It sure is pretty.
What's your last name, Mike?
Akagawa. Bet you know what nationality that is.
Well, since it's yours, I'd say it's American.
Oh, sure. But when it's my father's, it's Japanese, I guess. He was born in Japan. I was born in that house in the picture. Gee, I never thought I'd see that little house in the picture.
Listen, though, will you? Listen to Mike Akagawa across the street blowing the trumpet. Isn't that beautiful? That's what I like about this block. All the wonderful Americans living here, doing their work and raising their families, going to school, trying to learn how to play the trumpet and looking around everywhere for the good things. 3 doors from here is the Areola family. Father, mother, and 7 kids, all under 17. Well, they're a great gang of people. The father works in the wholesale produce market, so he gets up at 3 in the morning to go to work. You know, I sometimes walk around town late at night to see how things are then. And one night, as I was coming home, I ran into Pete Areola on his way to work. Well, it's very quiet at 3 in the morning, and you don't expect a stranger to come up to you and start to talk. But Pete did.
Hello.
Hello.
You are the new fellow in this neighborhood, ain't you?
Yes, I am. I've got that flat 3 doors up from your place.
Sure, I see you before. What's your name?
Jim Smith.
My name is Pete Areola.
That's a good name, Pete. You're up early, aren't you?
I go to work every day at 3 o'clock in the morning. Where have you been? You work nighttime?
Oh, in a way.
What do you mean?
Well, I haven't got any working hours, so I guess they're all working hours.
Where do you work?
Pete, I'm a painter. I paint pictures. I look around and paint what I see.
You, Peter? Artiste?
Yeah.
I work wholesale produce market. Where's your family?
Well, my wife's visiting her folks. She'll be here in a week or so.
Lonesome, huh?
Oh, little.
You got kids? I got 7 kids.
7, that's swell. I got only 2.
I got 7. All go to school except 2, the babies. Sometime you lonesome, come over to the house. Have a drink of wine, eat some food, and meet the kids.
Thanks, Pete, I will.
Jim, your name?
Yeah, Jim Smith.
All right, Jim, come on over. We have a good time.
Okay. So I went over to Pete's the next night and met the family.
Hello, Jim Smith. Come in. You have supper with us. Hey, Angela, come and get some wine for our new neighbor. This is Jim Smith. Angela, my wife.
How you doing, Mrs. Areola?
Hello, young fella.
These are my kids. Hey, kids, wait 1 minute. Meet the new neighbor, Jim Smith. And now let's see. We start with the babies. This is Nicky.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, Angela, look. The neighbor pick up Nicky. Nicky, you like this fella? Sure you like him, but that's fine. This little girl is Nora, my little flower. This fella's Pat. Hey, Pat, how do you feel?
Okay, Pa. Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hello, Pat. This lady, oh, she's a lady. Look, those high-heel shoes. She's Rosa. Gonna be opera singer.
I'm gonna be a school teacher.
All right, Rosa, is school teacher and opera singer, too.
Papa wants everybody to be an opera singer.
Next, the big fella. Joe, 14.
Hi.
Tom, 15 and a half.
Hello.
And the oldest boy is Dominic, 16 and a half.
Hi.
There's another one on the way. All right, everybody, this fella, our new neighbor, Jim Smith. All right, Jim, drink this wine. Now, come on, kids, let's give a song. Oh, solo me, everybody together. Dominic, give me one chord enough and make it a good one.
Well, we all sang, and I sang as loud as anybody else. We drank and had supper together and talked, and before I left that house, I knew how important a part of America it is. What a fine American Pete is, and his wife, and all the kids. They've all been up to my place for a visit. And now and then the oldest boy, Dominic, comes up alone and talks. Everybody I've met on this block so far has had something to talk about. Dominic, for instance, wants to know if he ought to go to college like his father wants him to, or if he ought to get out and go to work down at the wholesale produce market and help out with the family expenses. Well, I don't say anything. I just listen. And after 2 or 3 visits, Dominic answers all his own questions. He gets up and he says,
"Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Smith. Thanks for telling me. That's what I'll do. I'll go to college and work both. I guess there's time for everything. If a fellow makes up his mind to find the time. I can work during summer vacation. And I can work Saturdays. I'd work Sundays, too, but we're Catholics, and Ma'd get sore if I didn't go to church Sunday. Well, I'll be seeing you. Gee, that sure is a swell picture."
There's a fellow who's got a furnished room in the house at the corner. He's a doctor at the hospital up the hill. There's a clinic up there, and I drop in once in a while to see the people when they're sick. And that's where I met this fella. Well, the kids love him. They're afraid of the other doctors, but they love Dr. John. John Bailey is his name, but they call him Dr. John. We got to talking, and he came up one afternoon for a drink. I wanted to know why the kids weren't afraid of him. Most people are a little afraid of anybody whose color is a little different from their own, and Bailey's color is the blackest black you ever saw. I asked him about the kids not being afraid of him.
Well, maybe it's because kids are people at their best. A kid with a pain, all he wants is to have the pain taken out of him. I don't go to work on a kid until I get him to know him. We talk a little while, and the first thing I know, they forget I'm a doctor. They even forget I'm colored. And then I know I can go to work. The greater part of pain is feeling hopeless about it. And I never feel hopeless about anything. Kids find out about that, and they stop being afraid of pain, too. Well, by that time, more than half of it's gone, and what's left of it is on its way out. I laugh a good deal, too, because laughter's just about as strong as sunlight as a healing force. Where there's laughter, there's never fear. It helps the kids.
Well, how does it happen that you do laugh, though?
Well, I didn't used to. I used to let my own troubles grow until finally I found out that that was foolishness. The living are healthy. Life is healthy. I know that from my way. I've got to help them with medicine and heat and treatment and all that. But what really heals them is their own faith. Mind if I have another drink?
Go ahead. Pour me one, too. All the people in this block are like that, like Bailey and Pete and Mike Okagawa, and the old man and his granddaughter. But this block's no different from any other block in any other town in America. People are like that all over the place. And when you've got people with light coming out of them, like it comes out of these people, and you've got light coming out of their houses and the streets they live in and the towns where these streets are, and the whole land where these towns are, you hear them coming to life in the morning. The alarm clock's ringing, the faucet's running, and everybody getting up to start another day. You know they're a happy people, because they belong to a happy nation. They're a free people, and they're glad to be alive. I've done a lot of looking around all over this country, because that's my work, and everywhere I've gone, from the biggest city to the smallest town, I've seen people with light in them, human people. People who are young and friendly and kind. Oh, I know, I've seen bad people, too, all kinds of them. But I looked a long time, and it's gotten so I can see them right through people who look as if they're bad. But they're not bad. They're having trouble. They're up against something. Things have gone wrong. They've lost faith. They need more things than they've got. They're out fighting because they don't know what else to do about the trouble. But even these people are good people. Something's pressing against their spirits, hurting them. Everything isn't perfect in any block, in any town or city in this country. But in this country, it's always trying to improve. It's always working at the job. The same as a painter's got to work at a picture he's painting. Look out this window down at the street. It's not a fancy street. The houses aren't much. People in them aren't people you read about in newspapers and magazines. But down there is America. That street and those houses and the people living in them. There is the strength of this nation and the hope of the world. Look at the light shining out of those humble houses. That light is the light of a happy nation, a free and growing people, a human people, a people without fear, a people who love instead of hate, whose casual everyday humanity is stronger than any other power in the world. This is a good block. I like it here, because the best in people from all over the world is growing here into the first real nation of the world, the American nation, the nation of human people.
Burgess Meredith speaking. Thank you, William Saroyan. In many countries, the light of humanity flickers and dies, snuffed out by faceless men, by men who have no light in themselves and who therefore deny the existence of light anywhere. Our nation was formulated by men who cherish the light that comes from people. The meaning of our freedom is this: not here in our land. Darkness can never win. Let us resolve again, in the face of threatening shadows, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. John Garfield, whom you will see soon in Warner Brothers as Seawolf. Nancy Kelly will be remembered for her work in Jesse James. Eduardo Cianelli, who played the unforgettable Trock in RKO's Winterset. Edmund Gwend, whose performance as the murderer in Foreign Correspondent received high acclaim. William Tracy, who played the delightful fresh kid in MGM's The Little Shop Around the Corner, and was now appearing in Darryl Zanuck's Tobacco Road. Tim Holt, who is starring in RKO's The Fargo Kid, and Clinton Rosamond, who is appearing in MGM's forthcoming Blossoms in the Dust, have joined the Free Company in presenting the first in a series of broadcasts William Saroyan's original radio play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original music score. Charles Vanda produced. To all these people, to the Screen Actors Guild, and to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mr. Saroyan's play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them, will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast in printed form has been made available for distribution to all our listeners. For 10 cents, the actual cost of printing and mailing, you will receive your own copy by writing to the Free Company in care of the station to which you are now listening. Copies of subsequent broadcasts during this entire series of productions by the Free Company will also be made available each week. Next week at this same time, the Free Company will present a play by the Pulitzer Prize winner Mark Connolly titled The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek. The Free Company series is directed by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Section 1 of The American Crisis by Thomas Paine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nigel Carrington. Crisis number 1. Published December the 23rd, 1776. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It is dearness only that gives everything its value. Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon its goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. Britain, with an army to enforce her tyranny, has declared that she has a right not only to tax, but to bind us in all cases whatsoever. And if being bound in that manner is not slavery, then there is not such a thing as slavery upon earth. Even the expression is impious, for so unlimited a power can belong only to God. Whether the independence of the continent was declared too soon, or delayed too long, I will not now enter into as an argument. My own simple opinion is that had it been 8 months earlier, it would have been much better. We did not make a proper use of last winter. Neither could we, while we were in a dependent state. However, the fault, if it were one, was all our own. We have none to blame but ourselves. But no great deal is lost yet. All that Howe has been doing for this month past is rather a ravage than a conquest. which the spirit of the Jerseys a year ago would have quickly repulsed, and which time and a little resolution will soon recover.
Insert.
The present winter is worth an age, if rightly employed, but if lost or neglected, the whole continent will partake of the evil. And there is no punishment that man does not deserve, be he who or what or where he will, that may be the means of sacrificing a season so precious and useful.
End of insert.
I have as little superstition in me as any man living, but my secret opinion has ever been, and still is, that God Almighty will not give up a people to military destruction or leave them unsupportedly to perish who have so earnestly and so repeatedly sought to avoid the calamities of war by every decent method which wisdom could invent. Neither have I so much of the infidel in me as to suppose that he has relinquished the government of the world and given us up to the care of devils. And as I do not, I cannot see on what grounds the King of Britain can look up to heaven for help against us. A common murderer, a highwayman, or a housebreaker has as good a pretence as he. 'Tis surprising to see how rapidly a panic will sometimes run through a country. All nations and ages have been subject to them. Britain has trembled like an ague at the report of a French fleet of flat-bottomed boats, and in the 14th, 15th century the whole English army, after ravaging the kingdom of France, was driven back like men petrified with fear. And this brave exploit was performed by a few broken forces collected and headed by a woman, Joan of Arc. Would that heaven might inspire some Jersey maid to spirit up her countrymen and save her fair fellow-sufferers from ravage and ravishment. Yet panics, in some cases, have their uses. They produce as much good as hurt. Their duration is always short. The mind soon grows through them and acquires a firmer habit than before. But their peculiar advantage is that they are the touchstones of sincerity and hypocrisy, and bring things and men to light which might otherwise have lain forever undiscovered. In fact, they have the same effect on secret traitors which an imaginary apparition would have upon a private murderer. They sift out the hidden thoughts of man and hold them up in public to the world. Many a disguised Tory has lately shown his head that shall penitentially solemnize with curses the day on which Howe arrived upon the Delaware. As I was with the troops at Fort Lee, and marched with them to the edge of Pennsylvania, I am well acquainted with many circumstances which those who live at a distance know but little or nothing of. Our situation there was exceedingly cramped, the place being a narrow neck of land between the North River and the Hackensack. Our force was inconsiderable, being not 1/4 so great as Howe could bring against us. We had no army at hand to have relieved the garrison had we shut ourselves up and stood on our defence. Our ammunition, light artillery, and the best part of our stores had been removed, on the apprehension that Howe would endeavour to penetrate the Jerseys, in which case Fort Lee could be of no use to us, for it must occur to every thinking man, whether in the army or not, that these kind of field forts are only for temporary purposes, and last in use no longer than the enemy directs his force against the particular object which such forts are raised to defend. Such was our situation and condition at Fort Lee on the morning of the 20th of November, when an officer arrived with information that the enemy, with 200 boats, had landed about 7 miles above. Major General Nathaniel Greene, who commanded the garrison, immediately ordered them under arms, and sent express to General Washington at the town of Hackensack, distant by the way of the ferry, equalling 6 miles. Our first object was to secure the bridge over the Hackensack, which laid up the river between the enemy and us, about 6 miles from us and 3 from them. General Washington arrived in about 3/4 of an hour, and marched at the head of the troops towards the bridge, which place I expected we should have a brush for. However, they did not choose to dispute it with us, and the greatest part of our troops went over the bridge, the rest over the ferry, except some which passed at a mill on a small creek between the bridge and the ferry, and made their way through some marshy grounds up to the town of Hackensack, and there past the river. We brought off as much baggage as the wagons could contain. The rest was lost. The simple object was to bring off the garrison and march them on till they could be strengthened by the Jersey or Pennsylvania militia, so as to be enabled to make a stand. We stayed 4 days at Newark, collected our outposts with some of the Jersey militia, and marched out twice to meet the enemy. On being informed that they were advancing, though our numbers were greatly inferior to theirs, Howe, in my little opinion, committed a great error in generalship in not throwing a body of forces off from Staten Island through Amboy, by which means he might have seized all our stores at Brunswick and intercepted our march into Pennsylvania. But if we believe the power of hell to be limited, we must likewise believe that their agents are under some providential control. I shall not now attempt to give all the particulars of our retreat to the Delaware. Suffice it for the present to say that both officers and men, though greatly harassed and fatigued, frequently without rest, covering, or provision, the inevitable consequences of a long retreat, bore it with a manly and martial spirit. All their wishes centred in one, which was that the country would turn out and help them to drive the enemy back. Voltaire has remarked that King William never appeared to full advantage but in difficulties and in action. The same remark may be made on General Washington, for the character fits him. There is a natural firmness in some minds which cannot be unlocked by trifles, but which, when unlocked, discovers a cabinet of fortitude, and I reckon it among those kind of public blessings which we do not immediately see, that God hath blessed him with uninterrupted health, and given him a mind that can even flourish upon care. I shall conclude this paper with some miscellaneous remarks on the state of our affairs, and shall begin with asking the following question. Why is it that the enemy have left the New England provinces and made these middle ones the seat of war? The answer is easy. New England is not infested with Tories, and we are. I have been tender in raising the cry against these men, and used numberless arguments to show them their danger, but it will not do to sacrifice a world either to their folly or their baseness. The period is now arrived, in which either they or we must change our sentiments, or one or both must fall. And what is a Tory? Good God, what is he? I should not be afraid to go with 100 Whigs against 1,000 Tories, were they to attempt to get into arms. Every Tory is a coward, for servile, slavish, self-interested fear is the foundation of Toryism, and a man under such influence, though he may be cruel, never can be brave. But before the line of irrecoverable separation be drawn between us, let us reason the matter together. Your conduct is an invitation to the enemy, yet not 1 in 1,000 of you has heart enough to join him. Howe is as much deceived by you as the American cause is injured by you. He expects you will all take up arms and flock to his standard with muskets on your shoulders. Your opinions are of no use to him unless you support him personally, for 'tis soldiers and not Tories that he means. I once felt all that kind of anger, which a man ought to feel, against the mean principles that are held by the Tories. A noted one, who kept a tavern at Amboy, was standing at his door with as pretty a child in his hand, about 8 or 9 years old, as I ever saw, and after speaking his mind as freely as he thought was prudent, finished with this unfatherly expression, "Well, give me peace in my day." Not a man lives on the continent but fully believes that a separation must some time or other finally take place, and a generous parent should have said, "If there must be trouble, let it be in my day, that my child may have peace." And this single reflection, well applied, is sufficient to awaken every man to duty. Not a place upon earth might be so happy as America. Her situation is remote from all the wrangling world, and she has nothing to do but to trade with them. A man can distinguish himself between temper and principle, and I am as confident as I am that God governs the world, that America will never be happy till she gets clear of foreign dominion. Wars without ceasing will break out till that period arrives, and the continent must in the end be conqueror. For though the flame of liberty may sometimes cease to shine, the coal can never expire. America did not, nor does not want, force, but she wanted a proper application of that force. Wisdom is not the purchase of a day, and it is no wonder that we should err at the first setting off. From an excess of tenderness we were unwilling to raise an army, and trusted our cause to the temporary defence of a well-meaning militia. A summer's experience has now taught us better. Yet with those troops, while they were collected, we were able to set bounds to the progress of the enemy, and thank God they are again assembling. I always considered militia as the best troops in the world for a sudden exertion, but they will not do for a long campaign. Howe, it is probable, will make an attempt on this city, Philadelphia. Should he fail on this side, the Delaware, he is ruined. If he succeeds, our cause is not ruined. He stakes all on his side against a part on ours. Admitting he succeeds, the consequence will be that armies from both ends of the continent will march to assist their suffering friends in the Middle States, for he cannot go everywhere. It is impossible. I consider Howe as the greatest enemy the Tories have. He is bringing a war into their country which, had it not been for him and partly for themselves, they had been clear of. Should he now be expelled, I wish with all the devotion of a Christian that the names of Whig and Tory may never more be mentioned. But should the Tories give him encouragement to come, or assistance if he come, I as sincerely wish that our next year's arms may expel them from the continent, and the Congress appropriate their possessions to the relief of those who have suffered in well-doing. A single successful battle next year will settle the whole. America could carry on a 2 years' war by the confiscation of the property of disaffected persons and be made happy by their expulsion. Say not that this is revenge. Call it rather the soft resentment of a suffering people who, having no object in view but the good of all, have staked their own all upon a seemingly doubtful event. Yet it is folly to argue against determined hardness. Eloquence may strike the ear, and the language of sorrow draw forth the tear of compassion, but nothing can reach the heart that is steeled with prejudice. Quitting this class of men, I turn with the warm ardour of a friend to those who have nobly stood, and are yet determined to stand the matter out. I call not upon a few, but upon all, not on this state or that state, but on every state. Up and help us. Lay your shoulders to the wheel. Better have too much force than too little, when so great an object is at stake. Let it be told to the future world that in the depth of winter, when nothing but hope and virtue could survive, that the city and the country, alarmed at one common danger, came forth to meet and to repulse it. Say not that thousands are gone. Turn out your tens of thousands. Throw not the burden of the day upon Providence, but show your faith by your works, that God may bless you. It matters not where you live, or what rank of life you hold. The evil or the blessing will reach you all, the far and the near, the home counties and the back, the rich and the poor will suffer or rejoice alike. The heart that feels not now is dead. The blood of his children will curse his cowardice who shrinks back at a time when a little might have saved the whole and made them happy. I love the man that can smile in trouble, that can gather strength from distress and grow brave by reflection. 'Tis the business of little minds to shrink, but he whose heart is firm, and whose conscience approves his conduct, will pursue his principles unto death. My own line of reasoning is to myself as straight and clear as a ray of light. Not all the treasures of the world, so far as I believe, could have induced me to support an offensive war, for I think it murder. But if a thief breaks into my house, burns and destroys my property, and kills or threatens to kill me, or those that are in it, and to bind me in all cases whatsoever to his absolute will, am I to suffer it? What signifies it to me whether he who does it is a king or a common man, my countryman or not my countryman, whether it be done by an individual villain or an army of them? If we reason to the root of things, we shall find no difference. Neither can any just cause be assigned why we should punish in the one case and pardon in the other. Let them call me rebel and welcome. I feel no concern from it. But I should suffer the misery of devils were I to make a whore of my soul by swearing allegiance to one whose character is that of a sottish, stupid, stubborn, worthless, brutish man. I conceive likewise a horrid idea in receiving mercy from a being who at the last day shall be shrieking to the rocks and mountains to cover him, and fleeing with terror from the orphan, the widow, and the slain of America. There are cases which cannot be overdone by language, and this is one. There are persons, too, who see not the full extent of the evil which threatens them. They solace themselves with hopes that the enemy, if he succeed, will be merciful. It is the madness of folly to expect mercy from those who have refused to do justice, and even mercy, where conquest is the object, is only a trick of war. The cunning of the fox is as murderous as the violence of the wolf, and we ought to guard equally against both. Howe's first object is, partly by threats and partly by promises, to terrify or seduce the people, to deliver up their arms and receive mercy. The ministry recommended the same plan to Gage, and this is what the Tories call making their peace, a peace which passeth all understanding indeed. A peace which would be the immediate forerunner of a worse ruin than any we have yet thought of. Ye men of Pennsylvania, do reason upon these things. Were the back counties to give up their arms, they would fall an easy prey to the Indians, who are all armed. This, perhaps, is what some Tories would not be sorry for. Were the home counties to deliver up their arms, they would be exposed to the resentment of the back counties, who would then have it in their power to chastise their defection at pleasure. And were any one state to give up its arms, that state must be garrisoned by all Howe's army of Britons and Hessians to preserve it from the anger of the rest. Mutual fear is the principal link in the chain of mutual love, and woe be to that state that breaks the compact. Howe is mercifully inviting you to barbarous destruction, and men must be either rogues or fools that will not see it. I dwell not upon the vapours of imagination. I bring reason to your ears, and, in language as plain as ABC, hold up truth to your eyes. I thank God that I fear not. I see no real cause for fear. I know our situation well and can see the way out of it. While our army was collected, Howe dared not risk a battle, and it is no credit to him that he decamped from the White Plains and waited a mean opportunity to ravage the defenceless Jerseys. But it is great credit to us that with a handful of men we sustained an orderly retreat for near 100 miles, brought off our ammunition, all our field pieces, the greatest part of our stores, and had 4 rivers to pass. None can say that our retreat was precipitate, for we were near 3 weeks in performing it, that the country might have time to come in. Twice we marched back to meet the enemy, and remained out till dark. The sign of fear was not seen in our camp, and had not some of the cowardly and disaffected inhabitants spread false alarms through the country, the Jerseys had never been ravaged. Once more we are again collected and collecting. Our new army at both ends of the continent is recruiting fast, and we shall be able to open the next campaign with 60,000 men, well armed and clothed. This is our situation, and who will may know it. By perseverance and fortitude we have the prospect of a glorious issue. By cowardice and submission the sad choice of a variety of evils, a ravaged country, a depopulated city, habitations without safety, and slavery without hope. Our homes turned into barracks and bawdy houses for Hessians, and a future race to provide for whose fathers we shall doubt of. Look on this picture and weep over it. And if there yet remains one thoughtless wretch who believes it not, let him suffer it unlamented.
Signed,
Common Sense. End of Crisis 1 by Thomas Paine.